242. Important was the collusion of the state apparatus itself in fascism's conquest of power. In part this reflects the profound political disorientation of the power bloc and the specific weight of the petty bourgeoisie within the lower echelons of the state apparatus, FD, pp 73, 243, 327-8. It also reflects the dislocation between formal and real power, analogous to a situation of dual power in a revolutionary conjuncture, in the rise of fascism. This gave many opportunities for the fascist infiltration and dismemberment of the state apparatus. This was particularly clear in the infiltration of the administration, the police, the judiciary, and the army, notably in Germany through appeals to national greatness. It was also evident in the disarticulation of central and local government, with the latter providing important power bases prior to the assault on the central apparatus, FD, pp 63, 74, 110, 334-5, 337-9, 350-1. Nonetheless, although he recognizes the significant contribution made by these institutional fissures and the crisis of the liberal parliamentary order, Poulantzas insists that fascism can only be explained in the last instance in terms of the determining role of the class struggle, FD, pp 40, 63, and passim. This holds not only for the rise of fascism but also for the nature and functions of the fascist state itself. In PPSC, Poulantzas described the fascist state as a complex phenomenon that cannot be inserted into the typological framework of the capitalist state. For it is characterized by an articulation of the economic and political which differs from the theoretically typical form. Since it appears in a capitalist society, it obviously displays many features of the capitalist state, but it is still sufficiently divergent historically to place it on the margin of that type of state, PPSC, pp 293-4. This view is repeated in FD. For Poulantzas now describes fascism as being located at the extreme limit of the capitalist state, FD, p. 57. But, whereas Poulantzas effectively ignored the fascist state in writing PPSC, he later considered it had become sufficiently threatening to warrant detailed examination. Thus FD tries to specify the fascist state in terms of three interrelated criteria: the distinction between normal and exceptional states, the general periodization of the capitalist state, and the different forms of 243. Exceptional regime. Since the first two criteria have already been discussed in Chapter 4, I will focus here on the differentia specifica of the fascist regime. In PPSC, Poulantzas considered the capitalist state from three interrelated viewpoints. He discussed the place of the political region in the structural matrix of capitalism, the distinctive juridico-political institutional structures of the capitalist state, and the specificity of the political class struggle in capitalist societies. The structural matrix is the same for fascist states in the period of monopoly capitalism as it is for normal states. Thus FD focuses on the peculiar institutional features of fascist dictatorships and on their distinctive function in the political class struggle. In this way, Poulantzas maintains his interest in the juridico-political field and the problem of hegemony. Moreover, just as PPSC considered that the specific institutional features of the normal state were crucial in providing the framework for the democratic struggle for hegemony, FD suggests that the structures of the fascist state were instrumental in allowing monopoly capital to establish its hegemony in a period of political crisis. Indeed, Poulantzas now argues quite explicitly that particular forms of state and regime correspond to determinate policies on the part of the bourgeoisie, FD, p. 154. In this way he emphasizes how closely institutional forms and political strategies are connected. This connection also informs our own discussion. Reorganizing the state under fascism. The fascist regime prosecutes an open war against the working class in order to nullify its earlier political and economic gains and massively to extend its exploitation. It is also involved in reorganizing the power bloc and re-articulating the dominant ideology to the advantage of monopoly capital. These objectives call for a much enhanced relative autonomy, and this is reflected in the specific institutional features of the fascist state. In particular, poulantzas refers to the centralization of the RSA. Initially this occurs under the dominance of the fascist party and later under that of an all-pervasive political police system, FD, pp 111-2, 318-9, 339-43, 352-3. In tandem with the reorganization of the RSA, there is a substantial reduction in the freedom of ISIS to operate outside party and / or police control. This enables the ISIS to be used to legitimate. 244. Fascist mobilization and repression as well as to rework the dominant ideology, FD, pp 315-6, 333. These specifically fascist features are combined with the general characteristics of the exceptional state. Poulantzas argues that there is a definite rank order of dominance in the stabilized fascist state: political police, administration, and army, FD, p. 332. The political police establishes its dominance through building parallel power networks. These enable it to infiltrate and supervise the other branches of the state. They permit the police to manage contradictions and conflicts within the state by rapid shifts in the transmission of power. This serves four key functions. It prevents non-hegemonic classes or fractions from entrenching themselves in fixed institutional bastions. It also avoids the political rigidity that would stem from the crystallization of specific spheres of competence among branches of the state. It also helps to provide a counterweight to the dangers of bureaucratism once parliamentary control through elections and competitive parties is suspended. And, fourthly, it helps the hegemonic fraction to disguise its real power from other elements in the power bloc as well as from the masses, FD, pp 329-30. These features are said to be particularly clear in the case of the SS in Germany. For the SS enjoyed an unlimited sphere of intervention, in the army, the administration, the judiciary, the Nazi Party, and the ISIS, and an, almost, unlimited scope of intervention, ranging from security matters to administrative and military questions, FD, pp 341-3. In Italy the role of the political police, OCRA, and militia, MVSN, was admittedly less marked. But Poulantzas still insists that it occupied the dominant position in the stabilized fascist state, FD, p. 353. In both cases he considers the political police to be a crucial element in the enhanced relative autonomy of the fascist state. In his view, the police apparatus is not controlled by the party as a whole but is fully subordinated to the fascist leadership. It is the party leader's preferred means of pursuing fascist policies and managing the balance of forces, FD, pp 343, 353. The dominance of the political police is also associated with modifications in the juridical system and the role of the judiciary. For law in the fascist state, as in other forms of exceptional regime, ceases to regulate the relations among different parts of the state system. Nor does it any longer set limits to the state's interventions in the wider society. Instead, the rule of law in civil and constitutional matters is displaced in favor of the cult of il duce, or the so-called 245. Führerprinzip. This breaks down the strict principle of bureaucratic hierarchy and spheres of competence in favor of arbitrary, ad hoc control by the political police. At the same time, ideological soundness rather than objective guilt is emphasized in the administration of law. This reinforces the ideological role of the state in legitimating repression and reorganizing hegemony, FD, pp 320-3, 343-4, 353-4. Poulantzas ranks the army third in importance in the stabilized fascist state. This is because the actions of the police and fascist party confine it to a purely military role in contrast with its more general political and ideological role in the pre-fascist period, FD, pp 134, 333, 337, 341, 353. The administration continues to play an important role, but it is subordinate to the political police in all areas except the management of the economy. The latter field of state intervention retains a significant degree of autonomy from police controls. This should not be taken to mean that the administration acts independently in the economic field. For poulantzas notes that the conduct of economic policy is closely controlled by the fascist party leadership and is also subject to the influence of corporatist organizations dominated by monopoly capital, FD, pp 112-3, 134, 194-5, 221-2, 344. The relative insulation of the economic from the political police is also reflected in the field of business law. For this remains largely untouched by fascism and retains its formal, rational legal qualities, FD, pp 323-4. More generally, poulantzas notes that the fascist state involves an expansion of job opportunities for the new petty bourgeoisie. This reflects the distinctive weight of the petty bourgeoisie in the fascist movement and is associated with an increase in bureaucratism, FD, pp 112, 257, 264, 267-8, 327-8. The ISAs and mass mobilization under fascism. Poulantzas also discusses the reorganization of the ISAs. In common with other forms of exceptional state, fascism suspends the electoral principle and eliminates the plural party system. This occurs because they are no longer effective means of mass integration and indoctrination into the dominant ideology, FD, pp 324-5. In particular, it is essential for fascism to smash not only the revolutionary organizations of the working class but also the Social Democratic Party apparatus. For the latter's role in integrating the 246 masses and diffusing bourgeois ideology depends on its continuing ability to secure significant economic corporate concessions for the working class. This is clearly unacceptable at a time when the economic contradictions besetting the dominant classes can only be resolved through increased exploitation, FD, pp 151-3. But this does not mean that fascism can rely solely on organized repression to control the working class. It must also establish new ideological apparatuses to absorb resistance and mobilize support. Poulantzas suggests that this essential task cannot fall to the fascist party itself, since it is too closely identified, organizationally and ideologically, with the petty bourgeoisie. Thus he concludes that a major role in the ideological offensive of capital against the working class must fall to the fascist trade union apparatus, FD, pp 165-6, 195-7, 221-2. Indeed, Poulantzas suggests that, although the bourgeois state can in principle do without an ideological apparatus of the party type especially intended for the working class, it is absolutely incapable of doing without a trade union type apparatus, FD, p 196, italics in original. The German Labor Front and the left trade unionist wing of Italian fascism thus had major roles in integrating and subordinating the working class. But, since trade unions can only function in this way by acting as a channel for working class demands, the fascist leadership and the bourgeoisie always mistrusted them, FD, pp 196, 221. Thus, even if it had not been necessary to reorganize the ISA system to neutralize the resistance and or mobilize the support of other classes and social categories, fascism would still have needed to adopt additional ideological measures directed at the working class. As it happened, there was a general multiplication of ISAs under the control of the fascist party. There was a complex, interconnecting web of associations and organizations covering every class and social category. In this context, Poulantzas argues that the fascist state is based on the permanent mobilization of the masses through fascist organizations. This mobilization serves various purposes. In particular, it helps to reorganize the dominant ideological cement in the wake of the generalist ideological crisis and to legitimate the increased repression required in an open war of manœuvre, FD, pp 316, 331. Besides the general multiplication of ISIS targeted on different groups, there are several other major changes in the ideological sphere. In particular, the relative independence of different ISIS one from another is reduced, and the ISIS as a whole are 247. Brought under much closer control by the RSA itself. The Fascist Party has a major role in this context. 4. Although it loses its dominant position in the state proper once the fascist regime is stabilized, it still performs two critical ideological functions. It comes to act as a transmission belt for subordinating the ISIS to the RSA, and it also serves as a vehicle for centralist coordination of the various ISIS in developing the new dominant ideology. Poulantzas admits that the political police exercises an important ideological function within the RSA itself, and that it is always concerned with the ideological effects of its repressive activities within the wider society. But he emphasizes that it is primarily through the Fascist Party itself that the ISIS are subordinated to the state. FD, pp 333, 340-1, 345-6. Another distinctive feature of the fascist regime is the role of the mass media, radio, press, and cinema. This reinforces the role of the party within each ISA. It enables the Fascist Party to communicate directly with the people and to orchestrate their ideological mobilization from above. FD, pp 333, 345-6, 354-5. In addition, the regime seeks to infiltrate society at the base by securing at least one representative within each family and by fostering a distinctive fascist family spirit and mode of conduct. FD, pp 255, 333, 346-7, cf. 1976 pp 94-5. Conversely, the roles of the traditional educational system and the religious apparatus are demoted as other means of indoctrination become more important. Their role as bastions of power within the state is thereby undermined, and non-hegemonic classes and fractions are further weakened. FD, pp 347-9, 354-6. Overall, Poulantzas concludes that party, family, and propaganda are the trinity dominating the ideological state apparatus under fascism. FD, p. 333, italics in original. Elsewhere, Poulantzas relates the ideological appeal of fascism to its subsequent institutionalization. He argues that fascism was able to take account of a series of deep popular aspirations more or less specific to each class, fraction, or social category. Among other examples, he cites the themes of workers' self-management, socialization of property, and the ties of blood and soil in the face of urban exploitation. This was associated with a definite dislocation and decentralization of state apparatuses according to the classes, fractions, and categories to which they principally addressed themselves. 1976 p. 102. Thus Poulantzas writes that 248. From the family to the school, to the youth organizations, to the cultural apparatuses and the church, from the fascist parties to the fascist unions, from the administration, the bureaucratic apparatus of the state, to the army, from the SA to the SS, Nazism, and to the political police, Italian militia, one actually discovers, under the unifying umbrella of the leadership principle and its discourse, a prodigiously contradictory tangle of several regional ideological sub-ensembles. This results in the constant doubling and parallelism of the apparatuses, networks, and transmission belts of power, and gives rise to the internal contradictions of fascism. 1976 p. 103, italics in original. Because different classes, fractions, and categories felt they could use one or more state apparatuses to advance their own interests within fascism, they could be mobilized in its support. But at the same time they would work through these apparatuses to demand the implementation of real fascism as they had understood it, in contradistinction to its actual developmental tendencies. 1976 p. 104. Here one might draw a parallel with changes in the RSA. The manifold infiltration of the RSA by the political police simply transforms contradictions among branches of the state into contradictions within each branch, FD, p. 329. In the same way the fascisation of the ISAs merely shifts the channels and form of class conflict in the ideological domain. In all cases the management of these internal contradictions depends on the flexible use of parallel power networks and the constant switching of the transmission belts of power, FD, pp 329-30. But these contradictions still leave their mark in the state. For the constant changes in the balance of forces require constantly changing concessions to different subordinate groups as the price of consolidating the long-term domination of monopoly capital. How fascist regimes served monopoly capital. Despite the need for compromise and concession on the part of fascism, Poulantzas nonetheless argues that its prime function was to encourage the economic, political, and ideological domination of monopoly capital, FD, pp 20-21, 87-90, 111, 135. This occurred. 249. Through the restructuring of the state system, including the ISAs, and the reorganization of the balance of forces. In this way earlier obstacles to monopoly domination were removed and specific measures to the advantage of monopoly capital were adopted. In the economic field this is most evident in two spheres. It can be seen in the development of the war economy, which Poulantzas appears to link to the inter-imperialist struggle for hegemony, and it can be seen in the massive extension of capitalist relations of production into the countryside under the dominance of big capital, FD, pp 28, 31, 32, 92, 99, 117-120, 283-4, 289, 294-5. These changes were associated with shifts in the form and content of state economic intervention. Poulantzas suggests that Italy and Germany had skipped the form of the liberal state but adds that the generalist intervention of the pre-fascist state was not sufficiently favorable to monopoly capital. Thus the fascist state concentrates its intervention on big capital more directly than before, FD, pp 29, 34. In relation to Germany, for example, Poulantzas writes that everything contributed to this end: forced cartelization, price stabilization, the denationalization of banks and enterprises, wages policy, fiscal and budgetary policy, public works and state requisitions, and, above all, the war economy, FD, p. 95. More generally he suggests that other fractions of capital gained despite their increasing subordination to monopoly capital. For fascism presided over an advance in the capitalist forces of production through industrial development, technological innovation, and an increase in the productivity of labor. In this sense fascism could not be said to be economically retrograde, FD, p. 96. Poulantzas also argues that the working class was by no means the principal economic victim of fascism. Indeed it gained from the absorption of unemployment and an increase in real wages, despite the increase in economic exploitation. The role of the fascist unions was also important here. This did not mean that real wages recovered to their former high points, 1921 in Italy, 1930 in Germany, and the increase was reversed with the outbreak of depression in Italy and war in Germany. But Poulantzas nonetheless suggests that increased real wages helped to neutralize a working class resistance to fascism. In addition, the fascist policy of deliberately accentuating the wages hierarchy also divided and confused the working class, FD, pp 167, 192, 226, cf 1976c, pp 97-8. In contrast to the fascist economic approach to the working classes. 250. The marked impoverishment and exploitation of agricultural workers. This class had the dubious distinction of being the principal economic victim of fascism. Poulantzas indicates that the traditional petty bourgeoisie in countryside and town alike also suffered from the growing economic domination of monopoly capital, FD, pp 167, 283, 290, 295. Likewise, although they enjoyed increased job opportunities within the state and industry, the new petty bourgeoisie also experienced a decline in living standards, FD, pp 167, 256-7, 263-4, 267. Moreover, although fascism initially presided over a forward rush in the development of production, poulantzas also emphasizes that it culminated in war and the prodigious destruction of the productive forces, FD, pp 98-100. The reorganization of the state system secured the political domination of monopoly capital by establishing the conditions for the structural determination of its hegemony within the power block and over the people. This occurred in several steps and through various institutional changes. In particular, poulantzas refers to the subordination or liquidation of SAS that provided bastions of power for other fractions and classes. In this connection he mentions the army, the church, the Italian monarchy, the social democratic ISA, the local government system, and, eventually, the fascist party itself, FD, pp 28, 91, 111-112, 123-4, 133, 151-4, 307-8, 333, 336-9, 341, 348, 351, 355. In addition, he notes how the stabilized fascist state was dominated by the political police apparatus as the means through which the fascist leadership exerted power on behalf of monopoly capital. These changes were also coupled with a reduction in the mutual independence of the ISAs and their subordination to the RSA through the agency of the fascist party. At the same time, poulantzas suggests that the representatives of monopoly capital increasingly penetrated into the state system through the fascist leadership, corporatist organizations, and the state economic apparatus, FD, pp 112-3, 134, 326-7, 342, 344. He also implies that fascism managed to resolve the twin problems of economic and national unity from which both Italy and Germany had suffered hitherto. It achieved this through the dissolution of residual feudal relations of production and the centralization of state power at the expense of local and provincial governments, FD, pp 27, 30, 33-4, 90, 115, 123, 339, 351-2. In the ideological field, fascism secured the domination of big capital in two main ways. It rearticulated the dominant ideology in an 251 imperialist direction and it reorganized the ISA system. In particular, poulantzas implies that the fascist program provided the means to reconcile the interests of medium capital and landed property with those of monopoly capital so that the latter could establish its own hegemony within the power block, FD, p. 87. At the same time, the populist and nationalist elements of fascist ideology and the various fascist ISAs oriented to the popular masses helped to consolidate the hegemony of monopoly capital over the people. Indeed, poulantzas argues that the failed Risorgimento in Italy and the bourgeois revolution imposed from above in Germany meant that the national unity proper to capitalism was far from realization when fascism came to power. This enabled the fascist parties to present themselves as champions of national unity and to portray Mussolini as the continuer of Garibaldi and Hitler as the heir of Bismarck. They were also able to exploit ambiguities concerning this nationalism among certain popular classes, especially the rural masses and petty bourgeoisie. Moreover, this emphasis on national unity could be linked with the imperialist aggression of monopoly capital through reference to the place of Italy and Germany in the imperialist chain. This is evident in the Italian fascist theme of proletarian nations or Nazi complaints about the Versailles Treaty and reparations, FD, pp 129-30, 190-1, 252, 255, cf 1976b, pp 98-100. The resistance to fascism. None of this should be taken to mean that Poulantzas sees fascism as enjoying unqualified and universal popular support. Indeed, he stresses the exemplary heroism of numerous unknown militants in resisting the Nazi regime, and also notes that the resistance of the Italian working class to fascism was stronger and more enduring than the early efforts of the German working class, FD, pp 188, 219. But he also insists that fascism had a definite popular impact, albeit with peaks and troughs of support, and that this played a decisive role in the stabilization of the fascist regimes in Italy and Germany, 1976, pp 88-89, 95, and Passim, cf. 1967, Passim, and cd. p. 71. This is why the question of the most appropriate anti-fascist strategy is so important for Poulantzas. For it affects the labor movement's capacities to check the rise of fascism and to fragment its support when in power. 252. The theoretical critique offered in FD. On a historical level, FD is structured around a critique of three alternative accounts of fascism. These, as one might expect from someone who is politically engaged, are written from other left-wing viewpoints. Firstly, there is the Comintern-Stomachap thesis that fascism involves a fusion between the state and monopoly capital to the exclusion of other dominant fractions and classes. A second account suggests that fascism represents the political dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie acting as a third force. Poulantzas describes this as the social democratic thesis. He also considers the recurrent view that fascism is a Bonapartist phenomenon corresponding to a general or catastrophic equilibrium between capital and labor, FD, pp 83-5. Poulantzas suggests that each of these accounts errs in its one-sided treatment of one or another feature of fascism. Thus Poulantzas claims that the Stomachap thesis exaggerates the historical function of fascism in consolidating the economic, political, and ideological domination of monopoly capital within the power bloc and over the people by suggesting that this is achieved to the exclusion of other fractions. Likewise, the social democratic thesis overemphasizes the essentially petty bourgeois character of the initial social basis of fascism during its rise to power and first phase of rule. It then compounds the error by generalizing this class character to the very different period of fascist stabilization. Thirdly, the Bonapartist thesis absolutizes the extensive relative autonomy enjoyed by the fascist state in its work of social reorganization for and on behalf of capital. It thereby suggests that the fascist state gains sufficient autonomy to act against the long-term interests of monopoly capital. Naturally, Poulantzas disagrees with all three approaches, although his objections are primarily theoretical rather than empirical. He himself tries to steer a middle course through these approaches. Thus, whilst criticizing their one-sidedness, he also attempts to reveal their roots in the particular conjuncture to which fascism corresponds. This involves a transition to the overall domination of monopoly capitalism in the context of a political crisis that prevents monopoly capital from establishing its hegemony through normal democratic politics. This indicates the need for an exceptional state that can only be constructed through a mass movement such as fascism. But the petty bourgeois basis of this movement does not mean that it becomes the dominant class when fascism is consolidated. FD, Passim. 253. On the relative autonomy and class functions of fascism. In criticizing these alternative accounts, Poulantzas is on strong historical as well as theoretical ground in relation to the Stomachap thesis and the view that fascism is reducible merely to a dictatorship of the petty bourgeoisie. But was he also right to reject more recent versions of the Bonapartist thesis? Whatever the merits of Thalheimer, Gramsci, Bauer, and other pre-war advocates of a Bonapartist account, recent studies suggest that, at least in the German case, the stabilized fascist state gained sufficient political independence to harm the long-term interests of capital. Poulantzas himself cites Schweitzer, 1964, and Mason, 1968, see also the magisterial study of Broschett, 1981. Indeed, it is precisely in the conceptual field of relative autonomy that Poulantzas has made his own that his account of fascism is at its most vulnerable. In particular, poulantzas implies that fascism did actually solve the problems confronting monopoly capital in Italy and Germany. This approach can only be sustained through two dubious techniques. Firstly, poulantzas emphasizes the global political function of fascism. Thus, measures against the immediate economic corporate interests of monopoly capital can be justified in terms of their contribution to an equilibrium of compromise favorable to its political domination. There is nothing intrinsically wrong with such an hypothesis. But it must be substantiated conjuncturally. Otherwise, the concept of a global political function operates in a purely subsumptionist manner and substitutes a functionalist approach for concrete analyses. Secondly, poulantzas curtails his analyses before the real contradictions in the management of the war economy and the dynamics of the fascist state become significant. Indeed, although he correctly identifies the war economy as an essential element in consolidating the economic domination of monopoly capital, poulantzas fails to explore its management and development in any real detail. But it is precisely here that disputes over the primacy of politics and the relative autonomy of the fascist state have occurred and could perhaps have been resolved. The Nazi Party state did score some initial successes in restoring capital accumulation in the German economy and in consolidating an informal empire in the Balkans. But the subsequent development of the peacetime war economy also introduced new structural disequilibria into the economic system. See, for example, 254. Farquharson, 1983, pages 137-51, Overy, 1982, Passim, Simpson, 1969, Mason, 1975. In contrast, the more muted autonomy of the Italian fascist regime appears to have been compatible with the forward rush of capitalism that poulantzas suggests occurred in both societies. This argument is central to Gregor's account of Italian fascism and developmental dictatorship, 1979, and is also sustained in other studies, example Sardi, 1971, and Acquarone, 1969. A major problem in assessing poulantzas's economic arguments is that he effectively halts his analysis with the stabilization of fascism. He dates this at 1925-6 for the Italian case and 1933-4 for the German. He then dismisses the subsequent contradictions between big capital and fascism, which are nowhere examined in detail, as being merely the effects of the juggling game played by fascism in managing the unstable equilibrium of compromise, FD, p. 113. Likewise, the eventual destruction of productive forces and military defeat suffered by fascism are simply treated as an effect of imperialism, FD, pp. 98-9. Poulantzas makes no attempt to establish whether alternative foreign, economic, military, diplomatic, policies could have averted such destruction and defeat and won a more secure position of international hegemony or domination for Italian or German monopoly capital. In this respect, poulantzas operates with an unreconstructed Leninist approach that sees territorial wars of redivision as an inevitable outcome of imperialism. This is also reflected in his reductionist assumption that the aggressive imperialist elements of fascist ideology are a necessary ideological expression of the interests of monopoly capital, FD, pp 104-5, 128, and especially pp 252-3. In neither case does poulantzas consider alternative imperialist strategies, such as those developed in the current phase of internationalization of production, or alternative imperialist ideologies. In discussing the fascist state, therefore, poulantzas remains firmly committed to his view that relative autonomy is ultimately functional for capital accumulation and bourgeois political domination. He correctly noted the coincidence of interests between monopoly capital and fascism, but did not conclude that this coincidence might prove provisional and unstable. This leads him to ignore the continuing dynamic of the fascist state after its stabilization and to suggest that it attained just that degree of autonomy and unity necessary to secure the hegemony of monopoly capital. Thus, whilst demonstrating that fascism initially served the interests of monopoly. 255. Capital, poulantzas denies that primacy of politics subsequently operated against these interests. He therefore rejects evidence about the dysfunctionality of the internal contradictions of the fascist state. And he also suggests that the stabilized fascist state actually succeeded in resolving the various crises that plagued the preceding period. On the unity of the fascist state. Similar problems occur in his analysis of the class unity of the fascist state. Here Poulantzas claims that the reorganization of the state system under the dominance of the political police secures its reunification after a phase when it had been more or less seriously dismembered, FD, pp 333-5. At the same time he recognizes the extreme degree of duplication of parallel power networks and transmission belts and argues that the internal contradictions of the exceptional state acquire great significance, FD, p. 329, cf 1976*. Although he insists on the ultimate functionality of this duplication and its ultimate transcendence in a distinctive form of unity, Poulantzas provides no evidence to support this claim, nor could he do so. Indeed, recent studies of the Nazi state indicate that it was exactly this duplication of parallel power networks and transmission belts that facilitated the increasing primacy of politics to the detriment not only of the capital but also to the long-term survival of the regime itself. Thus Broschett argues that the Third Reich was only able to conduct systematic and successful policies as long as its radical ideological momentum and the antagonism deriving from this were restrained and contained by the conservative, authoritarian elements of the administration, armed forces, and business, who were bent on preserving their state and power, and as long as the regime's foreign policy kept within the framework of traditional nationalist aims. M. Broschett, 1982, p. 14. In many respects Broschett's account of the Nazi state from 1934 to 1937/8 confirms FD's general propositions about the political flexibility, increased efficiency, and enhanced power of the fascist state during its second, stabilized phase. Neither Broschett nor 256. Poulantzas give due weight to the fact that this jungle of competing and overlapping economic organizations, interest groups, and authorities, which was essential for preserving the political power of the Nazi leadership, precluded effective economic planning and administration. Mason, 1969, p. 85. But Broschett does indicate the emergence of a third phase in 1937/8. In this period the state was continually restructured as the Hitler regime shifted to an expansionist foreign and war policy and implemented more radical measures to realize the National Socialist order at home. This phase involved a marked proliferation of apparatuses, special powers, ad hoc authorities, etc., and produced an increasingly particularistic, fragmented and disunified system of state power. The driving force of the state came from an ever more radical pursuit of National Socialist ideological goals. Broschett, 1982, pp. 262-360, Bracher, 1973, pp. 423-50, 506-11, Kaplan, 1977, pp. 89-90, 95-6. In this sense the primacy of politics in the management of the war economy found its institutional support in a decisive restructuring of the Nazi state itself. It is certainly true that this third phase coincides with the increasing dominance of the political police. It is also true that this occurred, as Poulantzas indicated, at the expense of the party. But it also occurred, contrary to Poulantzas' suggestion, at the expense of the political representatives, Nazi and non-Nazi alike, of the power bloc inside the state. Cf. Kaplan, 1977. Poulantzas also misinterprets the nature of the fascist state in Italy in assimilating it to the Nazi regime. In particular he exaggerates the role of the political police, an emphasis which seems to embarrass Poulantzas himself, and also sidesteps the issue of the fascist state's political class unity. The PNF was certainly subordinated to the state apparatus, but this did not mean that the political police itself was dominant branch of the RSA. Most recent studies suggest instead that this position fell by default to the traditional bureaucratic apparatus. See Sabatucci, 1979, Acquarone, 1965, Passim, and Acquarone, 1964, and Littleton, 1973, pp 269-30-1. But his attempts to attribute the same structural pattern to the German and Italian fascist regimes are very hesitant. Example FD, pp 14, 35-0, 352-6. Indeed, Poulantzas himself concedes that the independence of the various branches of the RSA was greater, the influence of the political police less pervasive, the role of regular courts more. 257. Significant, the multiplication of apparatuses less evident and the relative autonomy of the various ISAs less severely suppressed, than in the allegedly archetypal case of Nazism, FD, pp 353-6. At the same time, he firmly rejects any suggestion that the Italian fascist state can be described as merely a traditional bureaucratic dictatorship or treated as an authoritarian regime in contrast with the totalitarian character of the Nazi state, FD, p. 354. Poulantzas is quite right to insist upon the continued importance of the PNF as a dynamic element in the Italian state. But, even if the authoritarian-totalitarian distinction represents them in an ideologically distorted manner, it does capture significant differences between Italian and German fascism. See, for example, Lenz, 1978, Passim. This raises more general problems about the criteria Poulantzas employs in his analysis of different forms of state and regime. Indeed, one wonders why he did not adopt his earlier theoretical stratagem of suggesting that actual states are characterized by a combination of state forms, PPSC, p. 144. Even in FD he argues that Spanish fascism is a complex form which also belongs to the category of fascism but which is definable firstly as a military dictatorship, FD, p. 13. It would have strengthened his argument to apply the same argument to Italian fascism and consider it as a combination of fascism and traditional bureaucratic dictatorship. Some unanswered questions. It appears that Poulantzas is eager to emphasize the functions of fascist regimes for capitalism and to play down its dysfunctions. It is surely more appropriate to consider the exceptional state as a crisis form of state. We could then consider how the crises to which it corresponds are displaced or transformed during the course of its construction, stabilization, and normalization. We could also consider how the ways in which one set of crises is resolved determine the form and content of subsequent crises and how they will be resolved in turn. C.F. Debray, 1973, pp. 147-8. It would have been particularly interesting to consider at least the following 5 questions. 1. Did the resolution of the crisis of representation through the liquidation of non-fascist parties generate new representational? 258. Crises during the suggested third phase of the Nazi state? To what extent did a similar pattern occur in Italy? 2. Did the resolution of the ideological crisis through the displacement of the erstwhile dominant ideology through petty bourgeois ideology provide a continuing source of contradictions in Italian and German fascism alike? 3. Did the resolution of the institutional crisis of the liberal state through the suspension of rational legal forms in favor of the Führerprinzip and arbitrariness contribute to the subsequent fragmentation and dismemberment of the Nazi state? And to what extent did a similar pattern occur in Italy? 4. Did the resolution of the economic contradictions within the power bloc produce new structural disequilibria in the management of the peacetime war economy? 5. Given that fascism liquidated independent working class organizations but also installed its own trade union type apparatus, did the fascist commitment to butter as well as guns provoke economic, political, and ideological contradictions? In C.D. Poulantzas argues that the military dictatorships fell because struggles at a distance from the state intensified their internal contradictions. Mason deploys similar arguments for Nazism. He writes that the Nazi Party had been brought to power to end unemployment, and in the later 1930s the government proved unable to make the great reappraisal and reorganization necessary to cope with its success. Secondly, the labor shortage could not be met by economic contraction since this would have slowed down rearmament. Thirdly, the built-in need of the totalitarian regime to obtain the constant loyalty and continuous adulation of those classes of society which had most reason to hate it, disabled it from effective intervention in the labor market until internal crisis had made such intervention essential and external crisis had provided the necessary justification. Mason, 1969, p. 85. Mason concluded that the only solution open to the Nazi regime for the structural tensions and crises produced by dictatorship and rearmament was more dictatorship and rearmament, then expansion, then war and terror, then plunder and enslavement. 259. 1969, p. 86, cf. Idem, 1975, pp. 176-88. In short, far from resolving the crises that brought National Socialism to power, its policies seem only to have displaced them. The role of popular resistance and passivity and the inability of the fascist regime to develop a coherent strategy towards the popular masses seems to have played a major role in precipitating the move to a war which ultimately ended in the defeat of fascism. It is not implausible to attribute this defeat in part to the internal contradictions that made it difficult to introduce a planned war economy and encouraged the fascist state to enter an unwinnable war. Because he neglects such possibilities, poulantzas illegitimately reinforces the case for the functionality of fascism. There are occasional glimpses of these questions in FD, but they never constitute a decisive problem for poulantzas. Thus we find the odd reference to the fact that the existence of the fascist party and fascist ideology were crucial factors in the relative autonomy of the fascist state form monopoly capital. There is also the one-off concession that fascist policy in the end comes to antagonist big capital, FD, p. 113. But the general thrust of his account is functionalist in character, and his general conclusion is that fascism secured the conditions for monopoly domination. In defense of poulantzas. In criticizing Poulantzas's analysis of the fascist regime in Italy and Germany, we have inadvertently neglected the merits of his interpretation of the rise of fascism. It is certainly rich in theoretical determinations, cf. Lacotte, 1977, p. 81, and Kaplan, 1977, p. 98. It also provides a necessary corrective to more facile accounts from a Marxist or institutionalist perspective. Poulantzas deals with such matters as the weak links in the imperialist chain, the contradictions of the transition to dominance of monopoly capital, the periodization of class struggle and consequent rejection of general or catastrophic crises of equilibrium as explanatory factors, the specificity of the political crises to which fascism is one solution, the generalist ideological crisis, the strategic failures of the communist movement, the antithesis between social democracy and the fascist party as ISIS, and the periodization of the growth of fascism. All of these analyses are insightful and illuminating even where one would want to quarrel with particular theoretical emphases or empirical illustrations. 260. Recent research has tended to confirm much of Poulantzas's interpretation of the rise of fascism and provided further support for his focus on the dual crisis of hegemony and the ideological crisis confronting the power bloc. More generally, Poulantzas's analysis of the rise of fascism develops an approach that breaks with his earlier structuralist pretensions and places the class struggle and specific conjunctures at the heart of his interpretation. Here he also adumbrates a relational approach to class interests and power that is developed more fully in SBS. This is particularly clear in his discussion of how the power of monopoly capital depends on the strategic errors of the communist movement and the class nature of social democracy. It also emerges in his analysis of how the interests of the working class shift according to particular steps in the class struggle. Concluding remarks. The emphasis on theoretical and strategic criticism in FD means that Poulantzas separates the development of his general propositions from the presentation of historical argument. This leads to an unfortunate lack of integration between theoretical and historical materials. Thus Rabenbach refers to an unwieldy dualism of structuralist method and historical material, and Kaplan notes that extreme theoretical precision is combined with crude empirical inaccuracy. Rabenbach, 1976, p. 148, Kaplan, 1977, p. 84. Since its fragmented historical narrative is intended mainly to illustrate general theoretical propositions, FD cannot really be described as a serious historiographical work. This made it quite difficult to reconstruct anything like a coherent account of Poulantzas's views on the rise of fascism and its subsequent development as an economic, political, and ideological regime. This is most clear in the case of Italy, to which Poulantzas devotes less attention, but also holds true for Nazism in Germany, which he regards as the quintessential illustration of fascism. However, FD's essentially theoretical character does not mean that we can disregard any historical errors, inconsistencies, or weaknesses in assessing it. This would imply that the theoretical and strategic issues to which Poulantzas addresses himself are valid irrespective of their relevance to specific historical situations. Yet, if Poulantzas 261 overlooks significant contradictions in fascist regimes, say, or misunderstands the fall of the military dictatorships, his basic theoretical and strategic approach could well be responsible. This would make it irrelevant in other conjunctures. Thus, although we should not concentrate on his historiographical weaknesses at the expense of more general theoretical and strategic issues, we must still consider how well Poulantzas tackles particular circumstances and events. Unfortunately, there are serious difficulties here in both FD and, as we shall see later, in CD. In particular, Poulantzas's residually structuralist approach to the fascist state prevents him from subjecting fascism in power to the same detailed, conjunctural analyses that he provides for the rise of fascism, Kaplan, 1977, p. 95. Even in the latter area, where Poulantzas is at his strongest, he tends to fall into a voluntarist or economist strategic approach. Thus in large part he attributes the emergence of fascism to failures of communist strategy, implying that a change in strategy would have been sufficient to avoid fascism, at the same time as arguing that the economism, lack of mass line, etc. affecting these failures was somehow an inevitable product of the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union, implying an economist reduction of these errors. C.F. Ben said, 1973, pp 267-81, Rabinbach, 1976, pp 168-70. In this sense it is difficult to know what strategic conclusions to draw from FD. Both his insistence that there was a point of no return and his economistic account of the origins of economism in the Comintern suggest that fascism was inevitable. But, in defending Lenin's theses on the United Front and Dimitrov's views on the anti-fascist Popular Front, Poulantzas appears to argue that a correct political line would have staved off fascism. These issues are, of course, beside the point today. FD was written to criticize the survival of Comintern errors in the current line of orthodox communist parties and to argue for a mass line, United Front and Popular Front in the struggle against dictatorships in Mediterranean Europe. Thus we should postpone further discussion of the strategic, as opposed to theoretical, implications of fascism and dictatorship until we have considered Poulantzas's views on the military dictatorships of Spain, Greece, and Portugal. For Littleton suggests that the fascist state was a police state but also argues that the political police was controlled by the traditional bureaucracy rather than the party. Thus, although his account provides some support for Poulantzas, this support is heavily qualified. 262. 9. Military regimes and anti-dictatorial struggles. The Greek military dictatorship installed in April 1967 raised crucial political and strategic questions for Poulantzas. Yet these questions were initially separated, along with his political involvement in the anti-dictatorial struggle, from his more general theoretical interests. Later Poulantzas came to see the intimate connection between such questions and more general problems in Marxist state theory. Indeed, he admitted that conflicts over political strategy within the Greek left were premised on very different conceptions of the state, 1979a, p. 197. Two further events gave fresh impetus to his theoretical and strategic reflections. For the Greek regime surprised many on the left by collapsing without any significant direct involvement of the popular masses. Conversely, at more or less the same time, the so-called Portuguese Revolution provided a living laboratory for socialist and communist strategies in a European context. This prompted a lively debate outside Portugal about the course of its struggles for democracy and socialism and their lessons. This was particularly significant in the light of the emerging trend towards Euro-communism. Poulantzas analyzed the crisis of the dictatorships to establish the links between political strategy and general state theory. Moreover, on the occasion of its republication in 1976 and with the benefit of another year's developments in Greece, Portugal, and Spain, he added some further thoughts on the anti-dictatorial struggle and the struggle for democratic socialism. In particular, Poulantzas could comment on the collapse of the Portuguese Revolution following the debacle of the November Putsch in 1975 by left-wing elements in the armed forces movement. This gave the two editions of CD an immediacy lacking in his work on fascism. In this chapter I discuss the general argument of CD and relate it to Poulantzas's more general views on political strategy. First, thoughts on the Greek coup. Poulantzas raised the question of popular struggles against the military dictatorship in his first published comment on the Greek coup d'état. He conceded that the coup had support from the military itself, professional politicians, and the petty bourgeois personnel of the overblown state apparatus. But he rejected the view, widely held on the Greek left, that the military regime could be described as a fascist dictatorship. For it had no popular base, mobilized through a distinctive party and ideology, which would justify its description as fascist. Poulantzas also denied that the general equilibrium of forces necessary for a Bonapartist regime existed in Greece. At the same time, Poulantzas believed that the coup could be consolidated without having acquired a mass base. For it could cultivate support among the personnel of the state so that they became an authentic, independent social force. Thus, reliance on passive resistance to deny the military any mass support might not be enough to topple the colonels. Instead, Poulantzas called for active popular resistance to the regime. This should be combined with an absolute boycott of any organization that it might create in an effort to attract support from the masses. 1967 Passim. Poulantzas does not define what forms this popular resistance should take. But later writings do give some indication of his views at that time. CD is particularly interesting here because Poulantzas admits that the fall of the Greek dictatorship did not conform to his earlier expectations. CD, pp 7, 9, 73, 78, 87, cf 1979a, p 197. Dependent industrialization in Southern Europe. In CD, Poulantzas addresses himself to three interrelated questions. He considers the class character of the military dictatorships in Spain, Portugal, and Greece as societies undergoing a process of dependent industrialization. He examines the various causes of their collapse, and he discusses the nature of the process of 264. Democratization and its relation to anti-monopoly and national liberation struggles in dependent capitalist systems. Let us consider his answers. Poulantzas begins by locating these countries in the current phase of imperialism. Although all three countries had long ago embarked upon their own process of primitive accumulation, whether through the exploitation of colonies or the eastern Mediterranean basin, they later faced various obstacles which blocked further endogenous accumulation and made them dependent on more advanced metropolitan capitals. This was associated with the process of dominated industrialization from the 196 zeros onwards, which occurred under the aegis of foreign capital and at the latter's instigation. CD, pp 10, 15, 19, 54. In this context, foreign investment was primarily concerned to exploit local labor and to secure staging posts for the exploitation of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies and the eastern Mediterranean basin. Among the distinctive features of dependent industrialization, Poulantzas mentions the low level of technology, low levels of productivity, the expatriation of profits, a growing volume of manufactured products in the dependent economy's exports, the export of migrant labor and the destruction of pre-capitalist forms of production. CD, pp 13-18, 24, 28, 41, 69-70, 115. He also argues that the three dictatorships all favored this path of dependent development because of the forces, notably a comprador agrarian bloc or oligarchy in Portugal and Spain and a dominant comprador capital in Greece, whose interests they represented, cd. pp 12, 19-20, 47, 50, 56, 104. At first American capital predominated in this process, but later there was growing EEC investment. This produced significant inter-imperialist contradictions, albeit within the framework of continued American hegemony, as the USA and EEC competed for raw materials, export opportunities, protected markets, staging posts, etc. cd. pp 25-30. This encouraged the polarization of different fractions of the dominant classes towards either US or EEC capital. Disputes also developed within the state apparatus over such issues as Atlanticism or independence in diplomatic and military affairs, cd. pp 29-33. Together with other divisions among the dominant classes, this destabilized hegemony in the power blocks and contributed to the emergent political crisis of the dictatorships, cd. p. 30. Normally this would have provoked U.S. intervention in the internal politics of these regimes to manage the crisis favorably to 265. American interests. The unstable Soviet-American balance of power in the Mediterranean region and the Arab-Israeli conflict served to discourage such intervention. This novel situation enlarged the space for popular struggles as well as for conflicts within the power blocks, cd. pp 39-40. The power bloc independent states. Poulantzas then discussed how the process of dependent industrialization prompted growing disequilibrium in the power bloc. In particular, it promoted a domestic bourgeoisie which is tendentially differentiated from both the comprador and national bourgeois fractions. It is unlike the comprador bourgeoisie because it is not completely subordinated to foreign capital, and unlike the national bourgeoisie because it is not completely independent of foreign capital. Thus, although it has significant contradictions with foreign capital and enjoys a margin of maneuver not available to the comprador fraction, it cannot participate in, let alone lead, an anti-imperialist struggle that might culminate in real national independence, cd. pp 41-45, 58. More generally, its hegemonic capacities are limited by its own internal divisions, its weak economic base, due to its industrial dependency, and the class-wide legacy of weak political organization and limited ideological domination, cd. pp 44-48, 51, 58, 71, 128. Indeed, whenever the domestic bourgeoisie attempted to enhance its economic importance, it found that the dictatorships typically favored the comprador fraction tied to U.S. capital. This encouraged the domestic bourgeoisie to distance itself from the dictatorships and to seek support elsewhere. In particular, it sought closer links with the EEC as a counterweight to the US/comprador connection, and it lent support to the economic demands of the working class. This latter tactic was all the more necessary because it lacked the opportunity for capital flight available to foreign firms and was more dependent on the home market. More generally, it pressed for the liberalization and normalization of the dictatorships so that it could achieve more effective representation of its specific interests, secure long-term political gains from its economic concessions to the popular masses, and enhance its prospects of reorganizing the power bloc under its own hegemony, at the expense of the landed oligarchy and/or. 266. Comprador capital, cd. pp 19-21, 30, 41-7, 51-3, 55-8. But these demands merely contributed to the developing political crisis. For the very institutional form of these regimes made it impossible to resolve the growing disequilibrium in the power bloc through a carefully controlled process of liberalization. Popular struggles and political crisis. Dependent industrialization also affected the popular masses. All three societies saw the expansion of the urban working class, the proletarianization of the peasantry, rural depopulation, an increase in the new middle classes and liberal professions, the decline of the handicraft, manufacturing, and commercial petty bourgeoisie, etc. CD, pp 68-70. Moreover, although the urban working class initially enjoyed rising real living standards, despite its increased exploitation, industrial dependency meant that it was particularly vulnerable to attacks from foreign capital during economic crises, CD, pp 57, 75-6. Even in the absence of economic crises, this pattern of industrialization aggravated class struggles. Thus, in addition to working class resistance in production and peasant opposition to rural proletarianization and the encroachment of industry, Poulantzas notes the growth of struggles over health and social facilities, women's liberation, education, and the position of students, and the status of intellectuals, CD, pp 71-2. He draws particular attention to the involvement of the new urban petty bourgeoisie in these struggles alongside the vanguard role, of the working class. This is significant not only because of the obvious contrast with the fascist case but also because of its major repercussions within the state apparatus, CD, pp 71-3, 107-8. Thus there was an increasing politicization of economic struggles and also an upsurge in open political struggles of an illegal or semi-legal character. But in no case did a mass movement develop to launch a direct frontal assault to overthrow the dictatorships, whether through a people's war or a political general strike or a general insurrectionary uprising. Even the Polytechnic uprising in Athens in 1974 remained relatively isolated within Greece as a whole, and it certainly had no direct role in the overthrow of the dictatorship. Likewise, the African liberation movement in the Portuguese colonies was influential only insofar as it operated at a distance to intensify. 267. Contradictions within the dictatorship itself and especially in the armed forces, CD, pp 76-7. Thus it would be wrong to argue that popular struggles were the direct or principal factor leading to the collapse of the dictatorships in Portugal or Greece or the decomposition of that in Spain. Instead, Poulantzas claims that the specific forms of popular struggle that developed in these countries were indirectly determinant insofar as they precipitated or shaped the internal contradictions of the dictatorships themselves, CD, pp 56, 78-9, 81, 125. This indirect influence occurred because different fractions of the power bloc had different strategic interests vis-a-vis the popular masses. Thus, in the absence of an overarching state apparatus to develop a coherent political approach to the problem of mass integration, the dictatorships implemented an amazingly incoherent muddle of policies, economic, repressive, ideological, towards the popular classes, CD, p. 84. In the long run this produced open conflict among leading economic and political circles over the best tactics to adopt towards the masses. This generated further opportunities for mass intervention to add yet more twists to the vicious spiral. These problems in the class unity and relative autonomy of the dictatorships were aggravated because of the contradictory pressures on the middle and lower ranks of the state apparatus. They were torn between allegiance to their political superiors and solidarity with their peers outside the state, CD, pp 79-85. It is the interaction between increasing disequilibrium within the power bloc and the escalation of popular struggles that produced the collapse or decomposition of the military dictatorships. The first factor alone was not sufficient. For, although such regimes are particularly inimical to the organic circulation of hegemony within the power bloc, Poulantzas implies that any purely internal conflicts could have been handled through a series of mechanical compromises. Even here it was difficult to establish non-party means of representation for the domestic bourgeoisie through such measures as the liberalization of the press and publishing. For this would have threatened the balance of forces congealed in the rigid parcelization of power among different parts of the state, CD, pp 30, 42-4, 91, 94-5, 126. Similar measures were quite impossible in handling the relations between the power bloc and the people. Once it was no longer possible to control the masses through repression, measures were needed to secure popular support, CD, pp 94-5. but there was no 268 coherence among these measures. Any liberalization of these regimes threatened them with a mass invasion. They displayed a fundamental rigidity in the face of constant changes in the balance of forces. The growing political crisis was reflected in internal splits and conflicts within the ISAs, such as the church, education, lawyers' associations, the press, and corporatist unions, and in the RSA itself, cd. pp 118-124. Democratization and the transition to socialism. These internal contradictions were particularly acute within the dominant state apparatus, namely, the armed forces, which allegedly acted under the direction, of the hegemonic fraction. Poulantzas argues that the hierarchic, centralist, unitary structure of the military made it especially difficult for them to act as a functional alternative to the plural party system. They found it difficult to ventilate conflicts within the power bloc and to secure flexible, progressive shifts in strategy as the balance of forces changes. Instead of the organic circulation of power among political parties, there were clashes between vertical clans, fiefs, and camarillas, resulting in incoherent policies and abrupt, arbitrary and jerky changes of direction, cd. pp 33, 49-50, 157. As the economic and political crises in the dictatorships worsened, this led to growing demands for democratization. Poulantzas insists, however, that a parliamentary democratic state cannot develop by a continuous and linear route out of an exceptional form. This parallels his earlier argument that an exceptional form of state cannot develop stepwise out of a parliamentary democratic state. The process of democratization is necessarily punctuated by a succession of political crises and ruptures and, indeed, itself provides the site for intense political struggles, cd. pp 90-93, 102. Thus Poulantzas insists there is no automatic transition between, let alone a necessary fusion of, democratization and the development of socialism. Nor was an anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly revolution ever on the agenda in the collapse of the dictatorships. Instead, the crucial issues were which class or fraction would lead the struggle for democracy and thus how far the democratization process would be taken, cd. pp 59-60, 73, 87-8, 136. There was a structurally determined possibility of a genuine 269. Tactical alliance between broad sectors of the domestic bourgeoisie and popular forces on the objective of toppling the military dictatorships. But would this struggle for democratization occur under the hegemony of the domestic bourgeoisie or the working class? The answer to this question affects the prospects for combining democratic struggle with anti-monopoly measures as well as the extent of democratization itself. This can be seen clearly in the contrast between the right-wing sequel to the dictatorship in Greece and the initial leftward movement in Portugal, cd. pp 66, 159, 162. The Portuguese experiment. Poulantzas pays particular attention to the Portuguese experiment and considers why the working class failed to maintain its leadership over the transition to democracy. Firstly, there was little effort to broaden the anti-dictatorial alliance, and support gradually fell away from other classes in both town and countryside. There were also major divisions between socialists and communists in the working class itself, cd. pp 138-9. These difficulties arose from the lack of historical experience of open class struggle, due to the longevity of the dictatorship, and from the absence of a revolutionary party with a consistent and well-adapted mass line. The Socialist Party could not play this role because it functioned as a social democratic ISA under the hegemony of the domestic bourgeoisie. In contrast, the PCP could not decide whether the conjuncture was one of democratization or transition to socialism and oscillated between ultra-leftist and rightist tactics, cd. pp 64-5, 144-50. In the absence of a mass revolutionary party, the armed forces movement played a dominant part. But Poulantzas suggests that this was less helpful than might at first appear. For he claims that a movement originating from within the repressive state apparatus is really suited only for a supporting role in mass struggles that should be located beyond the state. This problem was aggravated by the permanent split within the AFM itself between military ultraleftism, culminating in the insurrectionary movement of November 25, 1975, and support for the hegemony of the domestic bourgeoisie, cd. pp 64, 108-10, 143-4, 149-50. More generally, Poulantzas concludes that the Portuguese experiment failed because there was no attempt to articulate the embryonic forms of popular power and self-organization at the base. 270. Workers' control, community and factory councils, peasant committees, etc., with concerted action to democratize the state and use it in support of the popular movement, cd. pp 151-2. He argues that a dual power strategy was sure to fail in a conjuncture objectively limited to democratization rather than a transition to socialism, even if there had been a vanguard party able to coordinate the various localized forms of popular power. This means that the working class should have sought support for its hegemony through the existing state apparatus. This should have occurred through the capture of bastions of popular power within the state, the neutralization of residual bourgeois strongholds, especially the hard kernel of the RSA and the parallel power networks, if any, through which the dominant fraction exercised power outside and beyond formal channels, the democratic reorganization of the state under working class control and its deployment in support of popular initiatives threatened by the right, cd. pp 66, 99-100, 140-2, 152-3. Cf. Spain, p. 157, and Greece, pp 50, 96, 98. Instead there were attempts either to infiltrate trustworthy individuals into key positions in an otherwise unreconstructed state system, notably through the colonization of the AFM, or to dismember the state in the mistaken belief that socialism had already arrived at the base and the state should be encouraged to wither away, cd. pp 149, 152. As a result of these fundamental strategic errors, the bourgeoisie remained in control of key sectors of the state and was able to reclaim its position of political class domination. In particular, the domestic bourgeoisie was able to exploit the failure of the ultra-leftist military insurrection in November 1975 to attack genuine popular initiatives and to restore its own hegemony over the next steps in the democratization process, cd. p. 153. Democratization, an overview. It must be admitted that it is not fully clear how Poulantzas accounts for the collapse or decomposition of the dictatorships. In part this stems from his insistence that democratization is a continuing process punctuated by successive ruptures and breaks. But it is also due to his theoretical and political need to emphasize the role of the popular masses throughout the process even when this appears counterfactual. Overall he seems to argue that the regimes 271 underwent a process of internal decay due to institutional rigidities that prevented the re-equilibration of an unstable power bloc. This led significant sectors of the dominant state apparatus, the military, to seek some means of transferring power to civilian authorities. This was supported by economic-oriented capitals hoping to weaken those aspects of the state system favorable to comprador capital and thereby to win greater political influence to match their growing economic power. There were also increasing tensions and divisions within the state system itself. These were due to ideological and political differences between the power bloc and a state personnel predominantly recruited, even at the higher echelons, from the petty bourgeoisie and peasantry. They were also linked to conflicts among different branches of the state as various apparatuses sought to advance their particular economic corporate interests, cd. p. 49. In their opposition to the dictatorships, the domestic bourgeoisie entered a tactical alliance with the working class, and this in turn encouraged a hesitant petty bourgeoisie to side with the popular masses against the power bloc as constituted under the hegemony of comprador capital, cd. p. 73. In these conditions it proved impossible for the armed forces to control the democratization process from above. But this did not mean that the situation was objectively revolutionary or that a democratic transition to socialism was possible. Indeed, the democratization process was essentially conducted under the hegemony of the domestic bourgeoisie. In terms of political class position, therefore, it challenged neither the overall hegemony of comprador capital nor its compromises with foreign capital. Likewise, in terms of the structural determination of political class power, it was always confined within the limits of the current phase of the bourgeois state. Thus, although some liberals and left activists expected democratization to produce a genuine liberal parliamentary democracy, the most that could be hoped for was a relatively democratic form of authoritarian statism. In the event the process of democratization actually left the hard kernel of the RSA unchanged, cd. pp 51, 87, 98 to 101, 117, 128 to 9, 131 to 2, 140 to 3, 157. Nonetheless, although a democratic transition to socialism was not objectively possible, significant differences would have followed had democratization occurred under the hegemony of the working class, cd. pp 88 to 9, 133. The failures of the left organizations are important here, although Poulantzas declines to consider them in 272. Detail, cd. pp 9, 89. Instead, he concentrates on the lessons to be drawn from these failures, not only for democratization but also for the most appropriate forms of opposition before the democratic break emerges. Anti-dictatorial alliances and democratization. The Portuguese example provides important clues to interpreting Poulantzas's views on the process of democratization after ruptures occur in the exceptional state. But the question of how anti-dictatorial alliances should be organized before the democratic break can best be understood in terms of his involvement in Greek politics. From the moment when Poulantzas first began to consider the nature of military dictatorships up to the debates within the KKE, following the collapse of the junta, Poulantzas was a constant advocate of united front politics and a mass line. He developed his views in opposition to the political line of the orthodox communist parties as well as the reformism of social democracy. Instead, he took his basic position alongside Lenin and Gramsci on the united front. Obviously, his views changed during the course of the anti-dictatorial struggle in Greece, but the basic outlines remain the same. In general terms, Poulantzas subscribes to the strategy outlined in 1921 by Lenin at the Third Congress of the Comintern and reaffirmed in 1933 by Dimitrov at the Seventh Congress, FD, pp 157-8, 162-3, cf 1970 *. This strategy is based on commitment to a rank-and-file proletarian united front. This would maintain the independence and autonomy of communist parties vis-a-vis other parties representing the working class. But it would also involve the development of specific non-party rank-and-file organizations to cement the union of the working class at the base. The United Front should certainly not be limited to an electoral alliance between organizations that is pursued only at the top and without reference to the masses. Nor should it be understood in terms of a simple alliance organized around economic corporate demands and conducted through the medium of trade union struggles under the control of a vanguard party. In this respect, Poulantzas suggests 273. That Gramsci and the Ordine Nuovo group were alone in the Comintern in Europe in understanding the problems of the United Front in the field of union party relations. 4. Whereas the KPD treated trade unions as the mass organization and the party as a vanguard, Gramsci saw workers' councils as specific organizations of the rank and file that bypassed established unions and parties and served to transfer economic, corporate and reformist struggles onto the terrain of revolutionary politics. In this way, workers' councils provide the means to cement the united front at the base and to translate mass struggles into the political arena, FD, pp 157-8, 182-3, 210-18. Such a strategy stands in marked contrast with the electoral alliance between communists and socialists aimed at securing workers' governments, Arbeiderregierungen, with limited objectives as advocated by the Fourth Congress and still evident in contemporary parties such as the PCF, FD, pp 158, 169. Poulantzas also notes that the Seventh Congress not only returned to the correct line of the 1921-2 period but also introduced the strategy of the Anti-Fascist Popular Front, FD, p. 163. This was quite appropriate for a defensive step in working-class struggle. Accordingly, it advocated a broad popular alliance embracing the proletariat, peasantry and urban petty bourgeoisie to resist the rise of fascism and/or to secure its downfall. However, Poulantzas criticizes Dimitrov's interpretation of the Popular Front on 4 separate grounds. First, in offering an over-restricted definition of the class basis of fascism as the most reactionary, nationalist, and imperialist elements of big capital, Dimitrov permitted an alliance with other fractions of the bourgeoisie. Second, Dimitrov gave primacy to the Popular Front over the Proletarian United Front and thereby ignored the leading role of the working class. Third, through his fundamental misunderstanding of the representational ties between classes and political parties as somehow pre-given and organic, Dimitrov attached too little importance to communists' own mass work among the peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie. Instead, he considered that they should be reached through their own parties even where these were under the leadership of the bourgeoisie and big landed interests. Elsewhere, Poulantzas argues that exactly the same error informed the view of certain 274 sections of the KKE towards the Greek peasantry and petty bourgeoisie. Finally, Dimitrov placed too much emphasis on the national side of political struggle at the expense of proletarian internationalism, FD, pp 164-5, cf 1970*. This last point is difficult to interpret, but it probably refers to the sort of social chauvinism that was manifest in the KPD's agitation over the Versailles Treaty or its adoption of the Schlegeter Line, FD, pp 169-70n, cf 1970*. In any event, Poulantzas claims that all 4 strategic deviations are still evident in the frontist electoral alliances favored by orthodox communist parties. He also suggests that such alliances cannot serve as a vehicle for effective opposition to fascism or as a means for bringing about a transition to socialism, and cites the alleged failures of the French Popular Front in his support, 1970b. Alliance strategies for Greece. In applying these arguments to the Greek case, Poulantzas pays particular attention to the relationship between the anti-dictatorial alliance and the anti-monopoly alliance. Initially, he saw the United Front as the principal means of launching a direct assault on the dictatorship in preparation for establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat. Drawing on the experience of the Greek resistance to the German occupation and the Greek Civil War, as well as on the example of the Chinese Revolution, Poulantzas appeared to call for a strategy based on the following 4 lines. Firstly, a commitment to a protracted people's war based on a mass line as opposed to a fixed strategy of urban insurrection or a classic war of position regardless of the specific situation. Secondly, the primacy of political over military struggle. Thirdly, in contrast with the Stalinist line of the orthodox KKE, which he criticized for clinging through thick and thin to the idea of towns as revolutionary storm centers, recognition of the overwhelming peasant nature of Greek society and the need for the countryside to encircle the towns. Fourthly, in opposition to the Stalinist mistrust of the peasantry and the associated underestimation of the potential of popular alliances, Poulantzas emphasizes the revolutionary possibilities of a worker-peasant alliance based on a proper consideration of the popular masses as a whole, 1972*, pp 7-8. Given these initial views, it is hardly surprising that Poulantzas admitted 275. Later that the manner in which the Greek and Portuguese dictatorships collapsed did not accord with his expectations, Diabazo, 1977, p. 45. It is in this context that we can locate his shift towards a left Euro-communist approach to the anti-dictatorial alliance and its relation with the anti-monopoly struggle. His subsequent views emerge most clearly from his intervention in the 1976 debate over the party program for the following year's general election. Poulantzas notes that the anti-dictatorial alliance differs from the anti-monopoly alliance in two respects. Firstly, it can include sections of monopoly capital as well as non-monopoly capital, and, secondly, it can embrace certain right-wing political forces insofar as they represent bourgeois fractions opposed to the dictatorship. He then distinguishes two different views about the appropriate relationship between the THIRD, or anti-dictatorial alliance, and the anti-monopoly, anti-imperialist alliance. One view sees the THIRD as a tactical alliance to be restricted to the phase of dejuntification and terminated once the dangers of a new dictatorial reaction are eliminated. The other sees it as a permanent feature of the struggle for democratic socialism, anti-monopoly democracy, in the Greek conjuncture. The first view of the THIRD implied the need to engage in day-to-day economic, social, and political struggles of the popular masses to prepare for the onset of the anti-monopoly phase. In contrast, the second view overestimates the differentiating elements of an alliance with monopoly capital and right-wing political leaders to the detriment of the autonomous expression and development of popular struggles. In addition, the first view emphasizes the need for the widest possible popular alliance at the base with the supporters of the anti-dictatorial right whilst maintaining an alliance at the top with its leaders on specific and limited objectives. Conversely, the second view tends to see the alliance at the top as the sole or predominant way of approaching the right-wing popular masses and neglects the opportunities to exploit any contradictions between right-wing leaders and their supporters. Poulantzas notes, thirdly, that the first view permits continuous reappraisal of the steps in the class struggle and the corresponding shifts in strategy. He contrasts this with the fact that the second view tends to overestimate the danger of military intervention and to eternalize the phase of THIRD so that the struggle for democratization is limited and the preparation of the popular forces for a transition. 276. To anti-monopoly struggles is undermined. Finally, the first view recognizes the possibility that the THIRD may need to be reactivated but still maintains the long-term objective of a leftward mobilization of the popular masses in preparation for the phase of anti-monopoly democracy. But the second view ignores the need for a flexible strategy with alternating defensive and offensive steps and somehow expects a continuous, linear route from the THIRD to anti-monopoly democracy without ruptures or breaks. In this context, adherence to the second view acts as a brake on the development of popular struggles and makes a resurgence of the military forces more likely. 1976 c. Within this perspective of rank-and-file popular and united fronts, Poulantzas also considered two other problems. From the collapse of the junta in 1974, he was concerned with the strategy of democratization, and, in the wake of the 1977 elections, that of the prospects of an alliance between PASOK and the renovating left. In relation to democratization, he emphasized how the nature of the current form of capitalist state, i.e., authoritarian statism, limits the scope for democratization, especially if this is understood as a restoration of an effective liberal parliamentary democracy, cd. pp 129-30, 1976 c. But he also argues that it is possible to secure significant democratic gains even in these conditions to the extent that the popular masses can hegemonize the democratization process. Among the measures Poulantzas advocates are a purge of the armed forces and an end to their isolation from the people, a concerted attack on the parastate, and democratization of education, especially the tertiary sector, 1974 if, 1975a, 1975 id, 1978 I1. As far as possible, these measures should be carried out within the framework of the THIRD. This implies real, but conditional, and critical, support for the Karamanlis government, 1975 i.e. Left unity in Greece. After the defeat of the renovating left at the hands of the traditional KKE and the youthful PASOK in the 1977 elections, Poulantzas intervened in the debate over left unity. PASOK was calling for left unity around a common program shaped by PASOK itself. This provoked a debate within the renovating left concerning the character of PASOK and its implications for a possible alliance. 277. Questions were of particular concern. Was PASOK a populist or a socialist party? And, if it was a socialist party, could it play a role in a transition to democratic socialism? Or would it merely prove to be yet another social democratic type of party, committed to managing capitalism and to authoritarian statism? The answers to these questions had obvious implications for an alliance with the KKE or PASOK. In addition, there was some discussion within the renovating left over the role of new social movements in any new alliance. Poulantzas threw his weight behind an alliance with PASOK around a common program developed by PASOK in association with the renovating left, and also called for the involvement of new social movements, 1978 i.e., cf. 1975 i.e. Elsewhere he also drew a distinction between two types of socialist party. On the one hand, there were social democratic parties with experience of government, and, on the other hand, socialist parties independent capitalist societies, such as the former military dictatorships, and/or metropolitan societies where they were not yet governing parties, such as France or Italy. This distinction enables Poulantzas to qualify his earlier rejection of social democratic parties as specially designed to mislead the working classes. 4. Whereas the former parties were still dismissed as likely to act as dominant mass parties in an authoritarian statist capitalism, the latter could play a role in the struggle for democratic socialism, 1979 IA, p. 198. In this context he argues that left unity must be based on alliances at the base as well as the top. For the experience of the French Programme Commune reveals the danger that an alliance limited to organizations for electoral purposes can split before the gates of power. Poulantzas suggests that left unity between PASOK and the renovating left is possible and desirable because of the strategic affinities between democratic socialism and Eurocommunism on such issues as independence from foreign powers, commitment to a democratic road to socialism, opposition to vanguardism, rejection of statism and technocratic solutions, refusal of the Bolshevik notion of production for the sake of production, and support for new social movements and reform of civil society. Through involvement in a common program with PASOK, the renovating left would be able to isolate adherents of the social democratic road. It could also mobilize a support from followers of the Union of the Democratic Center and the Orthodox KKE. In short, whilst Poulantzas has certain reservations about PASOK because of its populist features. 278. And lack of internal democracy, he believes that PASOK can provide support for democratic socialism and help to prevent the marginalization of the renovating left, 1978 i.e. In this way the left may be able to move from a phase where democratization is the primary goal to one where anti-monopoly democracy can be established. A critical appraisal of CD. CD inverts the approach of FD. To show that fascism was ultimately functional for monopoly capital, Poulantzas denies that its internal contradictions were significant. Accordingly, he argues that the two fascist regimes disintegrated because they were defeated militarily by other capitalist regimes. He thereby sidesteps the significant question whether the internal contradictions of these regimes played any role in their military defeat. Conversely, he overemphasizes the internal contradictions of military dictatorships. This is necessary to explain why they collapsed without any direct frontal assault by the popular masses. Thus the internal contradictions of military dictatorships are said to restrict their prospects for stability and normalization. This means that Poulantzas must ignore the fact that the regimes in Spain and Portugal both survived some 4 decades before their eventual collapse or decomposition. Even if we focus only on the last years of the dictatorships, Poulantzas still provides an inadequate guide. For the long-term economic and political costs of the colonial war and impending military defeat in the Portuguese colonies obviously played a major role in the overthrow of Spinoza's regime. Kohler, 1982, pp 174-6. Likewise, the Greek military intervention in Cyprus and the resulting Turkish invasion of that island precipitated the final collapse of the Greek dictatorship. In both cases there is some similarity with the collapse of the two fascist regimes. In contrast, Spain managed the transition to a democratic form of government without serious political crises and/or ruptures. Indeed, it lacked even the officially sponsored ruptura democratica that the opposition had demanded. Instead, it witnessed a more or less legal transfer of power that was firmly controlled from above by Francoist forces. This shows that it is possible, pace poulantzas, to move from an exceptional to a normal regime without a radical break. 279. Taking these points together, a clear disparity emerges between Poulantzas's analyses of fascist and military regimes. He curtails his analyses of fascism before fundamental political and economic crises emerge. This illegitimately reinforces his claim that fascism was functional for monopoly capital. But it is only after the onset of serious economic and political crises that he begins his analyses of military dictatorships. This illegitimately reinforces his claim that military dictatorships are a brittle and unstable form of exceptional regime. In this sense, we could say that there is a functionalist bias in FD that is neatly complemented by a dysfunctionalist bias in CD. The difficulties with CD do not stop here. To the general charge of dysfunctionalism we should add the following more specific criticisms. First, Poulantzas does not establish the existence of a distinct domestic or interior bourgeoisie whose conflicts with the comprador fraction provide the dynamic behind the collapse or decomposition of the dictatorships. Recent critics have denied that a domestic bourgeoisie exists in Spain, Greece, or Portugal, example Ginner and Salcedo, 1976, pp 360-2, Maraval, 1981, pp 7-8, 17-18n, Munoz et al., 1978, Muzilis, 1978, p. 132, and Kohler, 1982, pp 174-5, 233. Indeed, Poulantzas himself concedes that the domestic bourgeoisie is only tendentially differentiated from the comprador and national bourgeoisies, cd. p. 45. He also fails to provide any clear account of how its interests were represented in and through political organizations. This does not mean that the power blocks were not divided on the advisability of continuing the various dictatorships. But these divisions did not coincide with any distinction between an interior and comprador bourgeoisie. This problem results from an extreme economism going far beyond Poulantzas's general penchant for class reductionist analyses. This is highlighted by Aramberry's comment on the Spanish case. He writes that Poulantzas suffers from an excessive desire, despite his insistence on the relative autonomy of different levels, to find an economic correlation for all transformations in the political superstructure. Undoubtedly, the economic changes that took place during the 60s in the countries of Southern Europe provide the backcloth for the events of the 70s, but to my mind they do so, above all, to the extent that they affect the global relations between classes rather than the transformations that occur from time to time within the ruling classes. Aramberry, 1979, p. 174. 280. Moreover, even if we followed Poulantzas in focusing primarily on conflicts within the power bloc, we would certainly need to consider how the intra-bloc relations varied across the three regimes. This problem is ignored by Poulantzas. It is true that Poulantzas distinguishes between the collapse of the Portuguese and Greek regimes and the decomposition of the Spanish regime. But he never explains why this difference existed. Nor does he subsequently consider how the Spanish state was transformed from dictatorship to a democratic authoritarian statism without serious ruptures or breaks. Yet there are a number of clues in CD that could have been followed up in this area. In particular, Poulantzas could have considered the extent to which each dictatorship managed to consolidate popular support through mass integrative apparatuses, to establish forms of black parliamentarism, and to develop a national popular ideology to cement together the social formation, cd. pp 105, 124-6. The Greek military dictatorship was clearly least successful in this respect, and Poulantzas appears to extrapolate incorrectly from this case to Spain and Portugal. This is not the place to present an alternative account, but it is appropriate to note the need for more research into phenomena such as corporatist organizations and syndicates, the circulation of hegemony in the stabilized Salazar and Franco regimes, and the flexibility inherent in the syncretic authoritarian ideologies of Salazarism and Francoism, example Ginner and Sevilla, 1980, Graham and Makelr, 1979, Schmitter, 1975, Wiarda, 1977. Likewise, it would have been interesting to follow up poulantzas's arguments about the strategic importance of bourgeois hegemony over the democratization process. For this was particularly clear-cut in the case of Spain's carefully controlled movement towards democracy. Popular pressure certainly played a major role in the transition, but it was never sufficiently organized to precipitate a real rupture with the dictatorship. Instead of a democratic break, there was a series of reforms from above. The political establishment was soon able to secure agreement from the major parties of the left that it alone would determine the rate and direction of such change, thus ensuring that the mass movement would not go beyond those boundaries. Aramberry, 1979, p. 175, cf. Kohler, 1982, pp. 3-10. Above all, these boundaries involved acceptance of a constitutional monarchy to guarantee institutional continuity, commitment to maintaining the territorial unity of Spain, and rejection of an interim provisional government in favor of the right of the traditional. 281. Bourgeois political class to exercise power up to the elections. Aramberry, 1979, pp. 176-196, cf. Maraval, 1981, pp. 6-17, 203-8. Third, because he wishes to emphasize the determinant role of popular struggles in the collapse or decomposition of the dictatorships, Poulantzas tends to underplay the economic corporate interests of the military in motivating these events. This holds particularly for the Greek coup in April 1967 and the pronunciamento of the Northern Army in 1974 that toppled the Ionides regime, cf. Clogg, 1979, pp. 186-99, Muzilis, 1978, pp. 111-14, 125-33. It was also evident in the splits within the Portuguese military over the war in the colonies. Kohler, 1982, pp. 176-8. Finally, given his emphasis on the role of popular struggles, it is interesting to note the extent to which Poulantzas neglects the specific strategies and tactics of the parties on the left. With the exception of the Portuguese case, he studiously avoids discussing the strategic errors of the socialists and communists in southern Europe before, during, and after the democratic break. This again would help to understand the anomalous Spanish case. Aramberry, 1979. Strategic conclusions. These four issues are certainly important, but we should also consider the strategic conclusions themselves. 4. As Poulantzas himself commented, strategic disputes within the KKE had clear connections with theoretical analyses of the state. It is only with CD that Poulantzas goes beyond simple adherence to the Leninist line on the United Front and or the Maoist commitment to the mass line and protracted war. It is certainly true that his trenchant views on the Eid were far from unique within the KKE. For a more general analysis of the Greek left, see Papianikis, 1981. Likewise, his more general recommendations on democratic socialist strategy owe much to the influence of Austro-Marxism and the Ingrau left of the PCI. But in other respects his views on democratic strategy are much more distinctive and draw their inspiration from his reflections on the Greek and Portuguese examples. In CD, Poulantzas makes a significant departure from his earlier approach. He now emphasizes the need for a careful articulation of political struggles at a distance from the state, within the state, and for the transformation of the state. In this respect, the Portuguese 282 experiment proved decisive in revealing the limitations of more orthodox communist and social democratic approaches to democratization and socialist transformation. Since his conclusions were provisional and underwent further modification in the light of the subsequent failure of left unity in France, however, we should postpone detailed criticism until the final version of his own strategy has been presented. 283. 10. The democratic transition to democratic socialism. In analyzing fascism and military dictatorships, Poulantzas was often concerned with problems of class alliances. In FD and related studies he concentrated on the United Front and Popular Front as vehicles of anti-fascist or anti-dictatorial alliance and their relevance to the contemporary problem of anti-monopoly alliance. In CD and related studies this concern was extended to the struggle for democratization in erstwhile dictatorial regimes and its relevance to the democratic transition to democratic socialism. But it is only in SBS and its associated interviews that Poulantzas considered the transition to socialism at any length. In this chapter I review Poulantzas's views on democratic socialism, compare them with Eurocommunism and Austro-Marxism, and present a brief critique. This concludes the detailed review of Poulantzas's work, and the remaining chapters consider its more general preconditions and implications. The decline of capitalist democracy. Poulantzas first emphasized the decline of political democracy in contemporary capitalism when commenting on the crisis of the state, CDE, pp 54-58, and its implications for the rise of authoritarian statism, 1976d, 1976 I.H., pp 133-4. This theme is developed in greater detail in SBS and various interviews conducted in his last 2 years. His discussion is increasingly organized around the theme of authoritarian statism. The specific organizational changes involved in this new form of state have already been detailed in Chapter 4. Here I consider its implications for the decline of capitalist democracy. Poulantzas sees a direct link between the rise of authoritarian statism and the decline of democracy in civil as well as political society. This is reflected not only in growing socio-economic inequalities, example the rise of the so-called new poor, but also in increasing restrictions on the political liberties and pluripartism essential to the smooth functioning of representative democracy. In particular, Poulantzas points to the development of a potentially fascistic, anti-popular parallel state apparatus. Its activities overlap with those of the official state system, and the parallel state network lives in constant symbiosis with it. It operates to prevent a rise in popular struggles and the dangers this would hold for bourgeois hegemony. More generally, Poulantzas argues that authoritarian statism threatens political democracy because it leads to confusion between the appropriate roles of parties and the state administration, SBS, pp 208, 210, 216, 239. Poulantzas writes that authoritarian statism involves the emergence of the administrative and governmental apparatus as the dominant state structure and the major center for elaborating political decisions. This apparatus perfectly embodies the distance between leaders and led, as well as the hermetic insulation of power from democratic control, SBS, p. 226. Thus, at the same time as monopoly capital gains privileged access to the state is so organized that popular interests are excluded from its field of perception, SBS, pp 226-7. This is reflected in the transformation of the parties of power into mere transmission belts for official decisions. It is also associated with the increasing extinction of the democratic principle of publicity in favor of the most extreme bureaucratic secrecy, SBS, pp 229-30, 237. Authoritarian statism involves not only new forms of open repression and symbolic violence but also witnesses a significant restructuring of the dominant ideology. Indeed, the right actually disguises the growth of repression by integrating into its discourse certain liberal and libertarian themes dating from the 60s, and thereby demonstrates yet again its capacity to recuperate resistance and integrate it culturally, 1979. This is seen in the new emphases on irrationalism and neo-spiritualism in opposition to the secularism of the Enlightenment, as well as Marxism, on the instrumental rationality and the technocratic logic of experts in opposition to themes based on the general will and legality, on neoliberal, anti-status themes hostile to the social functions of the Keynesian welfare state for the popular masses but defending its economic functions for capital in the current crisis, on authoritarian themes. Embracing the 285. New discourse of law and order in the name of restraining the abuse of democratic liberties and preserving the security of the citizen, and on the pseudoscientific theses of biological inequality that inspire racism at the same time as capital pretends to support the idea of a new global economic order and solidarity among different peoples. 1979 d. pp 178-181, cf 1979e, and 1979i, p 140. These changes in the content of the dominant ideology are linked to a restructuring of the channels and apparatuses through which it is elaborated and diffused. From the school, university, and publishing house there has been a displacement to the mass media, and, within the state system proper, there has been a general displacement of legitimation procedures from political parties to state administration. Indeed, this redeployment of the mass media in ideological inculcation has proceeded hand in hand with their growing and multiform control by the state administration. Poulantzas adds that both the logic and the symbolism of the mass media now stem overwhelmingly from the state administration. 1979 d. pp 179-80, cf 1979e, and 1979i, pp 139-43. The changing content and institutional mediation of the dominant ideology have profound implications for the role of political parties and capitalist democracy. For parties once played a crucial role in elaborating and transmitting a political discourse founded on the general will and articulated with the institutions of representative democracy and the Rechtsstaat. But, when the administration becomes the privileged means of mass integration as well as the principal means through which the power bloc is organized, when there is a growth of neo-corporatist and tripartite organizations alongside the political parties, when there is also a growth of vertical, neo-clientelist politics, then a veritable crisis of representativity affects the party system. The role of political legitimation is displaced to the administration and there is a decreasing resort to democratic discourse. Instead, we find a resort to a technocratic discourse that reinforces the authority of the expert at the expense of the people, and to a neoliberal discourse that regards the state as holding the ring in the face of conflicts among various forces in civil society and thereby provides the state with its own legitimation in the face of democratic demands. In addition, new plebiscitary and populist forms of consent emerge alongside and in conjunction with the closed language of the experts. This means that the dominant political discourse becomes flatter and more uniform, less complex and pluralistic. 1979 IC, pp 180-1, 1979 g. 286. Poulantzas argues that representative democracy requires not only a plurality of parties but also their ability to function in an organic manner and at a distance from the core of the state system. But the general statization of social life realized through the above-mentioned techniques of power and control breaks down this essential institutional separation between the public and private spheres, IBID. In turn, this subverts the functioning of the party system and thereby curtails democratic liberties, SBS, p. 231. In general, then, authoritarian statism involves enhanced roles for the state administration, its dominant state party, and a new, anti-democratic ideology. This further undermines the already limited involvement of the masses in political decision-making, severely weakens the organic functioning of the party system, even where a plurality of parties survives intact, and saps the vitality of democratic forms of political discourse. Accordingly, there are fewer obstacles to the continuing penetration of authoritarian statist forms into all areas of social life, SBS, p. 231. Indeed, Poulantzas actually claims all contemporary power is functional to authoritarian statism, SBS, p. 239. Democratic socialism. In reaction to this growing statism in the dominant capitalist societies, Poulantzas increasingly came to advocate a democratic struggle for democratic socialism. He criticizes Lenin for advocating the destruction of the bourgeois state with all its representative democratic institutions and political freedoms. For Lenin's support for the real, direct democracy of the workers' councils culminated, paradoxically, in the dictatorship of the party over the proletariat. Whereas Marx understood the dictatorship of the proletariat to mean the total abolition of the state, This concept has also come to mean the idea of a monopoly state and can lead to totalitarianism, 1977 I.H. In this sense, the Eurocommunists' abandonment of the strategy of dictatorship of the proletariat constitutes a decisive guarantee of a democratic road to socialism, 1977 I.H. Poulantzas quotes Rosa Luxemburg approvingly for arguing that the abolition of general elections, freedom of the press and assembly, etc., would leave the bureaucracy as the only active element in political life, see Luxemburg, 1917. Thus he suggests that the imposition of a single-party system, the bureaucratization of the 287 party, confusion of the party and the state, the rise of statism, and the destruction of the Soviets, were implicit in Lenin's critique of bourgeois democracy. For his critique allegedly rests on an instrumentalist view in which the class character of the state depends on the class whose party controls its summits. This implied that all the institutions of the bourgeois state, including representative democracy, serve bourgeois interests and are inherently repressive. In addition, Lenin underestimated the distinctive interests and contribution of the allies of the working class in a transition to socialism, and also wrongly believed that the working class itself was essentially unified. Thus, since the working class represents the interests of all the people and since the working class is already unitary, only one party is needed to represent the interests of the whole people. Thus, for Lenin, smashing the capitalist state means substituting a Soviet system that becomes proletarian precisely insofar as the proletarian party controls it. Yet monopartism leads to absolutism, 1977 I.H., CFSBS, pp 252-4, 1980 I.A. Poulantzas rejects the false dilemma in which one must either maintain the existing state and stick exclusively to a modified form of representative democracy, a road that ends up in social democratic statism and so-called liberal parliamentarianism, or base everything on direct, rank-and-file democracy or the movement for self-management, a path which, sooner or later, inevitably leads to statist despotism or the dictatorship of experts. The essential problem of the democratic road to socialism, of democratic socialism, must be posed in a different way. How is it possible radically to transform the state in such a manner that the extension and deepening of political freedoms and the institutions of representative democracy, which were also a conquest of the popular masses, are combined with the unfurling of forms of direct democracy and the mushrooming of self-management bodies? SBS, p. 256. Direct and/or representative democracy. This poses clear problems of political strategy. Poulantzas suggests that there is no reason to believe that dual power is the only form of political crisis that can result in a transition to socialism. Indeed, the 288 democratic road to socialism in the West requires a protracted struggle to exploit the internal contradictions of the state rather than to develop a new monolithic bloc to oppose another. This involves the spreading, development, reinforcement, coordination, and direction of those diffuse centers of resistance that the masses always possess within the state networks, in such a way that they become the real centers of power on the strategic terrain of the state. SBS, p. 258. In advocating this strategy, Poulantzas consciously distances himself from Gramsci's views on the distinction between a frontal attack, or war of maneuver, and a war of position. For he argues that the latter strategy implies the encirclement of a state that is still seen as a fortress. SBS, pp. 256, 258. Instead, he emphasizes that it is essential to penetrate the state itself and, through a series of breaks and ruptures, to swing the balance of forces within the state round to the popular masses. This involves more than the winning of parliamentary majorities and must extend to the state apparatus as a whole, including not only the ISAs but also the police and army with all the difficulties this entails. The key to success in this endeavor is to be found in the development of struggles at a distance from the state, the expansion of self-management, the proliferation of democratic organs at the base. Conversely, once power has been seized, it is essential to deepen and extend representative democracy. SBS, pp 258-62. Nonetheless, poulantzas remains deeply pessimistic about this strategy. The long process he foresees gives many opportunities for the bourgeoisie to boycott and disrupt the democratic transition to socialism. At the same time, it poses real problems in sustaining mass support and popular alliances. Without active popular involvement, as opposed to a passive revolution, two dangers are posed. Not only is the danger of bourgeois intervention increased, but so is the danger of a statist rather than democratic form of socialism. Poulantzas suggests that it was the popular unity government's failure to sustain the alliance between working class and petty bourgeoisie in Chile that provided the opportunity for the military coup that overthrew Allende. But he provides no ready formula for the tasks involved. Much remains to be resolved. SBS, pp 262-5. Indeed, following the publication of SBS, as we have already noted, Poulantzas continued to modify his views without ever reaching a stable and sustainable position. 289. The crisis of political parties. This argument clearly involves a re-evaluation of the role of political parties in the transition to socialism. Poulantzas argues that the development of authoritarian statism affects the Western communist parties as well as the parties of government. For the former are just as present on the terrain of the state as the dominant parties and are necessarily affected by changes in the state system. Thus the growth of plebiscitary legitimation and the personalization of power reinforce the inherent bureaucratic tendencies of communist parties and encourage them to use the new means of communication to regiment their own membership and rank and file in the same way as the dominant parties. 1979. Indeed, all parties in Western Europe face the dangers of Americanization. In addition, there is a specific crisis affecting the mass parties of the working class, especially the CPS but also the Social Democratic parties, and which has repercussions on their political strategy, their ideology, and their identity, ibid. Thus Euro-communist parties increasingly question the Stalinist model inherited from the Comintern and its implications for the basic form of the party and the nature of socialism. Likewise, the socialist parties, especially those in France, Spain, and Italy, increasingly interrogate the model of social democracy in the light of their growing disillusion with Keynesianism and the planning state, Planstaat or l'État planificateur, and the reduced economic opportunities for compromise between the dominant and dominated classes. This has produced numerous hesitations about the appropriate road to socialism and how it can be distinguished both from Stalinism and social democratic statism, 1979. But the fundamental cause of these crises in working class parties is rooted in the very form of the party. For communist and socialist parties are equally organized as workers' parties, even though they were never exclusively workers' parties but merely predominantly so. They are also structured around the contradictions of the productive apparatus, the factory, and the relatively homogeneous working conditions that characterize it. This engenders a twofold division between parties and unions, state, and enterprises. This division of labor is undermined by the changes involved in authoritarian statism. For the displacement in the state's legitimation affects not only the political sphere but also the form and content of social struggles. The state now penetrates all areas of everyday life. 290. Notably the reproduction of labor power and the sphere of consumption, and deploys its administrative procedures everywhere. This is associated with the crises in the economy and the Keynesian welfare state system. All this provokes a rampant crisis of legitimation without producing a consensual, ruptural unity opposed to the system of class domination. Instead, there are specific social movements corresponding to particular forms of impact of statism, among youth, women, immigrants, particular regions, and so forth. Thus many social movements of direct concern to the working class itself are actually located at a distance from the sites of production, example students, feminism, regionalism, ecological, etc., and are also necessarily pluriclassist in character, 1979 g. The forms of struggle adopted by such movements are also new. The strategy of the general strike or the formulation of a global political project to unify different forms of protest have atrophied compared with the period of savage economic crises in the 1930s. In commenting on the global political project in these terms, Poulantzas clearly has in mind the exclusive role of the Communist Party as the modern prince, see below. In this sense, changing forms of social, economic, and political struggle have also called into question the leading role of the Communist Party in a socialist transition. Moreover, even inside the factories themselves, the strike weapon has become less significant. Instead, such struggles are refracted into diffuse forms of popular protest and transposed into the cultural domain: student movements, feminist movements, ecological movements, regionalism. These movements certainly express the contradictions involved in the expanded reproduction of capital, pace the views expressed by Alain Touraine, and do not pose alternatives to the class struggle. But they also retain their own specificity and are certainly not reducible to class contradictions. 1979 cf 1979 I.A, p. 30, and 1983 I.A, pp. 39-40. Thus social movements outside the factory involve different social classes and reflect a diverse, heterogeneous field of everyday experiences and living conditions. This diversity also reflects the considerable expansion of the popular strata, the new petty bourgeoisie, technicians, lower management, skilled workers, etc., who are mainly concerned with their own social mobility and the search for individual rather than collective advancement. This means they are less interested in the party form of politics or with solidary action and actually find the new modes of interest representation. 291. And neo-corporatist forms of action more convenient. Nor is this diversification confined to the middle classes. Even within the factories, divisions have grown between skilled and unskilled, immigrant and native, and, indeed, within each group. 1979. Thus, at the very moment when their presence in society and the field of social movements appears ever more necessary, the mass workers' parties are experiencing serious crises induced by the self-same fundamental social changes that have created this need. These crises can only be resolved by developing a new political strategy and a new road to socialism. Above all, the search for a democratic socialism must articulate a deepened and broadened representative democracy with the sites of self-management in a system of direct democracy. And the vehicles for articulating these forms of democracy should be the mass workers' parties. 1979 g. A measure of the confusion and uncertainty with which Poulantzas approached these issues is found in an interview conducted earlier in 1979. Here he rejected the view that the Communist Party must play a crucial role in organizing, centralizing, and homogenizing social differences in order to articulate direct democracy and representative democracy. Instead, he called for a plural party system and representative democratic organs. 1979 I.A, p. 201. This could be seen in the Italian case, for example, where some regional assemblies enjoyed joint communist and socialist majorities whose activities were coordinated without the central direction of the local or national communist parties, IBID. On either view, however, a key role does devolve to individual parties or the party system. New social movements and democratic socialism. This poses the problem of how mass parties should be involved in social movements. For there is a risk of a particularistic, corporatist degeneration and consequent recuperation of these movements into the dominant political order if they are left outside the mass workers' parties, but, equally, there is a risk of major conflicts between social movements and mass parties if they interact. To avoid such problems would require a fundamental transformation of these parties themselves. 1979 d. pp. 180-2. Among the reforms required are internal democratization, modification of the traditional relations. 292. That obtain between mass organizations, and recognition of the social diversity that exists at the heart of their membership. But this in turn poses problems of how far the parties can change without becoming populist. Analogous problems are posed for social movements. For Poulantzas now suggests that they have a crucial role to play in developing democracy at the base. At the same time he notes that they risk being recuperated through the neo-corporatist and neo-clientelist institutionalizing strategies of the state and thereby smothered under its repressive tolerance. A parallel risk occurs in their relationship with the mass workers' parties. Thus one must ask both how social movements should be related to the state and to the mass workers' parties. In relation to the state, Poulantzas sides with Ingrao against Deleuze, Foucault, and Guattari. 4. Whereas the latter argue that single micro-revolts, scattered resistances, and isolated experiments are the only way to avoid a strategy that imprisons new social movements in the snares of statist politics and to preserve their autonomy, Ingrao emphasizes that such an approach threatens social movements with degeneration into fragmented economic corporate concerns that have become depoliticized and only pursue egoistic or socio-professional interests, example Deleuze and Foucault, 1973. pp 103-109, Guattari, 1984. Pages 208-61, Ingrao, 1977 and 1979. But Poulantzas also criticizes Ingrao for proposing that the social movements be integrated into and subordinated to the institutions of a democratist, as opposed to authoritarian, state. He suggests that this strategy was attempted by the Austro-Marxists and that it failed. For the Austro-Marxists tried to articulate direct democracy and representative democracy by incorporating the former into the latter. Their experience allegedly shows that the institutions of direct democracy were eventually absorbed into the administrative circuits of the state. Thus Poulantzas wonders whether it is not worthwhile permitting a certain irreducible tension between social movements and parties, direct democracy and representative institutions, in the transition to democratic socialism and, indeed, asks whether or not such a tension is an integral element in the dynamic of a democratic transition to democratic socialism, 1979 I.C., pp 176-7. Poulantzas also asks how far new social movements can be integrated into mass workers' parties whilst retaining their unique. 293. Flexibility and democratic character. For integration involves the risk that social movements would lose their individuality and even be dissolved. Thus, although he had initially argued for the leading role of the vanguard Communist Party in coordinating the various struggles for democratic socialism, Poulantzas later demands a measure of autonomy and creative tension between social movements and parties, 1979 g. These various arguments clearly develop SPS's views on the need to articulate representative and direct democratic forms in the transition to democratic socialism. These critical concerns are taken further in his last ever interview. Here Poulantzas not only recalls that Leninism already contained elements that encouraged the emergence of Stalinism but also argues that, for all his theoretical and strategic innovations, Gramsci himself remained within a fundamentally Leninist problematic of the state. Thus Poulantzas alleges that Gramsci still saw the state as something to be conquered and that even the war of position is premised on a strategy of dual power. He also suggests that Gramsci failed to appreciate the importance of representative democracy, pluripartism, and the rule of law for a transition to democratic socialism. This is supposedly associated with a certain pompoliticism in Gramsci that is reflected in his treatment of the whole of civil society as intrinsically political and his view of the Communist Party as the center through which all the various private spheres are coordinated and subordinated to a global political strategy. In opposition to these alleged problems in Gramsci, Poulantzas calls for a Copernican revolution in socialist political thought. He argues that one must recognize that not everything is political, that there are limits to politics and politicization, 1983 I.A., p. 40. He calls for certain social spaces in which groups would be free to develop new collective projects that escape the political embrace, which maintain a distance from the political. In this context he now insists that social movements must maintain a clear structural distance from political parties, including the mass parties of the working class. The Euro-communist parties may have abandoned Stalinism but they have not yet established an appropriate relation to social movements. Thus Poulantzas concludes that these parties must develop new forms of presence in civil society, 1983 I.A., pp 38-41. 294. The working class and political democracy. He also concluded that Euro-communist parties could no longer claim a privileged role in the transition to socialism on the grounds that they represented the working class. This represents another crucial break from his earlier positions on the transition to socialism. 4. Even when Poulantzas saw that there was a necessary disjunction between any theory, including Marxism, and its practical application, he continued to believe that communist parties were still the most appropriate organs for the practical application of Marxism in capitalist societies. However, following the breakup of the Union de la Gauche at the instigation of the PCF before the 1978 elections, Poulantzas became disillusioned with the actually existing Communist Party in France. He therefore began to reflect on other roads to socialism and to abandon his erstwhile balcocentrisme. Communist parties were no longer seen as the only pathfinders, nor simply as the privileged guide, for the democratic road to socialism, 1983 I.A., C.F. Lindenberg, 1983, pp 42-3. Eventually Poulantzas even came to question the privileged position of the working class in this transition. Thus, in his final interview, he concedes that it is essential fundamentally to rethink the concept of working class hegemony. Indeed, he now completely rejects the Marxist tendency to treat working class support for political democracy as natural and spontaneous. He argues that there is no class at all whose inherent class character predestines it to guarantee political liberties, and he suggests that they can only be protected through conscious political intervention. Indeed, Poulantzas also notes that the complex internal divisions and stratification of the working class mean that it needs democratic institutions not only to defend itself against its enemies but also for defense against itself at the very moment when it has secured political power. This makes it even more urgent to develop a political theory of the democratic transition to socialism, 1983 I.A., p. 41. Poulantzas and left Eurocommunism. The strategic conclusions of SBS and subsequent interviews are light years away from those of PPSC. From an Orthodox Leninist. 295. Viewpoint that calls for the overthrow of the bourgeois state with its merely formal political liberties, Poulantzas has moved to a defense of these liberties and their necessity for democratic socialism. From an Orthodox Leninist claim that the hegemonic force in any transition to socialism will be the working class and that it must be led in turn by the Communist Party, Poulantzas has moved to a pluriclassist approach that also emphasizes the role of non-class movements and to a pluripartiste approach that downplays the privileged role of communism and insists on an irreducible autonomy for social movements alongside parties. These changes clearly involve a reappraisal of the nature of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Indeed, Poulantzas now describes this as a notion of applied strategy, serving at most as a signpost, and argues that it obscures the problem of combining a transformed representative democracy with direct, rank-and-file democracy, SBS, p. 256. Accordingly, it should be abandoned. We can pursue this point by considering the Leninist model in more detail. It has been succinctly summarized by Henry Weber, a member of the Trotskyist organization, the Ligue Communiste Révolutionnaire, and a participant in the Melusine Circle gathered around Poulantzas, in the following terms. He writes that the Leninist model implies the sequence, pre-revolutionary crisis, paralysis and then progressive decomposition of the state apparatuses, duality of power, conquest by the revolutionary party of the majority at the heart of the structures of workers' counterpower, general insurrectionary strike, arrival of the Republic of Councils, Weber, 1983, p. 52. Both Weber and Poulantzas agree that the nature of modern state precludes any chance of realizing this model in advanced capitalism. It is based on a catastrophist account of crisis and an instrumentalist theory of the state. By virtue of the active role of the modern state in crisis management, its complete and catastrophic breakdown is unlikely, except in cases of military defeat. Nowadays, moreover, the popular masses are mobilized in unions, parties, etc., rather than in a conciliar pyramid. Thus substituting a revolutionary and monolithic counter-state power for the existing bourgeois state in a dual power situation is implausible. 296. At the same time, poulantzas clearly rejects left social democratic strategies. Weber summarizes them equally pithily as follows. These schemas pose the sequence: expansion of the salariat, electoral advance of the socialists, progressive conquest of local, regional, then national instances of popular sovereignty, progressive occupation of administrations, formation of a government dominated by socialists, basing itself on strong institutional positions in society, unions, associations, mass movements, and in the state, revolution by law, by means of reforms of structures, while respecting legitimate interests. Weber, 1983, p. 53. These models presuppose the goodwill of the bourgeoisie, they depend on its legalism, social pacifism, and democratic self-denial. They are based on an apologetic view of neo-capitalism and an essentialist view of the state as a subject embodying the general will. Poulantzas condemns this model on the grounds that capital can switch the centers of power and will certainly resort to force to safeguard its interests. In addition, of course, he rejects the view of the state as subject. In arguing in this way, poulantzas seems to have moved to a Euro-communist position. He clearly rejects any advocacy of a frontal assault or general insurrectionary strike. He also rejects a simple social democratic position. More precisely, he openly adopts a left Euro-communist stance. We can distinguish between left and right Euro-communism as follows. Right-wing Euro-communists tend to view the democratic transition to socialism as gradual and progressive, based on an anti-monopoly class alliance under the leadership of the Communist Vanguard Party, content to leave the ISAs largely unchanged on the grounds that they are neutral, and concerned to strengthen parliamentary control over the state and economy and to introduce trade union participation in plant management and economic planning. In short, they see democratic socialism coming about through a long march, slow and steady, through the institutions of civil and political society. Left-wing Euro-communists tend to view the transition as a long series of ruptures and breaks, based on a national popular, broad democratic alliance involving new social movements as well as class forces and organized in a pluralistic manner, committed to a fundamental 297. Transformation of the ISAs as part of the democratization process, and concerned to restructure the state and economy so that there is extensive democracy at the base as well as an overarching, unifying parliamentary forum, cf. Poulantzas, 1979 I.A., pp 177-8, Jessop, 1982, p. 14. The latter position is that at which Poulantzas eventually arrives before his death, with continuing efforts at reappraisal and specification throughout his last years. This is most evident, as we have already seen, in his changing views on new social movements. Poulantzas and Austro-Marxism. Can we also argue that Poulantzas has adopted an Austro-Marxist perspective on left Euro-communism? In a sense, this question involves a contradictionary in adjecto. For Austro-Marxism was a left socialist approach developed within the Austrian social democratic movement to provide, inter alia, a third way between the Second and Third Internationals. It was not a communist position. Nonetheless, the Austro-Marxists emphasized the integral links between socialism and democracy in a manner very similar to that of contemporary Euro-communism. It was Max Adler and Otto Bauer, after all, who first proposed the need to combine parliamentary and council forms of democracy. Both argued that workers' councils could not be the alternative state form through which the dictatorship of the proletariat would be realized. But they also recognized that councils offered new forms of class struggle and self-government for the working class. Council forms needed to be supplemented with parliamentary democracy. Only in this way could one combine political democracy with socio-economic democracy. Only in this way, did they believe, could one avoid the twin evils of social democratic and Bolshevik statism. But, whilst recognizing the subsequent deformation of the Russian Revolution, they did not dismiss it as having no value. they were prepared to defend certain progressive aspects of the Soviet Union. Yet they also insisted that there were several alternative routes to socialism. Likewise, they supported a polycentric view of international socialism rather than a unilateral subordination of other parties and countries to the Soviet Union. Despite the similarities between their positions, it is unlikely that poulantzas deliberately and self-consciously adopted an Austro-Marxist 298 approach. Firstly, there are several points at which his position differs from Austro-Marxism, and, secondly, there is little direct evidence that he read the Austro-Marxist debate in this particular context. Thus, contrary to Poulantzas's own account of the rise of Soviet statism, at least as outlined in SBS, Adler and Bauer did not explain the deformation of the Bolshevik Revolution only in terms of the destruction of liberal democracy. They also emphasized the unfavorable social conditions prevailing in Russia during the revolutionary period. Perhaps this is why Poulantzas cites Rosa Luxemburg in this context rather than Bauer or Adler. Moreover, as noted above, Austro-Marxism emerged as a left social democratic position rather than an explicitly communist position. At this time, however, Poulantzas was still committed to the communist movement. Nonetheless, Austro-Marxism was certainly influential in various political and strategic discussions during the late 70s. This can be seen in the Italian state debate among socialists, such as Bobbio, and communists, example Ingrao, Magri, Gruppi, Occhetto, alike. It also influenced the approach of Syriza and the CFDT in France, example Rosanvallon, and the Autochtone current, the PCF, notably in the case of Christine Bussy-Glucksmann, a close collaborator of Poulantzas, the PCE in Spain, notably Carrillo, Sartorius, Pasek in Greece, and the PS in Portugal, see Albers, 1980, p. 51. Thus, although Poulantzas did not directly cite the Austro-Marxist debate, it could have exerted an indirect influence through these more recent channels. In this sense, we could say that Austro-Marxist themes, even when not invoked explicitly, were very much current in the period. Moreover, insofar as Poulantzas was attempting to bring about the theoretical foundations for left unity and to find a third way between social democratic and Soviet statism, a rapprochement between council communism and representative democracy would seem an obvious route to take. In short, it is likely that Poulantzas's affinities to Austro-Marxism are coincidental rather than deliberate. Some unresolved difficulties. Unfortunately, Poulantzas does not take the debate much further than the Austro-Marxists themselves. Neither Poulantzas nor the Austro-Marxists were clear about the precise relationship that should exist. 299. Between direct democracy and representative democracy. Both emphasize the complementarity of these forms of government and both stress the need for their mutual support and restraint. But it is unclear how potential conflicts and contradictions between these different types of government should be resolved. Here I want to explore Poulantzas's suggestions. As a communist, Poulantzas started out with a preference for an exclusive system of direct democracy and an uncompromising critique of representative democracy and its juridico-political norms and institutions. He ends by advocating the articulation of direct and representative democracy and strongly defends so-called bourgeois liberties. But he also recognizes that, if a catastrophic equilibrium or a situation of dual power is to be avoided, one pole of this democratic relation must be dominant. 1977 I.E., p. 13. Thus he eventually concedes priority to representative democracy, albeit to a system that has been extended and deepened. The organs of direct democracy should not be reduced to purely consultative, participationist appendages. For, together with popular struggles outside the state, they have a crucial role to play in sustaining leftward pressures on the central government. But nor should they be allowed to undermine the latter's effectiveness either as a means of elaborating a national popular hegemony or as a means of providing central government support to sustain local democratic initiatives. For, given the difficulties of coordinating dispersed and fragmented democratic organs at the base without relating them organically to representative democracy, they may become strong enough to short-circuit the initiatives of a left government without ever acquiring the strength and cohesion to rule alone. See particularly Poulantzas's critique of the Portuguese experiment, cd. pp 135-55, 1977 I.K., pp 4 and 10, 1977 I.E., p. 13. In this context, Poulantzas also suggests that direct democracy requires bourgeois liberties to avoid bureaucratic degeneration, and that direct democracy might give rise to corporatism and egoism if it is not tempered by the general perspectives emerging from representative democracy, 1977 I.K., p. 8. On a local and/or micro level, organs of direct democracy would propose, ratify, and implement policies in a complex system of self-management. On a national level with its macro-political concerns, however, such organs might suggest policies, but the Parliamentary Assembly would retain the power to enact them. This procedure allows different particular interests to 300 qualify each other and also generates a true national popular perspective. In this sense, parliamentary institutions would remain the principal site for elaborating national popular hegemony around democratic socialist projects. This argument is curiously one-sided. For there is surely no more reason to believe that council communism necessarily leads to corporatism than there is to believe that parliamentarism inevitably gives rise to parochialism. C.F. Weber, 1978, p. 12. To emphasize the dangers of corporatism in this manner implies that the organs of direct democracy could only arrive at a general orientation through the mechanical addition of the allegedly particularistic, fragmentary viewpoints of the different units at the base of the conciliar pyramid. If this were the case, then direct democracy could only produce a will of all rather than a general will. But there is no reason to believe that organs of direct democracy can only operate in the light of their individual experience. Surely they could also pronounce on propositions, general orientations, and political options put forward by conflicting parties and currents of thought with broader social experiences. Nor is there any reason to believe that direct democracy must be constructed around a single basis of political representation. Surely specific mechanisms could be established to enable different political parties and/or social movements to be represented in the councils and to give them the right to comment on different arguments and propositions. Moreover, should a mixed franchise be established, party representatives could even have the right to vote. In this sense, it would be possible to emphasize the sovereignty of council communism and still recognize the crucial role of pluripartisme. Indeed, some council communists argue quite explicitly that council democracy can only operate effectively where a plurality of parties exists. C.F. Ben said, 1978, pp 180-3, and Vincent, 1983, pp 70-2, on the mixed franchise more generally. See Hurst, 1982. It is also essential to consider the problems involved in developing a national popular orientation within representative democracy. Poulantzas often stresses the flexibility and effectiveness of parliamentarism in securing bourgeois hegemony. But he also notes that the effects of institutions are always overdetermined by the class struggle and describes how crises of hegemony can occur within capitalist democracies. He provides no reason to believe that things will change with the transition to democratic socialism. We have 301. Already seen that Poulantzas cast increasing doubt on the structural guarantees of bourgeois rule. Indeed, he eventually emphasized the prodigious incoherence and diversity of micro-policies in capitalist societies and failed to provide a convincing account of the postulated macro-necessity of bourgeois political domination. Exactly the same problem emerges in his account of democratic socialism. He casts increasing doubt on its purported structural guarantees in an appropriate combination of direct and representative democracy, and also gives growing recognition to the irreducible diversity of class struggles and social movements. He goes further in noting that direct democracy is prey to particularism and that no single party can provide the global political orientation that might unify and give direction to the many, incoherent micro-struggles that could be relevant to democratic socialism. In turn, this means that a successful transition depends crucially on the strategic selectivity of the transformed democratic socialist state. but this issue of institutional design is never adequately confronted. In this sense, poulantzas never fully accepted the implications of his own relational perspective on state power. Poulantzas recognized only some of these difficulties. In various interviews conducted after the publication of SBS, he admitted that he was still working out the most appropriate forms of linking social movements and parties and/or articulating direct democracy and representative democracy. Among other problems, he noted that representative democracy presupposes a relative institutional separation between public and private, the state and the productive system. He then asks how this separation could be transformed in a democratic socialist system, 1979 I.A. This question is clearly crucial, but it is unanswered. It is a measure of Poulantzas's enduring politicism that this issue is raised so late, and that he had previously concentrated on the problems of articulating different forms of democratic governance rather than on the more general constraints, economic and ideological as much as political, involved in the social division of labor under contemporary capitalism. In general, Poulantzas seems to place an excessive faith in democratic miracles. He is far from sharing in the parliamentary cretinism of social democrats and vigorously rejects the belief that socialism can be legislated into existence once an electoral majority has been won. But his case does ultimately rest on the role of representative democracy and its associated liberties in sustaining the 302. Pluralism that would enable direct forms of democracy to operate in a democratic manner. Thus, as Weber notes, Poulantzas emphasizes the need for a dialectic between direct democracy and representative democracy. There needs to be mass mobilization, movements at the heart of the state, the development of general, non-corporatist claims. This would drive a left government on without directly opposing it through dual power, which would divide the working class, disaggregate its alliances, displace the center of gravity to the right, etc. The democratic road to socialism depends on the dialectic between the mass movement and left government. The former pushes on in advance of the latter consolidates the conquests of the former, legalizes them, and makes further advances possible. 1977 I.K., p. 12, cf. Weber, 1983, p. 57. Together they produce democratic socialism. The dilemmas of a democratic socialist transition. This emphasis on the dialectic between direct and representative democracy suggests a new approach to the dilemmas of a transition to democratic socialism. In an important essay, Zaworski argues that any mass workers' party must make three choices about its strategy for achieving democratic socialism. First, it must decide whether to work exclusively within the institutions of bourgeois democratic government or to engage in forms of direct action such as the general strike or armed struggle. Second, it must decide whether to organize only the working class or to engage in interclass alliances, such as a popular front, or even superclass alliances, based on non-class as well as class antagonisms. And, third, it must decide whether to adopt a maximalist strategy of non-negotiable demands for an immediate transition to socialism or to adopt a gradualist strategy of piecemeal reforms that would eventually culminate in a radical transformation of capitalism. These choices constitute dilemmas because they must be confronted continually, because both alternatives involve problems, and because choosing either option intensifies the problems associated with the other option. Zaworski, 1980, Passim. The first dilemma involves two risks. Talking about the need for armed conflict, a final politico-military resolution of the balance of forces, could undermine confidence in one's commitment to electoral. 303. Struggle and the democratic road. But, since the repressive apparatus itself certainly anticipates such eventualities and the state is prepared to infringe its own legality in the name of reasons of state, some would question the wisdom of the left being less prepared for violence than the state. Whether this means that the left should prepare for a preemptive or reactive general strike, widespread civil disobedience based on a popular and united front, or a protracted people's war is unclear. To make such preparations casts doubt on the left's commitment to representative democracy. Not to make them leaves the left vulnerable to counter-revolutionary violence from the armed forces or right-wing reaction. This is an ever-present dilemma for those committed to the democratic road, and poulantzas resolutely gambles in favor of a peaceful strategy. Poulantzas is remarkably silent in SBS on revolutionary violence. In FD he had castigated the left's failures to fully prepare and then deploy its paramilitary formations after the point of no return, as well as its failure to organize united and popular fronts to check the rise of fascism before this point, see Chapter 8. Likewise, in relation to Greece, Poulantzas seems to have advocated a protracted people's war in which the countryside should surround the towns, see Chapter 9. But he later abandoned not only a Leninist frontal assault but also a Maoist people's war. At best he now puts his trust in a widespread transfer of active support by the armed forces to the side of democratic socialism. At worst he seems to rely on a simple paralysis of the armed forces through internal divisions and the political mobilization of the masses, 1977 I.K., pp 5-6, 1979 I.B., pp 136-7. In a late interview Poulantzas claims that, as a revolutionary, he is not opposed to armed resistance in principle. But he adds, "It is better to do things without resorting to force, and even to wait if necessary in order to accomplish things without violence at a later date, rather than use coercion to overcome more quickly. For, if one once starts to use force, the moment eventually comes when one no longer knows whether one will ever stop using it." 1979 I.B., pp 135-6. Force was appropriate to resist fascism, but there is no threat of fascisation in the metropolitan state. This means that terrorism is to be rejected in today's circumstances, especially as it further 304 justifies the state's own use of force and the resulting loss of freedoms. Thus Poulantzas prefers to place the emphasis on exploiting the state's weaknesses and contradictions through a left Euro-communist strategy, 1979 I.B., pp 136-7. In this respect Poulantzas recognizes that he is taking an historical gamble. For there is an obvious risk, and everyone is aware of it, that the great majority of the repressive state apparatuses will polarize to the right, and therefore crush the popular movement, 1977 I.K., p6, cf.SBS, p 265. Poulantzas also recognizes the second dilemma and also changes his attitude towards it. Initially Poulantzas opted for a strategy based on united and popular fronts, and thus on an interclass alliance among the dominated classes. Indeed, since he defined the working class so restrictively that it comprised only a fifth or quarter of the population in the advanced capitalist states, a democratic road to socialism had to be based on an alliance strategy. Later he came to extend this strategy to embrace superclass alliances based on new social movements as well as more obvious class forces. But he did not confront the dilemmas thus posed. For, the greater the emphasis on inter- or superclass appeals, the more vulnerable are the mass workers' parties to a hemorrhage of working class support to workerist parties on their left and / or to similar inter- or superclass appeals emanating from parties to their right. The more insistent such parties are on their immediate concern with working class interests, however, the less likely are they to secure an electoral majority, since the working class itself is in the minority. Poulantzas always gave greater priority to the second horn of this dilemma. It informs both his initial support for frontist strategies based on the mass line and his more recent discussion of the crisis of the mass workers' parties. Indeed, his analysis of the impact of economic changes and the rise of authoritarian statism in contemporary capitalism led him to insist even more strongly on the need for pluriclassism, pluripartism, and an irreducible role for new social movements. Yet pursuing this line has seriously weakened Poulantzas's own party, the Communist Party of the Interior, in Greece, to the advantage of the Orthodox KKEN/or PASOK. And, more generally, Poulantzas failed to recognize that a superclass alliance strategy also opens opportunities for the plebiscitary, authoritarian populist politics of the new right. This does not mean that the democratic socialist left must abandon the struggle for popular democratic government in favor of crude workerist politics. It does. 305. mean that the problems involved in a transition to democratic socialism are more complex than Poulantzas himself recognized. As regards the third dilemma, Poulantzas always insisted on the need for a careful analysis of the conjuncture. Thus his account of the collapse or decomposition of the military dictatorships in Greece, Portugal, and Spain specified the political conjuncture as one of democratization of the capitalist state rather than an immediate transition to democratic socialism. This emerges most clearly in his comments on the Eid strategy in Greece after the collapse of the junta, see Chapter 9. It is also evident in his dismissive comments about the ultraleftism and putschism of key sections of the Portuguese left as well as the putschism and maximalism of the communists in the Weimar Republic. But, in rejecting maximalism and insisting on careful conjunctural analyses, did Poulantzas leave a space for a retreat from democratic socialism to the traditional social democratic response of crisis management on behalf of capitalism? This response has occurred in the Mitterrand regime in France and in Papandreou's PASOK government in Greece. Whether or not Poulantzas resolves this third dilemma is crucial for his account of democratic socialism. For there is little choice in advanced capitalism but to stress a nonviolent road to democratic socialism or to emphasize alliance strategies that go beyond the small and far from unified working class of the metropolitan capitalist economies. His approach to the third dilemma also has major implications for the success of his response to the second. It is in this context that Poulantzas calls for a threefold strategy based on struggle at a distance from the state, struggles within the state, and struggles to transform the state. Let us consider this in more detail. Is a democratic transition possible? In confronting these dilemmas, Poulantzas' strategy would depend crucially on the intensification of splits and contradictions within the state apparatus. By no means does it demand a left turn by all high functionaries. But it does rely on growing polarization and ruptures in the state together with a left turn by a sufficient number of the state elite to paralyze or neutralize other, rightward-leaning functionaries, including the police, judiciary, and armed forces, but also embracing the dominant economic state apparatus and all other. 306. Power Centers, 1977 I.E., p. 14, 1977 I.K., 6. It is only in this context that the popular struggles outside the state can have the desired effects. But the dialectic between the mass movement located at a distance from the state and the contradictions within the heart of the state must itself be managed through the role of the party system. Left to itself, the mass movement would either push towards maximalism or else collapse back into corporatism. Conversely, if it is unpressured by the mass movement, a socialist government would push towards a social democratic stabilization, 1977 I.E., p. 14, 1977 I.K., cf. Weber, 1983, p. 59. For a long time Poulantzas appears to have believed that this dilemma could be resolved through the leading role of the Communist Party, with a little help from the extreme left, example 1977 I.K., p. 12. For the Communists would provide the global political perspectives to avoid both maximalism and reformism and would thereby manage the dialectic between mass movement and government action. But, he eventually abandoned this belief, as we have seen, and provided no satisfactory alternative solution. This approach also involves a more general problem, which has been well expressed by Henry Weber. For it subordinates the mass movement to the need to maintain a left government, to the imperative of securing a vertical polarization of the state. It seems to depend on a series of partial confrontations that would supposedly add up to a revolutionary rupture. Yet this ignores the cyclical nature of popular mobilization and the counter-offensive capacities of the dominant class, facts that Poulantzas himself acknowledges as problematic in his own strategy as outlined in SBS. It means neglecting the dangers of demoralization, demobilization, and privatization among the popular masses. And it is to ignore the danger of an active preparation of a bourgeois counter-offensive aided by capital's continuing positions of strength in the state and internationally, Weber, 1983, p. 60. Indeed, although Poulantzas adopts a left Euro-communist position, SBS actually provides telling arguments against it. Thus elsewhere Weber records how Poulantzas suggests the following crucial objections to his own position. Firstly, Poulantzas notes that the dominated classes hold, at best, a marginal position in the state system. They can occupy centers of resistance outside the core of the RSA, but they do not control real centers of power. Secondly, the flexibility of the state system and the maneuverability of the dominant class mean that capital can switch the real centers of power. 307. Whenever the popular masses threaten to win hitherto important positions. Thirdly, when confronted with an adverse shift in the balance of forces, the dominant class, ES, are able to reverse it. Fourthly, although some state employees may be polarist towards the left, they remain unreliable allies in the struggle for democratic socialism. For they are still committed to maintaining the division between mental and manual labor on which their special status and privileges are premised. Fifthly, owing to the continuing rise of authoritarian statism, all these unfavorable factors have been accentuated. In short, the prospects for the long-term war of position advocated by Poulantzas are, to say the least, none too bright. Weber, 1978, pp 9-10, CFSBS, pp 137-9, 142-3, 156-8, 203-47. Not all these arguments are equally strong. Most telling are the threats posed by the progressive consolidation of authoritarian statism and the problems involved in the role of state functionaries in the mental manual division of labor. But the transition to democratic socialism is a protracted process and offers opportunities for the consolidation of socialist power centers as well as the recuperation of bourgeois domination. Much here would depend on the ability to counteract the cyclical character of mass mobilization and extra-parliamentary pressures. More generally, it would be wrong to exaggerate the maneuverability of capital and underestimate the relative autonomy of the institutional structure of the state system. All political forces must maneuver on the same institutional terrain, and progressive changes in this system could circumscribe the room for maneuver available to capital. This is why Poulantzas' strategy involves changes in the state as well as struggles at a distance and struggles within it. It also explains why he insists on transforming the institutional separation between state and economy to reduce the limits on political control over economic activities and on transforming the mental manual division of labor. In all these cases, it is also important to note that the overall conjuncture and balance of forces are not always unambiguously favorable to capital. Economic and military crises, crises of hegemony, and crises of the state would each in their various ways weaken capital. Whether the left can take advantage of these crises is another issue, and much would depend on its own hegemonic capacities. The overall prospects are nonetheless far from bright. This can be illustrated from the experience of the Solidarity movement in Poland. For, in certain respects, this represents a test for Poulantzas' strategy. 308. Solidarity involved a series of movements at a distance from the state, that were committed, inter alia, to self-management. It exploited splits and contradictions within the state system, and it developed a mass movement to coordinate the different struggles. Nor did it make the mistake of destroying the existing state apparatus before it had constructed an alternative system and thus deprive itself of the means to consolidate gains won through mass pressure at the base. Similarly, it avoided any direct confrontation with the armed forces and always acted so as to minimize any risk of foreign intervention by the Soviet Union. Yet Solidarity fell victim to the cyclical character of mass mobilization, the ability of the state to offer concessions whilst preparing to reverse the balance of forces, the ability of the state to play the card of armed Soviet intervention, and the uncertainties in Solidarity itself as to its appropriate role. If the relevance of this example is contested, it should be remembered that Poulantzas himself considers the Eastern Bloc countries to be capitalist as well as statist, and that his strategy is meant to be appropriate to both East and West. Concluding remarks. In certain respects, left Eurocommunism involves the same difficulties as social democracy in seeking a transition to democratic socialism. Both movements are committed to a majoritarian, non-violent, and democratic road to socialism. Thus both movements must enter class alliances and popular democratic struggles, eschew the use of violence, and be prepared for reverses. But this involves dilemmas. How can one avoid diluting the socialist content of a democratic socialist program in seeking alliances with the peasantry and/or new petty bourgeoisie? How can one avoid class reductionism in eschewing simple populism or Jacobinism in seeking alliances with new social movements? How justified is abandoning armed struggle without any reciprocal commitment on the part of the dominant class, ES, and repressive state apparatus? Is it wise to forego possible opportunities for a violent road should some future conjuncture favor a politico-military route to socialism? How can one avoid the pressures to become managers of capitalist crisis rather than precursors of democratic socialism? Poulantzas is well aware of these dilemmas but usually provides only outline or gestural. 309. Solutions. Often he describes the grounds on which a solution must be found but does not provide a full account of the strategy to be followed. Perhaps it is in their nature as dilemmas that no solutions are possible. But part of the problem also surely lies in the relational character of state power and the fact that democratic socialism will depend on an indeterminate interaction between institutional design and the balance of forces. If Poulantzas does not solve these dilemmas, he does confront many key problems involved in a democratic transition to democratic socialism. He offers an uncompromising critique of Leninism as well as social democracy and eventually moves on to a critique of the Gramscian approach involved in right Eurocommunism. In returning again and again to the problems of the democratic transition, he engages in continual self-questioning and eventually modified all the fundamental strategic positions with which he was identified. In this respect he demonstrated his own commitment to the critical role of the intellectual in politics, see Chapter 7. Moreover, if he sometimes displayed a pessimism of the intellect, he also followed Gramsci in maintaining an optimism of the will. There is little doubt that Poulantzas, whatever his optimism that a democratic socialism was worth struggling for, was also pessimistic about the prospects of achieving it. He concludes SBS with the comment that history has not yet given us a successful experience of the democratic road to socialism. But he adds that this does not mean that it is impossible, only difficult. Democratic socialism is not guaranteed by iron laws of historical inevitability nor by the purportedly international proletarian and fraternal support of the Soviet Union. Nonetheless, Poulantzas insists that one thing is certain: socialism will be democratic or it will not be at all. He admits that there are serious risks involved. In particular, democratic socialists could be heading for camps and massacres as appointed victims rather than as self-elected executioners. But he replies that this would still be preferable to massacring other people only to end up ourselves beneath the blade of a committee of public safety or some dictator of the proletariat. SBS, p. 265. With this conclusion there can surely be little disagreement. This makes it all the more urgent to build on the insights of Poulantzas and rethink the dilemmas of democratic socialism. 310. Part V. Retrospect and Prospect. 312. 11. Further remarks on the three sources. We have now completed our detailed review of Poulantzas's theoretical and strategic development, and it is time to present some more general reflections on his work. In this chapter I return to a theme introduced in Chapter 1, namely, the three sources of Poulantzas's theoretical and strategic innovations. It will be recalled that these are French philosophy, Italian Marxism, and Romano-German law. I now want to consider their influence on Poulantzas's work in more detail. Particular attention will be paid to the influence of three French philosophers, Sartre, Althusser, and Foucault. But I shall also consider how these intellectual sources were brought to fruition through Poulantzas's political involvements. The originality of Marx and Poulantzas. It is a commonplace that the originality of Marx is found in his unique synthesis of the three sources of Marxism: German philosophy, French politics, and English economics. This synthesis involves not only three contrasting theoretical traditions but also the historical background and political realities to which they correspond. It is less often remarked that the synthesis was developed in quite specific political conditions. For Marx was actively involved in class struggles and was trying to comprehend the context and conditions for a movement to socialism. But even this does not explain how Marx was able to achieve the synthesis when others did not. In seeking an answer to this question, Louis Althusser suggests that Marx's theoretical breakthrough occurred because he adopted an absolutely new, proletarian class position. This in turn led him to adopt a new approach to the three sources. Althusser, 1974, pp 156-7. Thus Althusser remarks that we see the young Marx at the same time change the object of his thought. Roughly, he moves from law to the state, then to political economy, change his philosophical position. He moves from Hegel to Feuerbach, then to a revolutionary materialism, and change his political position. He moves from radical bourgeois liberalism to petty bourgeois humanism, then to communism. Although these changes are not completely in phase, there are profound links between them. P 158. Althusser then suggests that, although Marx's move from one theoretical object to another was determined by his changing orientations in the class struggle, these changes in turn were realized and expressed in new philosophical positions. The claim that changes in Marx's political position were expressed in changes in philosophical outlook is not that surprising. What is crucial is Althusser's argument that changes in philosophical position were the fundamental precondition of Marx's breakthrough in the analysis of political economy. Without the politics, nothing would have happened. But, without the philosophy of revolutionary materialism, the politics would not have found its proper theoretical expression. pp 158-160. The present study is not concerned with Marx. But it is concerned with the theorist who claimed to have completed, if not to have discovered, the Marxist theory of the state. Whatever the merits of this particular claim, Poulantzas certainly made major contributions to Marxist political analysis. Moreover, his work reveals shifts in theoretical object that are remarkably similar to those of Marx himself. Both men moved from law to the state and thence to political economy. The shifts in Poulantzas's political position might seem less radical, but they are nonetheless important. From an existentialo-Marxist approach, he attempted to combine Althusserian and Gramscian positions within an essentially Marxist-Leninist outlook, and then went on to adopt a left Euro-communist position similar to that of pre-war Austro-Marxism. Naturally, the shifts in their respective philosophical positions are also rather different. Poulantzas moved from a Sartrean approach through Althusserian structuralism to a revolutionary materialism different in several respects from that of Marx. But it is significant that his theoretical and political shifts were more or less closely associated with shifts in philosophical position. 314. In this context, the interesting question is, of course, whether these philosophical shifts were as important for Poulantzas as for Marx. What were the influences that permitted Poulantzas to change his theoretical object and to develop his radically new and important contributions to Marxist state theory? What role did politics play within this movement? To what extent did his shifts in philosophical position express and/or realize the theoretical innovations? It is these issues that I now discuss. Poulantzas and French philosophy. Poulantzas and Sartre. Although there are three sources of Poulantzas's thought, most commentaries see his work in a one-sided manner. In this way they miss its originality by reducing his arguments to those of one or another of his three sources. This is most apparent in relation to French philosophy. Indeed, most Anglophone commentators and many others reduce Poulantzas's work to the baleful influence of Althusser. More recently there has been some recognition of the influence of Foucault. But the influence of Sartre is almost wholly ignored outside the context of legal philosophy, even though it survives Poulantzas's transition to Althusserian structuralism and continues to be significant in his last works. Indeed, it would not be too misleading to say that Sartre anticipates all of Poulantzas's early arguments concerning the state. For he clearly identifies its role in transcending the internal divisions within the dominant classes, emphasizes the links between its institutional unity and its position as the site of sovereign power, notes how this unity depends on the seriality, isolation, mutual separation, of the dominated and dominant classes alike, refers to the heterogeneity, institutional separation, and autonomy of the state in pursuing the national interest, and observes how the state's role in maintaining the established order also serves the interest of the dominant classes. Sartre, 1960-1978, pp 635-42. Thus Sartre argued that the state constitutes a mediation between conflicts within the dominant class, insofar as these conflicts run the risk of weakening. 315. It in the face of the dominated classes. It embodies and realizes the general interest of the dominant class over and above the antagonisms and conflicts of particular interests. This amounts to saying that the ruling class produces its state, that its internal struggles produce the possibility and the exigency for a group to arise to defend the general interest, and that its institutional structures will define themselves in terms of concrete reality, that is to say, in the last analysis, in terms of the mode and relations of production. Sartre, CDR, p. 638. Likewise Sartre argues that the state must take a totalizing view of the social ensemble and may well need to impose its own sense of national policy against the dominant classes even when this serves their long-term interest. He writes that the state cannot take on its functions without positing itself as a mediator between the exploiting and the exploited classes. The state is a determination of the dominant class, and this determination is conditioned by class struggle. But it affirms itself as a deep negation of the class struggle. The state therefore exists for the sake of the dominant class, but as a practical suppression of class conflicts within the national totalization. Sartre, CDR, p. 639. Sartre also refers to the autonomy of the state, its institutional separation as a heterogeneous structure distinct from the structure of the economic system, and the possibilities of maneuver implied in the serialist class struggle. Thus he notes that the state already posits itself for itself in relation to the class from which it emanates, this united, institutionalist and effective group, deriving its internal sovereignty from itself in and through itself as an essential national praxis, by acting in the interests of the class from which it emanates and, if necessary, against them. Sartre, CDR, p. 640. He adds that the real contradiction of the state is that it is a class apparatus pursuing class objectives and, at the same time, posits itself for itself as the sovereign unity of all. p. 642. These arguments are similar to those of poulantzas concerning the state's role in forming a power bloc, the importance of the isolation. 316. Effect, the relative autonomy and class unity of the state, and the state's role as a factor of cohesion. The most important of these similarities is that between Sartre's notion of seriality and poulantzas's concept of the isolation effect. For both Sartre and poulantzas clearly relate the role of the state as a totalizing ensemble, or factor of societal cohesion, to the mutual separation among individual members and series, fragments, within both the dominant and dominated classes. They differ in locating this phenomenon. For, whereas Sartre tends to ascribe these characteristics to the state in general and to see seriality as inherent in the alienated human condition, poulantzas relates them to the structure of the capitalist mode of production and the specific institutional and ideological features of the capitalist state. Thus, whereas Sartre tends to essentialize these characteristics as universal features of the state, poulantzas tries to relate them to specific forms of exploitation and domination. In reacting against the surontologism in Sartre, poulantzas is clearly influenced by Althusser, cf. Poulantzas, 1965a, pp 104-5, 106n. Poulantzas and Althusser. It is as an Althusserian structuralist that poulantzas is most often presented. This reading emerges clearly in two areas. It is most obvious in the Poulantzas-Miliband-Lacan debate over state theory and the various commentaries it has provoked in the Anglophone world. It is also evident in the discussion of poulantzas's contributions to the analysis of social classes. This reading actually fits ill with poulantzas's frequent protestations that he could attach no scientific meaning to structuralism and that he had never been fully committed to Althusserian theses. Indeed, Poulantzas published an early and incisive critique of Althusser's For Marx, 1966 c, and also criticized Balibar's account of modes of production, PPSC. Moreover, whilst he followed their methodological precepts in his late 60s work on law, the state, and ideology, he also took pains to differentiate his substantive positions on political theory from those of Althusser and Balibar, see chapters 3, 5, and 7 above. This reading also fits ill with Althusser's reciprocal disquiet with PPSC and refusal to publish it in his own series of books for the Maspero publishing house. These critical attitudes continued. 317. Thereafter and Poulantzas went on to disagree with Althusser's views on ISAs, the articulation of modes of production, and political strategy. This does not mean that Poulantzas was uninfluenced by Althusserian Marxism. It provided the basis of his critique of alternative positions for their economism, historicism, and humanism, and it provided the epistemological justification and the theoretical matrix for his regional theories of economic, political, and ideological structures. There is much irony in the fact that Poulantzas's best-known piece of work, his initial critique of Miliband's own theory of the state in capitalist society, was the most structuralist of his contributions to state theory 5. For this has encouraged widespread misreading of PPSC and CCC as well as neglect of his other studies. In fact, he gave greater weight from the beginning to the class struggle than other structuralist Marxists and progressively eliminated structuralist overtones from his work. In general, it is much better to focus on the threefold structure of Poulantzas's work than to treat him one-sidedly as a structuralist. Indeed, by focusing on Poulantzas's relationship to Althusserianism, one ignores many other significant themes and arguments. It also provides limited insight into the changes that occurred in his work between 1966 and 1979. It is no help in understanding the sources of the substantive concepts in his approach to the state. It makes it difficult to understand how Poulantzas came to give priority to the class struggle over structural causality and to consider the state as a social relation. And it makes it difficult to see what prompted Poulantzas to seek a rapprochement with the work of Foucault and what made their convergence possible. Poulantzas and Foucault. In discussing the crisis of Marxism which is supposed to have emerged in the 70s, Poulantzas remarked that other disciplines should be exploited to help overcome the impasse. He usually mentioned linguistics, psychoanalysis, and the work of Foucault, 1979 c, pp 14-5, 1978 I.E., 1979 I.K. In practice, Poulantzas himself ignored linguistics and psychoanalysis and only 318 made use of Foucault's studies. Even here he was careful to distinguish between Foucault as an epistemologist and general theorist and Foucault as a particular theorist of specific techniques of power and aspects of the state. It is the latter Foucault whom Poulantzas found useful, and he rejects Foucault's more general epistemological and theoretical project. Indeed, there are three different ways in which the work of Poulantzas relates to Foucault. Firstly, there are direct and explicit borrowings from Foucault and his colleagues. Secondly, there are convergences between the two theorists. These generally enable Poulantzas to specify his own approach more clearly and/or to relate it to the current intellectual mood in France. And, thirdly, despite some clearly stated differences, some hidden parallels exist between their respective approaches to power and the state. Let us begin with the direct borrowings. In the field of ideological domination, Poulantzas draws on Foucault's distinction between specific and universal intellectuals, see chapter 7. More significantly, he takes up Foucault's discussion of power and knowledge. In relation to the state itself, Poulantzas also deploys Foucault's notion of disciplinary techniques and normalization, as well as his analysis of anatomopolitics and the recomposition of the body politic, see chapter 5. Even when making explicit use of Foucault's work, however, Poulantzas typically modifies it. This can be seen in his interpretation of the relation between power and knowledge, his account of disciplines and normalization, and his discussion of the political constitution of corporeality. Thus poulantzas links the power/knowledge couplet to the capitalist division between mental and manual labor and suggests that the capitalist state is the institutional embodiment par excellence of intellectual labor separated from manual labor, see chapters 5 and 7. He also criticized Foucault for overemphasizing the role of disciplines and normalization at the expense of the continuing importance of law and coercion in the capitalist state. Likewise, he related corporeality to capitalist relations of production as well as the state, see chapter 5. This process of insertion modification is facilitated by the convergence between poulantzas and Foucault. For these provide the points of articulation between their respective approaches and enable poulantzas to draw on Foucault's work without falling into simple eclecticism. There are 5 main areas of convergence. First, poulantzas has a 319. Long-standing concern with different forms of individuality and the juridico-political constitution of the isolation effect. Likewise, Foucault is much concerned with individualization and normalization. Second, both theorists adopt a relational approach to power and explore the links between power and strategies. Third, they also consider that power is productive rather than simply repressive and negative. This is related to their mutual interests in the articulation between power and knowledge, whether in terms of the mental manual division of labor or the role of disciplines. And, fifth, poulantzas and Foucault are both interested in micro-revolts, struggles at a distance from the state, and rank-and-file movements. These convergences do not mean, however, that poulantzas and Foucault are in complete agreement. Indeed, as we have seen on several occasions above, poulantzas insists on several crucial differences from Foucault. In particular, poulantzas emphasizes how these 5 phenomena are related to the capitalist division of labor and the class struggle rather than deriving immediately from disciplinary techniques as such. Poulantzas also insists that modern state power is still based on repression and that law is not merely repressive but also has a role to play in producing consent. And, rather than placing weight on the dispersion and heterogeneity of micropolitics, he stresses throughout the central role of the state in organizing global political domination, see chapters 5 and 7. The hidden parallels between the work of poulantzas and Foucault occur in the following areas. Firstly, their insistence respectively on the immanence of power within social relations and on the ubiquity of the state inside the mode of production. Secondly, their approach to diachronic relations in terms of a primitive source of resistance in plebeian qualities or class instincts, and, finally, their inability to cope with the relation between micro and macro levels of power other than in terms of a fortuitous interaction between micro-powers and tactics on a meso-level strategic terrain which culminates in macro-level class domination. For a more detailed account of the relation between poulantzas and Foucault, see Jessop, 1984. Poulantzas and Italian politics. The influence of Italian politics is usually recognized when commentators consider poulantzas' thoughts on hegemony. It is also 320. Apparent in poulantzas' subsequent support for Gramsci's approach to the United Front, see chapter 9. And, at a still later date, poulantzas draws on the work of the Ingrao left in developing his own Euro-communist strategy. But the influence of Italian Marxism can also be overemphasized, as we shall see. Poulantzas was generally rather hesitant about Gramsci. The latter was often seen in Italy and France as a historicist who stressed the role of political class struggle to the exclusion of material circumstances and structural constraints. Thus, although poulantzas acknowledged Gramsci's contributions to the analysis of hegemony, he also sought to distance himself from the charge of complicity in the latter's supposed historicism. In particular, he emphasized the institutional or structural foundations of class power and the different modalities and possible disjunctions among levels of class struggle. Poulantzas certainly urged communists to intervene in class struggle in order to polarize political forces around a communist program under working class hegemony. But, as a committed Marxist-Leninist for much of his political life, he also argued that such hegemony could only be consolidated after the proletarian revolution. For the economic, political, and ideological apparatuses had first to be reorganized to underwrite working class power in the transition to socialism. Moreover, whereas Gramsci tended to focus on state power and political struggle to the exclusion of the specific institutional form of the capitalist state, Poulantzas also paid great attention to the state apparatus and its institutional forms. This reflects his legal training. Indeed, implicit in his later work is the realization that hegemony must be examined not only from the viewpoint of class position but also from that of the structural determination of the exercise of class hegemony. This same concern emerges in Poulantzas's subsequent claim that Gramsci's war of position strategy is still Leninist because it treats the state as a monolithic entity to be encircled. In contrast, Poulantzas sees the state as an institutional ensemble that crystallizes class contradictions and conflicts within itself and can therefore be undermined from within, see Chapter 10. An interesting early assessment of Poulantzas as a Gramscian can be found in a critique by Christine Bussy-Glucksmann, 1968. This influence has also been emphasized in my earlier accounts of Poulantzas's work, example Jessop, 1982a, 1982b. These reviews are favorably inclined to the Gramscian influences. But Poulantzas and his disciples have also been criticized for fractionalism. 321. In their emphasis on the circulation of hegemony among different fractions of capital. For this allegedly involves neglecting the basic problem of how capital in general is reproduced and, a fortiori, of how particular fractional interests are related to the capitalist system as a whole, example Clark, 1978. There is some merit in this criticism as applied to followers of Poulantzas. But it overlooks Poulantzas's interest in the structural determination of hegemony. It also ignores his emphasis on the organic nature of the power block and its constitution through a general orientation to the needs of capital. This depends in turn on looking beyond the modalities of the class struggle to see how they are condensed in the specific structural form of the state. Moreover, in studying state forms, Poulantzas is particularly concerned with its institutional and legal structures, a topic often neglected in Gramsci's work. Concern with Gramsci's influence should not lead us to ignore other currents in Italian Marxism. Poulantzas seems to have been particularly affected by the Ingrao left of the Italian Communist Party. In addition to several references to Ingrao in his discussions of the party, social movements, direct democracy, representative democracy, etc., Poulantzas also secured the translation of Ingrao's work on masses and power in his collection for the Presses Universitaires de France. It is through the influence of the Ingrao left among others that the Austro-Marxist themes in Poulantzas's work were introduced, and he also engaged in critical debate with Ingrao's own positions, see Chapter 10. Poulantzas and Romano-German law. In relation to Romano-German law, overemphasis is not a problem. For there is a remarkable neglect of the enduring significance of Poulantzas's training in law. Not only did Poulantzas take his first degree in law, but he also went on to do postgraduate research in law in Germany and France. He also made his early academic contributions almost exclusively in the fields of law and legal philosophy. It is true that Poulantzas himself seemed to suppress his erstwhile legal consciousness in subsequent work. He even refused to countenance the republication of his doctoral dissertation on the grounds that it exemplified such deviations as humanism and 322. Historicism. But it is also true that, when Poulantzas began to study the state more generally, his legal training remained much in evidence. He always argued that the normal form of the capitalist state was that of a Rechtsstaat, i.e., a constitutional state based on the rule of law. He paid much attention to the role of private and public law in shaping class practices in liberal democracies, facilitating the exercise of hegemony, and helping to unify state power. He also emphasized how juridico-political ideology provided the matrix within which struggles for hegemony occurred. In many respects, his analyses of the institutional structure of the capitalist state are influenced by legal theory. This can be seen in his discussion of legal sovereignty, the separation of powers, the relations between executive and legislature, bureaucratization, the role of public law, the constitutionalization of violence, etc. Indeed, there are indications that his ideas about the class unity of the state and relative autonomy of the state owe something to the sort of norm logique favored by Kelsen, despite poulantzas's general criticisms of the neo-Kantian approach of the Kelsen school with its separation of fact from value, see Chapter 2. In addition, poulantzas discuss the rise of authoritarian statism and the various exceptional forms of state in terms of their opposition to rechtsstaatlich forms and the transformed role of public and administrative law within them, see Chapters 5 and 10. There is one notable exception to the neglect of poulantzas's concern with law. Alan Lewis has written an interesting critique in which he claims that poulantzas raised crucial issues in state theory but failed to resolve them because he did not follow up his legal insights. Thus Lewis correctly notes that poulantzas discern the specificity of the political level in capitalism in terms of its juridical structure, functioning, and ideology. But he adds that, on the basis of this emphasis, I believe we should expect a more sustained analysis of the law and legal institutions as well as analysis of the process of legislation, as political modes basic to the capitalist state. Lewis, 1981, p. 29. This failure means that poulantzas is forced to assert the autonomy of the capitalist state by fiat rather than grounding it theoretically in the nature of bourgeois law. Lewis, 1981, p. 31. To a limited extent these problems are surmounted in later work, notably SBS, but Lewis is still largely correct in his assessment. Nonetheless, I would suggest that, without this admittedly underdeveloped concern with the juridical field, poulantzas would not have advanced as much as he did in state and political theory. 323. The three sources combined. Finally, we should note that these different schools or traditions are combined and developed in a quite specific manner within the context of Marxist political economy. For poulantzas was firmly opposed to the traditions of the Second International and the Comintern. Both allegedly reduced the nature of the state to reflections of the economic base and/or suggested that the political class struggle followed the course of economic development. More generally, poulantzas notes that there was a systematic neglect of the question of the state in orthodox Marxist theory. He attempts to remedy this. In particular, poulantzas emphasized the sui generis nature of political class struggle and the relative autonomy of the state. This is particularly evident in capitalist societies that poulantzas characterizes in terms of their institutional separation between the economic and political regions. His initial justification for this was found in the Sartrean approach to structural analysis. Thus he employs the internal-external dialectic to explore the complex internal organization of different social structures and their differential determination by external factors. Later, poulantzas justified his concern with the political in terms of Althusser's account of the relative autonomy of the political within a complex structure in dominance determined in the last instance by the economic. Eventually he justified this approach in terms of his own distinctive account of the state as a social relation, i.e., to an account of state power as a form-determined condensation of the balance of forces in class struggle. During the course of his theoretical development, poulantzas came to link these arguments more closely and coherently with traditional Marxist themes in economic analysis. The latter had largely been ignored in his early work. Indeed, as he himself readily admitted, he was not an expert in economics. Economic themes only came to prominence in his work on classes in contemporary capitalism. By the time that his last major work on state theory was published, however, poulantzas had managed to synthesize the three sources of his approach firmly within the framework of classical Marxist political economy. But he also brought new insights to this framework. In particular, he considered the labor process in terms of a complex economic, political, and intellectual division of labor and examined social classes from the viewpoint of their expanded reproduction, rather than in restricted economic terms. At the 324. Same time he remained trapped within classical Marxist political economy. This appears paradoxical. For, although poulantzas made crucial innovations by breaking with crucial elements in orthodox Marxist accounts of the state, he failed to consolidate them by breaking with equally crucial elements in orthodox accounts of the economic and ideological regions. Only in his last year did he begin seriously to question them and try to move beyond them. It would seem that many difficulties in Poulantzas's work stem in part from this trenchant commitment to Marxism. At a time when there was a general hue and cry about the crisis of Marxism, Poulantzas continued to support its fundamental tenets. This meant that he was unusually slow to question such fundamental assumptions as the ultimately determining role of the relations of production, the inherently revolutionary potential of the working class, and the vanguard role of the Communist Party. Although he abandoned the claim that Marxism could provide the key to all theoretical and social problems, he still maintained Marxism at the center of his approach. At most he conceded the need to supplement Marxism with linguistics, psychoanalysis, and a Foucauldian microphysics of power. This immobilism was reinforced by his assessment of the implications of changing his position on the most fundamental issues at stake. For it would have seemed to be admitting that either the nouveau philosophes on the right or the libertarian socialists, such as Castoriadis, on the left were correct in their criticisms of Marxism-Leninism, on his attitude towards Castoriadis, see 1977a, more generally, 1979 I.A. Changing philosophical positions. I hope the prima facie relevance of the three sources for Poulantzas's theoretical innovations has now been established. Can one attribute equal weight to each source in explaining his theoretical development, or is Althusser right in focusing on the question of philosophical preconditions? It is one thing to note that Poulantzas drew on French philosophy, it is another to claim that this constituted the decisive precondition of his theoretical innovations. But the latter claim does seem plausible because of the obvious changes in Poulantzas's philosophical position, changes that are more visible in his debts to French philosophy than Italian politics or Romano-German law. 325. In exploring this question, I will first consider the implications of these changes with special reference to the Althusserian and Foucauldian perspectives. Then I will consider whether they constitute the decisive preconditions of changes elsewhere in Poulantzas's work. The emphasis in Poulantzas's philosophical development oscillates between primarily ontological and primarily methodological concerns. In his Sartrine phase, most emphasis was given to the simultaneously ontological and deontological problem of establishing the unity of fact and value. But Poulantzas also drew on the method of dialectical reason to establish the complex internal-external determinations of specific social instances. In switching from an existentialist Marxism to an Althusserian approach, Poulantzas was primarily seeking a justification for developing a sui generis Marxist political theory. Thus, although Althusser's structuralism involves specific commitments to a realist ontology and epistemology, Poulantzas restricted his own ontological considerations to arguments about the relative autonomy of the political region under capitalism. But he did draw heavily on Althusser's methodological arguments concerning the movement from abstract to concrete and the overdetermination of concrete conjunctures. On the other hand, there was little mileage to be derived from Althusser's philosophical position in developing the substantive concepts for a theory of the state. Here Poulantzas needed to supplement Althusserian concepts with others drawn from legal theory and Italian Marxism. It is this that produces the characteristic triple structure of his regional theory of politics, see chapters 3 and 5. Ontological considerations once again become important in the final phase of Poulantzas's theoretical development. This occurred with his adoption of a relational theory of social classes and political power. When Poulantzas claimed to have discovered at last the Marxist theory of the state, he had in mind the view that the state is a social relation. This involved a fundamental philosophical shift for Poulantzas and a return to the revolutionary materialism of Marx. For it was Marx who elaborated the paradigm thesis, and arguably more general claim, that capital is a social relation. In progressively abandoning structuralism, Poulantzas was certainly influenced by Foucault, see especially chapter 5. But the real origins of his philosophical shift are to be found in the dynamic of his own thought and political involvements. Indeed, the seeds of his later relational approach are already sown in his first major text on the state, ppsc. 326. But it was only with the full flowering of this approach that Poulantzas could specify his distinctive contribution to state theory. Althusser, Foucault, and poulantzas. Poulantzas suggests in a self-commentary on SBS that he turns to Foucault in his attempt to break with dogmatic Marxism such as that incarnated in Althusserian structuralism. He recognizes that he adopts a new language in comparison with his earlier works and attributes this to the fact that I am approaching some new problems and that I am thus at a stage of exploration. He adds that it is especially in discussing the theses of Michel Foucault that I have been led to coquette my language, and that this is particularly true when it comes to the analysis of the techniques of power. Poulantzas, 1978. Does this mean that Poulantzas could only have arrived at his final theoretical and political position in SBS and subsequent reflections through his reading and appropriation of Foucault? There were already many points of convergence between the work of Poulantzas and Foucault before Poulantzas turned his attention to his analyses of power. And, as Poulantzas stresses at many points in SBS, when he chides Foucault for neglecting the social division of labor and class struggles or corrects his tendency to absolutize the distinction between the repressive, sovereign state and the normalizing, disciplinary state, there are still important points of difference between their two approaches. But there is much more to the Poulantzas-Foucault relation than a simple, selective, mechanical addition of Foucauldian themes and concepts into an established theoretical framework that might make it more complete but leaves the basic assumptions and principles of explanation intact. 4. In drawing on Foucault, Poulantzas introduces major tensions into his own thought, which are not satisfactorily resolved in SBS and continue to trouble him after this work appeared. Theoretically, these tensions are most apparent in the micro-macro problem and the nature of global strategies. In the end, Poulantzas failed to develop an adequate account of hegemonic strategies, to consider their relation to accumulation, and to connect them to the process of class formation. He continued to refer to hegemony and its crises as if these involved problems of class leadership. Yet he denied that the state could formulate a global strategy for the power block and 327. Eventually rejected his long-held belief that the Communist Party could do so for the popular masses. In practical terms, he displaced the question of hegemony to the nature of the state as a strategic terrain and the manner in which it condensed incoherent micro-policies and tactics into macro-political class domination. This did not solve the micro-macro problem already evident in his analyses of relative autonomy and class unity, but simply made it more complex and opaque through the introduction of Foucauldian concepts, see Chapter 5. Politically, these tensions are most evident in the problematic relationship between class forces, political parties, and new social movements in the democratic transition to democratic socialism. Thus, although Poulantzas came to recognize the autonomous role of new social movements and no longer reduced them to specious class movements, he rejected the Foucault-Deleuze position on the strategic importance of maintaining their mutual independence and resisting integration into the web of state power. In this respect, he was closer to Ingrau's position of linking the new social movements in and through the party. Yet he eventually rejected this view too and emphasized the benefits of the irreducible tension between political parties and social movements, see Chapter 10. This merely identifies the site of a problem, however, without resolving it. Thus Foucault's influence on Poulantzas was quite different from that of Althusser. Above all, Althusser provided an epistemological justification for developing a sui generis political theory. He also provided a critique of alternative Marxist positions and a limited number of structural Marxist concepts. In contrast, Poulantzas explicitly rejected Foucault's contributions to epistemology. Instead, he treated Foucault's work in the same way as Gramsci's. From Gramsci he took the concept of hegemony as the typical form of political class struggle in capitalist societies and such correlative notions as the power block. From Foucault he took the analysis of power and knowledge, disciplines, and strategic codification, as well as specific concepts such as universal and specific intellectuals. As far as possible, these were integrated into his own Marxist framework, and any tensions thereby engendered were not resolved in a Foucauldian manner. 328. In this sense we can agree with Poulantzas's own assessment of Foucault's theoretical and political influence on himself. He drew on Foucault to think through new problems and to help resolve the current crisis of Marxism, but he certainly did not embrace Foucauldian positions in toto. Foucault served mainly as an intellectual catalyst. He also provided some new concepts that poulantzas modified to suit his particular purposes. At the same time, it is clear that there was no one of comparable intellectual stature working on these problems in France, and Foucault's influence was correspondingly crucial in redirecting poulantzas' researches. Philosophical preconditions. We can now consider the role of these philosophical changes in poulantzas' more general development. It is quite clear that poulantzas' changing theoretical and political positions were expressed through changing philosophical positions. Now, in dealing with similar developments in the case of Marx, Althusser attributes Marx's supposed scientific breakthrough to his adoption of specific class positions in philosophy as well as politics. He argues that the three theoretical sources could only produce the break because Marx took up proletarian political positions and proletarian philosophical positions. Do similar considerations hold for poulantzas? Did his changing philosophical views merely express changes elsewhere, or did they constitute their basic precondition? This question is difficult to answer in quite the same terms as those adopted by Althusser. For I do not share his conviction, which was also Lenin's before him, that one can ascribe an essential class belonging to philosophical positions. I am even less convinced that revolutionary materialism, whatever this might mean for Althusser, is the only true proletarian philosophical position. More important is the fact that poulantzas also rejected such essentialist readings of philosophy. Indeed, even at the peak of his Marxist-Leninist phase in 1968, poulantzas denied that adopting proletarian values spontaneously produces objective social science. It can also lead to anarchism, economism, or populism. In short, to say that the adoption of the cause of the proletariat is a sufficient condition for producing science, as if proletarian consciousness automatically included science, is false. 1969b, p. 56. At most he conceded that adopting the proletarian cause might be the simultaneous effect of producing 329. Objective social science rather than its precondition, ibid. In addition, some 10 years later, poulantzas argued that there was an inevitable gap between the formulation of a theoretical or philosophical position and its practical implementation. There was no more reason to read the Gulag into Marxism than there was to read the Spanish Inquisition or Franco's Spain into Catholicism, SBS, pp 22-3. For our purposes, this means that the links between poulantzas' changing philosophical positions and his theoretical and political positions must be established with due regard to their complexity. I do not think that these philosophical shifts constituted absolute and exclusive preconditions of poulantzas' more general theoretical and political development. But nor did these more general changes simply find one of their forms of expression in such philosophical shifts without being affected by them in turn. Instead, they provided fundamental mediations with their own effects. For, although poulantzas was primarily concerned with political rather than philosophical questions, changing ontological and/or methodological assumptions were crucial in mediating his changing positions in state and political theory. In the specific conjuncture in which poulantzas was working on PPSC, for example, it is impossible to think his theoretical innovations without presupposing Althusserian structuralism. There are some elements of his later approach in his early work on law, other elements in his preliminary remarks on hegemony. But the synthesis of these institutional and political elements required their location at different levels in the movement from abstract to concrete, as well as their location within the matrix of the CMP. In the intellectual and political conjuncture of France in the mid-60s, this framework could only be provided by Althusser. In this sense, just as Marx needed Feuerbach to move beyond Hegel, poulantzas needed Althusser to move beyond Sartre. But it is also true that Althusserian structuralism in its initial form constituted an obstacle to further theoretical and political advance. Thus poulantzas needed to go beyond Althusser and to rediscover Marx's revolutionary materialism, or at least its relational kernel, to develop his mature theory of the state. I think that this stress on revolutionary materialism is correct. 4. If poulantzas' subsequent shift towards a relational theory of the state and a left Euro-communist politics were associated with a move towards Foucauldian positions, the latter are nonetheless best interpreted as means through which new ideas were expressed rather. 330. Than their essential precondition. Certainly poulantzas acknowledged that he took up Foucauldian language and ideas to think through new problems. But he also stressed that it was Foucault as an analyst of power, not Foucault as an epistemologist or methodologist, that inspired him. His philosophical breakthrough was his own. It involved both a fundamental return to Marx and a partial movement beyond him. The primacy of political involvements. But what drove poulantzas to adopt changing philosophical positions in and through which his theoretical and strategic innovations could be achieved? What drove him beyond a philosophy of law written from the perspective of existentialo-Marxism to a hybrid Althusserian and Gramscian account of the state and thence to a left-wing Euro-communist position? The key to this movement appears to be his involvements in Greek and French politics. Without this, as Althusser might say, nothing would have happened. But it is equally clear that not all those involved in Greek or French politics developed poulantzas' theoretical framework. His innovations also presuppose both his involvement in three distinctive theoretical traditions and his commitment to a particular, Marxist method of theoretical and political analysis. Without these additional influences, as poulantzas might say, anarchism, economism, or populism could have happened. Thus we are dealing with a complex, interactive process rather than a simple causal chain, a Foucauldian genealogical process rather than a unilinear, predestined evolution. Indeed, if his political involvements provided the motor force behind these changes, they were necessarily complex and historically conditioned. For these involvements depended on the course of political events beyond poulantzas' control. Marx had to await the Paris Commune before he was finally able to work out his views on the dictatorship of the proletariat. The unity of theory and practice was equally complex in the case of poulantzas. He once noted that, from the viewpoint of theory, only a real experience, meaning also experimentation, such as the class struggle of the working class can lead to science, 1969b, p. 56. In his own case he had to await the Greek junta and its collapse before he could finally develop his views on the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie and its implications for 331. Socialist strategy. He had been increasingly aware that political disputes in the Greek left over anti-dictatorial strategy were premised on theoretical conflicts over the nature of the capitalist state, 1979 I.A. Poulantzas believed these disputes were settled by real experience and his views were further reinforced by the Portuguese experiment. Moreover, if Marx's adoption of proletarian political positions really did help him to make his major scientific breakthrough, a major factor in poulantzas' development was surely his partial abandonment of a pure proletarian class position. The latter position characterized his lengthy Marxist-Leninist phase and prevented him from fully understanding the nature of politics in modern societies. Only later did he seriously consider popular democratic struggles and the activities of the new social movements with their pluriclassist character. The changing course of political events was also crucial here. Above all, the experience of the Union de la Gauche and its collapse before the gates of power brought home the crisis of the mass workers' parties and the need for a fundamental reappraisal of his political strategy. Not until then did he embark on the most self-critical and dynamic phase of his political development in an effort to chart a democratic transition to democratic socialism. Concluding remarks. Poulantzas' breakthrough in state theory depended on his location at the confluence of three contrasting theoretical streams. For his originality lies in his unique synthesis of three intellectual sources somewhat different from those that inspired Marx himself. In the case of poulantzas, these theoretical traditions were French philosophy, Italian politics, and Romano-German law. And he went on to synthesize them in a unique manner within the overarching framework of Marxist political economy. This is not to suggest that poulantzas was uninfluenced by other theoretical sources, far from it. But it is to argue that other sources were filtered through these three principal traditions. This can be seen in the way in which the German phenomenological concept of die Natur der Sache was appropriated through French philosophy. Similarly, Maoist themes were taken up through an Althusserian perspective. Likewise, although one can discern certain Austro-Marxist themes in his later work, these were appropriated through their influence in Italian political debate. 332. Poulantzas's originality also depended on his attempts to understand and influence the course of political events in Greece and France. Thus he was concerned to understand the Greek military dictatorship, the conditions leading to its overthrow, the absence of working-class hegemony in the democratization process, and the prospects for moving from an anti-dictatorial alliance to an anti-imperialist, anti-monopoly alliance. His concerns in French politics ranged from the rise of authoritarian statism to the problems of left unity around an anti-monopoly, democratic socialist program. It was in working through the problems of class alliances for a democratic socialism that the mutual implications of Poulantzas's three sources became apparent. One can only comprehend Poulantzas's work by considering the tensions produced therein through the attempt to combine his three sources. They were continually adapted and modified under the impact of his participation in political struggle. But they are by no means easy to reconcile, and tensions remain with each successive stage in his theoretical, political, and philosophical development. The most integrated period of his thought occurred when Poulantzas worked within an existentialo-Marxist framework. For he had not yet discovered Italian Marxism and considered its implications for Marxist philosophy or communist politics. From that moment tensions were introduced into his analyses that continued to work themselves out for the rest of his life. The switch in philosophical position from Sartrean existentialism through Althusserian structuralism to Foucauldian perspectives could not eliminate these tensions and their dynamic effect on his work. But they did enable Poulantzas to give more adequate expression to his theoretical and political innovations. Nor could the movement away from a Marxist-Leninist reading of Gramsci to a radical Eurocommunism filtered through the Ingrao left eliminate them. But this shift within Italian politics did enable Poulantzas to give greater weight to the institutional determinations of state power and to link these to problems of political strategy. This emerges very clearly in the one element in Poulantzas's intellectual sources, which appears to be constant. For, spurred on by the shifts elsewhere in his intellectual and political positions, he continually repraised the class nature and implications of law, liberty, and legal institutions. This creative tension holds as much for the gaps and theoretical. 333. Problems in Poulantzas's work as for its more positive aspects. This can be seen in his exaggerated concern with political factors. Each of his main intellectual sources contains a politicist potential, the Althusserian notion of relative autonomy and the Foucauldian emphasis on power, the concern with the global role of the state and party in Italian politics, the focus of Romano-German law on juridico-political institutions. Combining these sources powerfully enhances the politicist potential of each and reinforces the neglect of economic determinations and the specificity of the ideological. This is reflected in Poulantzas's theoretical concern with the central role of the state and his strategic concern with problems of institutional design for a democratic socialism. For a long time Poulantzas neglected the complexities of civil society and subsumed them under the rubric of ideological state apparatuses. Only in his last year or so did he consider the specificities and autonomous contribution of class and non-class struggles located beyond the state. The major economic problems involved in democratic socialism were ignored until the end. This is not to decry his contributions to political analysis, but it is to suggest they are one-sidedly concerned with the state system. Paradoxically, although this politicism stems from the combination of his three main sources, Poulantzas did not fully exploit the separate contributions of each tradition. Perhaps this failure occurred because he was oblivious to the complexities of his theoretical formation. Indeed, he admitted that no one could ever be fully contemporary with his/her own theoretical development. By considering their mutual implications more fully and consistently, he could have drawn out their implications in an even more creative manner. There are three specific areas where this would have been helpful. First, Poulantzas failed to exploit the Gramscian approach on political class struggle and focused instead on the structural determinations of state power. Second, in exploring these determinations, his legal training was underutilized. For it would have been very productive to consider how juridico-political institutions and practices underpin the state's relative autonomy and institutional unity. This is not to suggest that law itself is a sufficient explanation of the dynamics of state form. For, as Poulantzas recognized in SBS, state power rests on illegality as well as legality. But it would have been helpful to provide a more detailed analysis of the contribution of law to the institutional matrix of the state and thus to 334. Its role in condensing and transforming the balance of forces. Lastly, as he moved progressively away from Althusserian structuralism, Poulantzas could have drawn more fully on the Foucauldian approach to power and strategy. This is true not only for Foucault's genealogical approach, with its clear antagonism to the residual structuralist elements in Poulantzas's work, it also holds for his microphysics of power and his more conscious strategic theoretical approach. As it is Poulantzas's key insight that the state is a social relation remains elliptical and underdeveloped. It is to this issue that we turn in the concluding chapter. 5. Poulantzas actually wrote an earlier critique that is more favorably inclined to Miliband's book. It is also less influenced by structuralist Marxism. See Poulantzas, 1970a. 335. 12. We have now completed our detailed review of Poulantzas's work and reconsidered its theoretical and political sources. It is time to draw some general conclusions and to look beyond Poulantzas's own studies to the problems he left unsolved. This concluding chapter presents a brief appreciation of Poulantzas's self-assessment as a Marxist theorist and considers the principal merits and demerits of his contribution to the analysis of the state. It then outlines Poulantzas's own research agenda for future work on the state and society and assesses its implications for the future direction of his work. It also suggests an alternative approach to developing this work and consolidating his contributions. It is now some 5 years since his death and sufficient time has passed to place Poulantzas in perspective. Poulantzas himself had little doubt about the contribution he had made to Marxism. He claimed to have resolved the problems of the theory of the capitalist state. This is indicated in his throwaway comment that SBS would present his final statement on the capitalist state and that he would seek a new project thereafter, perhaps to write fantasy novels in the manner of Anne Radcliffe, 1980. But it is also clearly expressed in his remark that he had produced a new theory of the state. In his opinion, this was the only true Marxist theory and had not been developed in the Marxist classics, nor in its present form, in the work of Gramsci, 1977 I.C., p. 10, cf. 1976 I.B., p. 44. This theory was based on the idea that the state is the material condensation of a relation of forces between classes, and it is most fully developed in his final book. The state as a social relation. What does it mean to treat the state as the material condensation of a relation of forces among classes? Poulantzas argues that the state is a social relation in exactly the same way as capital is a social relation. This approach excludes any treatment of the state either as a simple instrument or as a subject. In its crude versions, instrumentalism considers the state as a neutral tool that is equally accessible to all class forces and equally applicable to all purposes. Now, although Poulantzas obviously stresses the importance of the changing balance of class forces in his approach to state power, he equally emphatically rejects the idea that the state is somehow neutral as between classes. Instead, it should be seen as the material condensation of the balance among class forces. For the state actually helps to constitute that balance and does not simply reflect it. At the same time, Poulantzas rejects the view that the state can be seen as a subject. It neither represents the general will or national interest in a rational and non-contradictory manner, nor is it a simple legal subject with its own unity. The state should be seen as an institutional ensemble rather than as a unitary political subject. It is shot through with contradictions and has no political power of its own. The power of the state is the power of the class forces that act in and through the state. The diacritical role of this approach to the state is reasonably clear. Less obvious is its positive theoretical content. Poulantzas himself never fully explicates it. Perhaps the best way to understand it is to consider the meaning of the paradigm, an equally elliptical proposition that capital is a social relation. More precisely, this means that capital accumulation is a form-determined social relation. For the accumulation of capital is the complex resultant of the changing balance of class forces interacting within a structure dominated by the different moments of the value form. It is impossible to understand the historical specificity and peculiar dynamic of capitalism without reference to the complex ramifications of the value form. The value form comprises various elements organically interconnected as moments in the overall reproduction of the capital relation. In the sphere of circulation, we find the commodity, price, and money forms through which the exchange of goods and services is mediated. Likewise, capitalist production is organized as a process of valorization, value adding, and is subordinated through competitive pressures to the requirements of reduced costs and or increased production. In turn, labor power is commodified, subordinated to capitalist control in the labor process, and remunerated and reproduced through the wage form. More generally, the value form is linked to the law of value. This governs the allocation of labor. 337. Time among different productive activities according to the fluctuation of market prices around prices of production, which are determined by the socially necessary labor time embodied in different commodities. In capitalist economies, this law is mediated through fluctuations in profits, market price less cost price, and the uncoordinated decisions of competing capitals about the opportunities for profit associated with different patterns of investment and production. Together, these elements define the parameters for capital accumulation and also delimit its possible crisis forms. But the dominance of this form does not itself fully determine the course of capital accumulation. This depends on the balance of class forces engaged in economic and economically relevant struggles within the limits set by the value form. What is more, it is only in and through the class struggle that the value form itself is reproduced. In the same way, Poulantzas suggests that the state should be seen as a social relation. This elliptical proposition implies that state power, not the state apparatus as such, should be seen as a form-determined condensation of the balance of forces in political and politically relevant struggle. This requires us to consider two aspects of the state system. We need to examine the state form as a complex institutional ensemble characterized by a specific pattern of structural selectivity that reflects and modifies the balance of class forces. And, secondly, we need to consider the constitution of these class forces themselves. Poulantzas always considered the state form at different levels of abstraction. Thus, PPSC examines the state in terms of the overall articulation of the economic, the political, and the ideological in the pure CMP, the juridico-political aspects of the state considered as an institutional ensemble, and the balance of forces in political class struggle. At the most abstract level, it considers the state in terms of its institutional separation from the economic sphere and discusses the implications of this relative autonomy for the political class struggle in capitalist societies. Later work extends this approach to include the social division of labor more generally. But Poulantzas was also concerned with more concrete levels of analysis. These range from the theoretically typical capitalist state regardless of periodization through its various stages, such as the liberal, interventionist, and authoritarian statist states, to the normal and exceptional forms of regime both in metropolitan and dependent capitalist societies. In every case, Poulantzas attempts to specify the effects of these state forms on the balance of class forces. 338. This shows how Poulantzas sets himself firmly against any crude instrumentalist account. Yet he does not reduce the class nature of the state to its form. After PPSC, he rejects the crude class reductionist thesis that all capitalist states are equivalent dictatorships of the bourgeoisie. Instead, he examines the nuances of class power in different forms of state and is increasingly concerned with the possibilities that each state form offers for working class struggle in alliance with other class forces. This clearly prioritizes the political class struggle and its repercussions on the class nature of the state, but, insofar as these are influenced in turn by the different forms of state and regime, it is far from simple instrumentalism. It is the nature of this struggle and its repercussions within the state itself that concerned Poulantzas in his later work and motivated his search for a new political strategy. He was proud of his contributions to the Marxist theory of the state, but he was also well aware of how much further work needed to be done. Poulantzas's theoretical agenda. Indeed, in an interesting draft research note published posthumously, Poulantzas set out the essential problems and themes that should guide research on the state and society. After reaffirming the importance of the modern state as an historical phenomenon and a theoretical object, he identified 6 broad areas on which research should be concentrated. The first area concerns the general nature of the state, politics, and power. Among its subsidiary themes are, whether power is reducible to the state and/or the political, whether the state is simply the RSA or includes private bodies, what are the principal relations between the economic and the political, what is the character of the state as a field of maneuver within which power relations between classes are condensed, what are the specific technologies and disciplines through which the state exercises power, does the state machinery have a specific institutional form which is not reducible to class relations even though it has a class pertinence. This part of his theoretical agenda is clearly influenced by Foucauldian themes as well as more traditional Marxist concerns. It is particularly interesting to note that Poulantzas nowhere refers to the old structuralist themes of relative autonomy or class unity, and that hegemony is now considered largely in terms of its organizational 339 form. This confirms the shifting focus of Poulantzas' concern with the state and his interest in developing a relational approach. The second area concerns the typology of states. It focuses on the structural similarities and divergences between metropolitan capitalist states, actually existing socialist states, and dependent capitalist states. Linked to this is the general question of the structural links that exist between these 3 main types of contemporary state. The third area is even more specific and concerns the similarities and differences among normal and exceptional regimes. Poulantzas once again emphasizes the dangers of totalitarianism here, an issue which had become increasingly urgent in his practical reflections on the modern state. The fourth area concerns the international dimension of state relations. Here Poulantzas is particularly interested in the state, the nation-state, and the present phase of imperialism. He repeats his view that the nation-state is still the core, and the kingpin of domination, 1980a, p. 605. This presumably justifies a continued emphasis on national roads to democratic socialism, but Poulantzas hardly touches on questions of socialist strategy. The fifth area concerns the current institutional changes in the state and the emergence of authoritarian statism as a new state form. Poulantzas reiterates the principal features of authoritarian statism and adds only a reference to the growing role of computers and electronics in the new technologies of political control. These changes should be linked to the worsening crisis of crisis management in the economic field and its implications for the nature of the crisis of the state. Finally, Poulantzas briefly refers to a sixth area. This concerns the decline of representative democracy and civil liberties and the new claims for direct democracy and self-management, 1980a, pp. 600-8. Poulantzas and the concept of strategy. This agenda is significant because it confirms the general direction of Poulantzas's researches before his untimely death. We have already seen in earlier chapters that the crucial concepts in Poulantzas's work, relative autonomy, class unity, hegemony, and class struggle, involve serious theoretical problems at each stage of his theoretical development. His research agenda does not mention the crucial structuralist concepts that animated his earlier work on the state. 340. Instead, it focuses on the microphysics of power and the nature of state form as a strategic terrain. It also treats hegemony much more in terms of the state's organizational form as a system of political class domination than in terms of a specific type of global political project. This confirms the importance Poulantzas attached to the idea that the state is a social relation, the material condensation of a balance among class forces. In addition, his agenda concedes that power is not exhausted by the state, that the state is not exhausted by its class significance, and that political forces are not exhausted by class movements. These concessions mark an important advance on his earlier positions. But poulantzas does not specify the theoretical approach to be adopted in pursuing this research agenda. He merely summarizes essential problems and themes and only hints at the need for adopting a relational approach. This raises the question of how one can build on poulantzas's insights into the nature of the state as a social relation without sharing his residual penchant for essentialism and class reductionism. In my view, the key to moving beyond poulantzas is to concentrate on the notion of strategy. We have already seen how the significant theoretical shifts in his views on the state are correlated with shifts in his strategic outlook. Moreover, as he moved away from the Althusserian notion of structural causality towards H's notion of structural selectivity, he also treated the state itself as the crystallization of political strategies. This is particularly clear in his analyses of fascism and military dictatorship, but is also evident elsewhere. In PPSC, explicit notions of strategy are restricted to the stance adopted by the vanguard party towards the state. It was not something already inscribed in the state as part of the material condensation of the balance of forces. From his initial reaction to the Greek coup d'état and, more significantly, with his interest in the Comintern and fascism, there is increasing interest in problems of strategy as they affect the state itself. Indeed, he argues quite clearly in FD that social democracy and fascism represent different strategies on the part of capital towards the working class. Thus, medium capital favored the strategy of class collaboration with the labor movement during the rise of fascism, but big capital was hostile towards social democracy and supported a fascist solution. This interest is linked with the concept of structural determination through the claim that one cannot discuss class. 341. Practices, methods, or strategies without reference to the apparatuses that support them, FD, pp 78, 153-4. The recognition that state forms represent specific material condensations or codifications of political strategies is very important. Similar ideas are developed in CCC and CD. In both texts, poulantzas discusses how class contradictions are reproduced inside the state system. Moreover, he sometimes links class contradictions to conflicting class strategies. Indeed, his approach requires exactly the sort of strategic intermediation between structural determination and class positions. Issues of strategy as well as structure also emerge in poulantzas's contrast between fascist and military dictatorships. For he argues that only the former were able to elaborate a reasonably coherent political line towards the masses that the state apparatuses could then specify and implement, cd. p. 83. Similar arguments underpin poulantzas's emphasis on the role of the dominant state party in authoritarian statism as the vehicle of strategic elaboration and coordination. These concerns culminate in the claim in SBS that the strategic organization of the state destines it to function under the hegemony of a class or fraction located within it, p. 137, my emphasis. Poulantzas also argues here that the relative autonomy and class unity of the capitalist state should be seen as the resultant of the complex interaction of micro-policies and strategies. In short, poulantzas moves step by step towards a strategic theoretical approach to the state and thereby prepares the ground for a decisive break in Marxist political analysis. But these occasional allusions to the inscription of strategic conflicts within the state apparatus are generally outweighed by a more general emphasis on the simple reproduction of class contradictions. It is easy to overlook the fact that these class contradictions can only be understood through strategic concepts. Poulantzas defined class interests in terms of the horizon of action of class forces, and such interests can only be defined strategically and conjuncturally, PPSC, pp 111-13. Moreover, in a brief statement in CCC, Poulantzas clearly identifies the need for strategic concepts. He suggests that the articulation of the structural determination of classes and of class positions within a social formation requires particular concepts. I shall call these concepts of strategy, embracing in particular such phenomena as class polarization and class alliance, CCC, p. 24. Thus poulantzas was well aware of the need for strategic concepts to mediate between the abstract level of structural determination and the concrete modalities of the class struggle in 342. Specific conjunctures. Unfortunately, poulantzas does not expand on this proposal. He refers only to the two purportedly strategic concepts of the power block and the people as forms of class alliance. Since he emphasizes the role of the state in constituting the power block and alludes to its role in disorganizing and or hegemonizing the people, these strategic concepts must refer not only to classes but also to the state itself. But, since he did not develop these arguments at length and generally focused on the institutional underpinnings of hegemony without reference to strategic concepts, he failed to bridge the gap between abstract structural determinations and actual positions adopted in the class struggle towards a strategic theoretical approach. For too long in Marxist state theory there has been a dichotomy between capital theoretical and class theoretical approaches. For the capital theoretical or capital logic theorists, the capitalist state is the political support of the imperatives of capital accumulation. The form of the state corresponds to the current stage in the development of the relations of production, and its functions correspond to the current needs of bourgeois class domination. In addition, the capital theoretical approach tends to work on the unstated assumption that there is only one logic of capital at any given stage of capitalist development. This means that there is only one set of imperatives. For the class theoretical analysts of the state in capitalist society, its form and functions reflect the changing balance of class forces in struggle. But class struggles themselves are analyzed in more or less mechanical fashion with little regard for the distinction between economic corporate or particular interests and the interests of capital, or the working class, in general. In turn, this means that the class theoretical approach lacks any concern for the dialectical relation among these interests. Its proponents focus on specific struggles without regard to their implications for the overall reproduction of the social formation and or take such reproduction for granted in focusing on questions of class hegemony at the most abstract levels of analysis. Thus we are confronted with a false dilemma. Either we emphasize the abstract logic of capital with its iron laws of motion, that is, its structurally inscribed tendencies and counter-tendencies. Or we concentrate on the concrete modalities of a class struggle considered in a 343 purely empiricist manner and have no way of explaining how this class struggle tends to reproduce capitalism rather than produce a collapse into barbarism or a transition to socialism. Between the two approaches there is little attempt at mediation. Yet the notion of strategy seems ideally suited to this purpose. Strategic theoretical concepts can be employed to link these two modes of analysis. They can be used to dissolve the abstract, unitary, and essentialist laws of motion and needs of capital constructed by the capital logicians into a series of more concrete, competing, and contingent logic of capital. And they can be used to overcome the class theoretical tendency to focus on the concrete modalities of socio-economic struggles in such a way that form is neglected in favor of content. Yet the restriction of class struggles to specific forms, such as trade union struggle within the limits of market rationality or party political competition within the limits of bourgeois parliamentarism, is an important element in securing their compatibility with the expanded reproduction of bourgeois class domination. But these forms themselves represent, inter alia, the crystallization of different class strategies and must be reproduced in and through class struggle. At the same time, attention must be paid to how particular class-conscious and or class-relevant struggles are related to more general problems of maintaining social cohesion under bourgeois hegemony. This requires one to go beyond particular struggles to see how different particular interests and concerns are coerced and or hegemonized into conformity with a viable national popular outlook and program. In this context, it must be realized that, just as there are alternative capital logics, so there can be alternative hegemonic projects. And, as poulantzas indicated, if never fully explicated, hegemony must be seen in terms of its dual determination by structures and strategies. Thus we could say that strategic concepts provide the middle-range concepts needed to bridge the gap between the capital theoretical and class theoretical approaches. Firstly, they provide the means to examine alternative logics of capital, and, secondly, they help to understand why the interplay among particular class struggles does not produce a collapse into barbarism. In this context, I would like to suggest that the alternative logics of capital should be examined in terms of competing accumulation strategies, and that the field of class struggles should be examined in terms of competing hegemonic projects. In both cases, it is essential to consider these phenomena from the dual perspective of structural determination and 344. Class position. In turn, the moment of structural determination should be considered as the crystallization or material condensation of past strategies, both successful and unsuccessful. Likewise, the elaboration of class strategies, class positions, should be related to the constraints imposed by existing forms of class domination as well as the prevailing balance of forces. In the absence of this, it would be impossible to distinguish adequately between strategies that are arbitrary, rationalistic, and willed, and those that stand some chance of becoming organic. In developing this approach, I think that one remains faithful to poulantzas's own theoretical endeavors. Indeed, we would be following up a number of direct hints in his own work as well as the more general underlying thrust of his studies. Above all, it gives us a new way to approach poulantzas's proposition that the state is a social relation. For this implies just such a strategic theoretical approach. But one must also go beyond his own formulations and relate them to other theoretical and strategic innovations in post-war Marxist state and/or political theory. Forms of class domination. How would introducing strategic concepts help us to build on the theoretical advances of Poulantzas? I want to argue that they will help to understand the meaning of class domination in different fields of class struggle, to clarify the crucial distinction between class domination and class hegemony, to refine the distinction between class movements and class-pertinent movements, and to illuminate the problem of the transition to democratic socialism. Let us explore this further. In CCC, Poulantzas restricted the definition of the structural determination of class to the relations of production. He thereby abandoned his earlier definition of classes in terms of their respective places in the juridico-political and ideological superstructures as well as in the economic system. In this way, he created the opportunity to explore different forms of class domination, see Chapter 6. Further indications along these lines can now be suggested. First, the economic class domination of capital would exist to the extent that it enjoyed the structurally mediated ability to impose the value form on the working class. In this context, capital and proletariat 345 should be defined in terms of their economic class determination. Capitalist economic domination involves not only the reproduction of formally free wage labor but also its real subsumption under capitalist control in the labor process. In part, this expanded reproduction of capitalist class relations is structurally mediated through the dominance of the commodity, money, wage, price, and other variants of the value form. But it also depends on the specific strategies and tactics adopted in the economic and economically relevant class struggles that take place within the framework of the value form and the law of value. In this sense, economic domination must be understood as a form-determined social relation. Second, bourgeois political domination would exist to the extent that capital, or its representatives, can operate on the terrain of a given state form to secure the various political preconditions of capital accumulation. In relation to the capitalist state, this would involve, at a minimum, the ability to deploy constitutionalist violence, and not repression tout court, to this effect. 4. Whereas all states have some command of armed force, it is the constitutionalization of violence that distinguishes the capitalist state. Thus, where the economically dominant class must resort to non-judicial force, example through death squads or private paramilitary groups, there is a veritable crisis of state power and not merely a crisis of political hegemony. Bourgeois political domination in this sense does not require that the class in charge of the state and/or the ruling class, as defined by Poulantzas, should belong to the bourgeoisie. These positions could be occupied by non-capitalist forces, such as the feudal nobility, Tsarist autocracy, or petty bourgeoisie, or even by social and political categories with no immediate class belonging, such as the political police or other state managers. Finally, it should be noted that political domination can be enjoyed in their own interests, at least in the short term, by non-capitalist or even non-class social and political categories. How long capital suffered from this situation would depend on the nature and degree of structural determination of bourgeois hegemony inscribed within the state system. Third, bourgeois ideological domination would consist in the ability of capital, or its ideological spokesman, to create the ideological conditions necessary for capital accumulation. At a minimum, this would consist in the ability to maintain the mental manual division of labor in its capitalist form. In referring here to the mental manual 346, division of labor, I want to distinguish between the structural determination of ideological domination and the position of class leadership that can be won through the struggle for ideological hegemony. In all three cases, domination should be considered as a form-determined balance of class forces that is consistent with the expanded reproduction of the capital relation. Class domination can only be established ex post and in relation to particular spatial, temporal, and strategic horizons of action. It refers to the effects of the dominance of particular structural forms and their overdetermination by the class struggle. Thus, equal attention must be given to the specific forms involved: value form, state form, the forms assumed by mental and manual division of labor, and to the specific forms of class struggle. Their conjointment effects are always provisional, partial, and unstable. Indeed, short of a total eco-disaster, these effects can never be final. Instead, they define the conjunctures in which class struggles are continually renewed and their significance is continually reconstituted in and through these struggles. Poulantzas was generally sensitive to the nuances of forms of state and regime, but he did not always relate class domination to the particular class strategies in and through which class interests are defined. Nor did he recognize that class struggle should be understood in the first instance in terms of the differential impact on class relations of the interaction among various class-relevant forces. To assess class domination in this way requires an appropriate specification of the conditions for the extended reproduction of class relations, cf. Jessop, 1982, pp. 213-20. In turn, this depends on strategic calculation as well as knowledge of the various conditions of existence of these relations. In this sense, it is only of secondary importance whether these class-relevant forces actually identify and/or organize themselves as class-conscious forces. What is crucial is that the balance of forces, however constituted, self-identified, and organized, is conducive to the reproduction of a specific form of class relations, cf. Jessop, 1982, pp. 241-3. Class hegemonies and class strategies. That a situation of class domination exists does not imply that the dominant class also enjoys a position of class hegemony. Indeed, one theoretical advantage of adopting this approach is precisely to break with the 347 tendency to conflate hegemony and domination. I have already indicated that Marxism-Leninism tends to reduce state power to political domination, sometimes even to repression alone, and that Poulantzas tends to ignore repression and political domination in favor of the structural determination and class leadership moments of hegemony. In contrast, I believe that it is important to maintain distinction between domination and hegemony in all fields of class relations. In turn, this requires us to define specific forms of hegemony in each field and to consider how these are related to forms of class domination. For the sake of presentation, I assume that there are only three fields of class struggle: economic, political, and ideological, but a more sophisticated analysis should consider the many different terrains of struggle that exist in any given society. Economic hegemony would come with the formulation of an accumulation strategy which defines a specific economic growth model complete with its various extra economic preconditions and outlines the general strategy appropriate to its realization. To be successful, such a model must unify the different moments in the circuit of capital, money or banking capital, industrial capital, commercial capital, under the leadership of one fraction, whose composition will vary inter alia with the stage of capitalist development. This fraction will enjoy hegemony to the extent that the growth model advances the particular economic corporate interests of other fractions of capital at the same time as it promoted its own long-term interests in controlling the allocation of money to different economic activities. An accumulation strategy must respect the determination in the last instance, of capital accumulation by the circuit of productive capital, but it need not involve the economic dominance of productive capital itself within the power block, cf. Poulantzas, CCC, pp 92-7, 132, 211-2. In this sense, the exercise of economic hegemony by a fraction of 348. Capital should be distinguished from two other forms of economic relation. It must be distinguished from simple dominance over the allocation of money capital among different fractions of capital, and it must be distinguished from economic determination in the last instance by the circuit of industrial capital. For further discussion, see Jessop, 1983a, 1983b. All four forms of macroeconomic relations can be analyzed in terms of the economic, political, and ideological moments of the relations of production that Poulantzas distinguished in CCC and subsequent studies. In general terms, we can say that an accumulation strategy that is not to be merely arbitrary, rationalistic, and willed must take account of the dominant form of the circuit of capital, liberal, simple monopoly, or state monopoly, of the dominant form of the internationalization of capital, commercial, banking, industrial, of the specific international conjuncture confronting particular national capitals, of the balance of social, economic, and political forces at home and abroad, and of the margin of maneuver entailed in the productive potential of the domestic economy and its foreign subsidiaries. Within these constraints there may well be several economic strategies that could be pursued, especially if we abstract from more general political and ideological considerations, with contrasting implications for the different fractions and dominated classes. This sort of space for conflicts over economic hegemony and/or dominance exists not only for national economies, even supposing these could be completely isolated from the world economy, but also for the integration of the global circuit of capital under the leadership of one, or more, national capitals. Where various national strategies are compatible with the global hegemonic strategy, the conditions will have been secured for accumulation on a world scale. For an important discussion of this, see Aglietta 1982. In this context, it is worth noting that economic hegemony may best be secured where it is backed up by a position of economic dominance. Thus, the expanded reproduction of capitalist economic relations can be said to depend on economic class leadership underpinned by a structurally determined economic dominance. The skillful use of a position of economic dominance can bring recalcitrant capitals into line and/or encourage activities beneficial to the overall integration and expansion of the circuit of capital. With the transition from 349 liberal capitalism to simple monopoly and state monopoly capitalist forms, the state comes to play an important role here. In particular, we see an enhanced role for the public sector, taxation as a mechanism for the redistribution of surplus value, and state credit as a mechanism in the allocation of money both as capital for investment and as revenue for collective consumption, cf. Poulantzas, SBS, pp 166-79, Fine and Harris, 1979, pp 104-45. In the field of political class relations, hegemony would involve the formulation of a national popular political project that meets two requirements. The first requirement is that it must typically secure the substantive institutional unity of the state apparatus. Indeed, as Poulantzas sometimes recognized, the state's formal unity does not guarantee its organizational cohesion and reproduction, SBS, pp 134-7. In this context, substantive unity can be narrowly or broadly interpreted. Narrowly interpreted, it refers to the preservation of the state system itself as a form of political domination in the face of resistance from within and without. In particular, this concerns its capacity to use constitutionalist violence to reproduce its own institutional system and to secure compliance with its policies. Broadly interpreted, the substantive unity of the state involves the successful performance of its global political function. The second requirement is that the national popular political project should infuse this substantive unity with a definite class unity. 4. Notwithstanding Poulantzas's assumption that the institutional unity of the capitalist state is necessarily a class unity, this is far from certain. Indeed, one source of conflict between state managers and the dominant or hegemonic class, fraction, concerns precisely the articulation between these two types of state unity, PPSC, pp 188, 230, 239, 262, 277, 282, 289. But a national popular project which successfully linked institutional and class unity would transform the state managers into the political trigger of capitalist interests and enable them to function in the way Poulantzas indicated in PPSC. Indeed, one source of conflict between state managers and the dominant or hegemonic class, fraction, concerns precisely the articulation between these two types of state unity. Without such a political cement, state managers themselves might constitute the unity of the state around its narrow political functions at the expense of the global political function. Worse still, the unity of the state, always provisional, unstable, and tendential, might collapse completely. Unfortunately, Poulantzas never investigated the precise role of national popular projects in constituting the dual unity of the state and securing the narrow and or global political hegemony of the dominant class or fraction. Moreover, once the state's several 350 functions are recognized, the concept of class unity becomes quite problematic. In PPSC, Poulantzas distinguished three specific and one global function. Economically, the state must secure the general external conditions of capitalist production, law, money, etc., and those general and or particular conditions of production necessary to underpin the dominant accumulation strategy. Politically, it must reproduce itself as a functioning institutional ensemble in the face of various constraints and resistances. Ideologically, it must maintain the general external conditions for private ISIS to reproduce the mental manual division of labor in its capitalist form and also undertake those specific ideological functions that cannot be adequately secured through the private system of ISIS. Finally, it must maintain the balance among these three specific functions and thereby secure the overall cohesion of the social formation. It is an interesting question whether the state can really be said to have an inbuilt capacity to juggle these often mutually contradictory functions in such a way as always to realize its global functions. In dealing with these issues, one must also consider the extent to which form problematizes function. This means that the specific institutional forms of the state present fundamental obstacles to the effective performance of its alleged functions for and on behalf of capital, cf. of 1975. 1984. Poulantzas neglected this issue in discussing the relative autonomy of the capitalist state and taking its class unity for granted. For he saw relative autonomy as the institutional guarantee of political class domination rather than as a potential institutional obstacle thereto. But, if an institutional complex standing outside the circuit of capital is necessary to maintain the technico-economic, ideological, and political conditions of capital accumulation, this externality is certainly not a sufficient condition and actually constitutes a source of fundamental problems. For how is a state form, from which class is constitutively absent and whose political dynamic is organized around the isolation effect, to guarantee capital accumulation? It is one thing to argue for an inevitable structural selectivity in the operation of state institutions, modes of policy formation, governmental procedures, etc. But this does not establish that the non-neutrality of state structures is ipso facto a class, as opposed to gender, ethnic, regional, bureaucratic, or whatever, bias or, indeed, that it does not simply interpose a random noise or interference in the processing. 351. Of political demands. Moreover, Given the class-neutral form of the state, why should political forces have a necessary class belonging? In other words, what is to stop the emergence of political forces identified and organized in ways antagonistic to capital accumulation and capable of using state institutions and resources against the interests of capital? And what is to prevent the state managers, endowed with their own relative autonomy by virtue of the relative autonomy of the state, using their political positions to advance their own economic corporate interests at the expense of capital? Such questions do not mean that one must reject poulantzas as a solution. Indeed, given that the institutional form of the capitalist state problematizes its functionality, the latter must be related to the global political struggles that attempt to imbue it with a specific class content. Hegemony can also be defined for the ideological field itself. This would consist in the formulation of a national popular project that successfully articulated a wide range of ideological elements espoused by different social forces into a relatively unified ideological ensemble at the same time that it reproduced the mental manual division of labor in a form favorable to the hegemonic fraction. Poulantzas himself provides little insight into the constitution of ideological hegemony. In this respect, more recent work in the discourse theoretical analysis of ideology is more significant and provides important theoretical guidelines for studying this aspect of intellectual and moral leadership, see especially Lacan and Mauve, 1984. Nor did Poulantzas advance the study of the mental manual division of labor to any great extent. But he did provide the important theoretical argument that the capitalist state represents the supreme institutional embodiment of mental labor in its separation from manual labor. There is still much to be accomplished in this area. Each type of hegemony has been defined in terms analogous to those adopted by Gramsci. Gramsci suggested that state power should be understood as hegemony armored by coercion. This implies that hegemony is most effective where it is backed up by the corresponding form of class domination. In the case of economic hegemony, this is control over the allocation of money capital; in the case of political hegemony, control over constitutionalist violence; and in the case of ideological hegemony, control over mental labor in its capitalist form. Individual forms of class domination should also be supplemented, however, by more general strategic calculations concerned with the coordination of different 352 strategies and tactics on a national and international level. Without such attempts to construct a general will, best secured through a pluralistic politics, the diversity of specific micro-policies will indeed be characterized by nothing more than prodigious incoherence. Some points of clarification. Before concluding, there are several points about the proposed strategic theoretical approach which should be clarified. These concern the relation between different Marxist approaches to the state, the possibility of a general theory of strategy, the need for a more complex approach to social relations than that indicated hitherto, the possibility of a global strategy, and the question of whether a strategic theoretical approach is necessarily idealist. First, I am not suggesting that it can simply be added onto existing capital theoretical and class theoretical approaches. This bridge does not leave its two supports unchanged. Even at the most abstract level of analysis, the logic of capital must be reconsidered. One can certainly posit a single logic of capital at this level of analysis, consisting in the self-expansion of capital in the form of MCM. This summary formula refers to the outlay of money as capital, M, the production of a commodity embodying surplus value, C, and the exchange of this commodity at a price that realizes the surplus value it embodies, M. But this circuit of capital is contradictory and can be understood in terms of strategic dilemmas inherent in the capital relation and its conditions of existence. 1. Thus, even before we introduce the dilemmas posed by the distinction between capital in general and particular capitals, there are dilemmas at the level of capital in general. There is the dilemma concerning the appropriate balance between value and non-value forms of capitalist reproduction. And there is the dilemma posed in the dual character of wages as variable capital and as revenue, i.e., as money laid out to purchase labor power as the sole source of added value and money received as remuneration for labor power and used to purchase consumer goods. Finally, the circuit of productive capital involves the labor process that is itself the site of problems of economic class strategy. On these issues, see Jessop, 1983, pp 146-8. Because these contradictions appear in the form of strategic dilemmas, they are never resolved once and for all. Cf. The comments on the dilemmas of 353. Democratic Socialism, Chapter 10. They are continually reproduced and they must be continually reconfronted. Likewise, as poulantzas noted in his account of class determination and class position, the introduction of strategic concepts transforms orthodox concepts of class interests, class struggle, and class power. Second, just as the capital logic and class theoretical approaches contain concepts other than those relating directly to capital and class respectively, so will a strategic theoretical approach involve more than concepts of strategy. This approach is identified as strategic theoretical only in contradistinction to the class and capital theoretical approaches. But it is not exhausted by concepts of strategy and emphasizes instead how they transform other concepts. Concepts of form and class struggle are both crucial and much can be learned from poulantzas's analyses of state form and regime. Third, although I have stressed the dichotomy between the class theoretical and capital theoretical approaches, Marxist state theory is certainly not exhausted by these perspectives. There has recently been growing concern with the relative autonomy of state managers, example Bloch, 1977, and the specificity of international conflicts among nation-states, example Skocpol, 1978. Problems of strategy have also received increasing attention. Indeed, several recent Marxist contributions besides those of poulantzas anticipate in one way or another a strategic theoretical approach to the state, example Aglietta, 1978, Hall and Jacques, 1983, Hirsch, 1983, Holloway, 1982, Lipietz, 1982, Maremau, 1980. Fourth, in urging a strategic theoretical approach, I am not calling for a general theory of strategy. This is no more plausible or possible than a general theory of the economy, the state, ideology, or classes. Instead, a strategic theoretical approach aims to produce theoretically informed analyses of strategic calculation and practices and the ways in which these overdetermine social relations more generally. Fifth, although my comments imply that there are only three fields of class struggle and that each has its own preggiven unity awaiting only some global hegemonic project for a society effect to emerge, it is essential to recognize the different fields of struggle and to consider the problems involved in their articulation. Cf. Hindus and Hurst, Seriatim. A more sophisticated analysis would demand attention to the ways in which different fields of struggle are constituted. 354. Demarcated, separated, articulated, etc. But this should not lead to neglect of the state. It is still necessary to run the risk of politicism by considering the global political function of the state. For, as poulantzas always emphasized, it is in and through the state that global hegemony must be secured. In turn, this means that political class struggle has the central and primary role. If I have differed from poulantzas here, it is because he concentrates too much on global hegemony and ignores its other forms as well as the nature of domination. Are there global strategies? Finally, whilst advocating the use of strategic concepts in social analysis, I am not suggesting that there is an effective global strategy of domination or hegemony that encompasses all social relations. In this respect, I differ from Foucault as well as poulantzas. Each implies that societies should be analyzed as if there were a global strategy, see Chapter 5. For both theorists, there is a process of global strategic calculation without a calculating subject. But, in the absence of a globally calculating subject, can one really posit a global strategy or a global site of strategic calculation? In short, can a strategic theoretical approach really explain the facts of class domination? The notion of a global strategy presupposes a specific social space within which that strategy has its effects. but the boundaries of a social formation are even less singular, homogeneous, and coincident than those of the state system. Even if we follow poulantzas in privileging the nation-state as the effective site of global strategies, it must still be recognized that national spaces are themselves the crystallization of past strategies and struggles. More generally, the uneven development of economic, political, and ideological relations means that there is no homogeneous space, subnational, national, or supranational, within which global strategies might operate. This applies as much to the temporal as to the spatial organization of social relations. Thus any social formation is the tendential product of conflicting strategies of unification around different social boundaries. The problem has been well expressed by Gary Wickham in a recent comment on power and strategy. He accuses Foucault of essentialism. 355. For suggesting that some sites of power relations, the micro-sites, are incorporated into global sites, defined in terms of global strategies. Wickham implies that there is no more reason to assume that microsites can only acquire societal significance through their incorporation from the bottom up into a particular, but necessary, global strategy than there is to assume that a pre-given global strategy endows them with meaning from the top down. Essences do not cease to be essences just because their constitution as uniquely necessary points of unification and signification proceeds from below. Wickham argues for an alternative, non-essentialist view of the macro or global sites of power relations. He says that they should be understood as specific intersections of practices around specific operational policies that are granted the status global because of the number of other sites that they are systematically concerned to manage or influence. The latter sites are by no means fully incorporated or subsumed, have no necessary connection with the global sites, and still exist separately, even if they are subsequently oriented towards some aspect, of these more global sites. Wickham, 1984, p. 481. In these terms we can say that a global strategy is a strategy that attempts to subtend and articulate a number of smaller sites of power relations within its orbit. But these smaller sites continue to have an independent existence, to enjoy their own relative autonomy, if you like, and to constitute potential sites of structural recalcitrance and or social resistance to the global strategy. It is in this sense, perhaps, that poulantzas suggests that the state assigns a class pertinence to non-class relations. Different global strategies will seek to reproduce different smaller sites so that the global sites on which these strategies operate will also differ. In this context, the notion of global must be understood relatively, i.e., a strategy is global only in relation to its own smaller sites. A global strategy may itself constitute a smaller site for an even more ambitious strategy. This means that there is no macro necessity in social relations. All we have are attempts to constitute contingently necessary global systems on different sites and in relation to different sets of smaller power relations. Alternative global strategies will condense and transform different sets of conflicts and contradictions in and through a state system whose precise nature will vary according to the problems it confronts. This does not mean that the state is the only factor of cohesion nor that it has the capacities necessary to secure cohesion. As Marx recognized a century or so ago, there 356 is no such thing as the present state but only a motley diversity of present states, cf. Marx, 1875, p. 26. In short, we must think in terms of a plurality of possible global strategies even within the framework of one national state, whose precise character, social boundaries, cohesive capacities, and dynamics will differ according to which global strategy, if any, becomes dominant. This plurality of global strategies is further complicated by the variety of tactics within a given strategy. Moreover, even where there is a dominant strategy, we can expect to find supplementary or countervailing strategies. There are various possible strategies with different degrees of support within and across different social forces. At the same time, it is important to recognize that there will be several tactics that can be followed in pursuit of a given strategy. The availability of alternative tactics, even if they are not all equally preferred, is essential for the flexible implementation of strategies in the face of constantly recurring strategic dilemmas and contradictions, CFCCC, PASIM. Moreover, insofar as alternative tactics will have dissimilar effects on different social forces, tactical flexibility is crucial in securing the provisional, unstable equilibrium of compromise, on which depend accumulation, political power, and ideological sway. At the same time, this plurality of tactics creates a margin of maneuver for subaltern forces to pursue their own economic corporate demands. This may pose threats to the successful implementation of the dominant accumulation strategy, national popular political project, or national popular ideology. However, if these interests are pursued within the framework of the dominant strategy, thus moderating the demands of all, it is more likely to contribute to the equilibrium of compromise. Structure and strategy. In emphasizing a strategic theoretical approach as one way forward in analyzing the state, one risks being accused of voluntarism or idealism. One should not sidestep this charge simply by talking in as if terms or introducing the concept of strategic calculation without a calculating subject. If a strategic theoretical approach is to be employed, it must refer to real strategies, calculations, and calculating subjects. This need not involve voluntarism for the following reasons. 357. 1. We deny that a single global strategy can penetrate and unify a given set of social relations in an essentialist manner. At most we are positing relative, contingent, partial, and provisional global strategies that seek to manage and tendentially unify smaller sites of social relations. In this sense we reject the idea that the juridico-political boundaries of the national state necessarily coincide with the real, unified social formation. The boundaries and relative unity of any global site must be established conjuncturally rather than in any a priori, essentialist fashion. 2. Moreover, in rejecting the idea of an essentially unified social formation, we also reject the idea of a global calculating subject that invests that formation with its own unity. This would resurrect the view that societies are unified through the dominance of a particular ideological Weltanschauung corresponding to the dominant class, a view which poulantzas criticized so vehemently, see Chapter 7. But this does not mean that we reject the idea of calculating subjects. On the contrary, we believe that it is nonsensical to talk of strategies without referring to calculating subjects. But, once an essentialist notion of social formations is abandoned, they need no longer be endowed with the omnipotence and omniscience of the global calculating subject. 3. Indeed, it should be emphasized that calculation and strategies can be mistaken and or unsuccessful. No strategy, let alone global strategies, can be implemented just because some force or other wills it. Instead, one must distinguish between organic strategies with some prospects of success and those that are arbitrary, rationalistic, and willed. A successful strategy must be adapted to the structural constraints and conjunctural opportunities available in given circumstances and the prospects thereby entailed for creating, transforming, or maintaining particular sites of social relations. The more global the strategy, the fewer realistic possibilities exist. It is for this reason that it is possible to generalize about regimes of accumulation, the nature of the capitalist state, ideological domination, patriarchy, and so on. For nor are strategies reducible to goals and ideas. Instead, they must be understood in terms of their materialization in specific organizations, forces, tactics, concessions, etc., with all that this implies for their structural determination and material underpinnings. Poulantzas distinguished implicitly between the structural determination of hegemony and the aspect of leadership or class. 358. Position. This distinction applies to strategies more generally and can be encapsulated in the idea of strategic selectivity. 5. Lastly, strategies alone cannot secure economic, political, or ideological class power. This should already be clear from our comments on the relation between hegemony and domination. But it also holds for strategies aiming only at economic, political, or ideological domination. Other stabilizing and destabilizing factors must also be examined. These will be rooted in the emergent structural properties of social relations. Among such factors we could cite market forces and the law of value, the nature of the Steuerstaat or tax state as a constraint on political power, the logic of different electoral systems as a constraint on party competition, the forms of the mental manual division of labor, and so forth. In short, we wish to examine social order as the product of a complex dialectic between structures and strategies. This reflects Poulantzas's insistence that the state is a social relation, i.e., that state power is a form-determined condensation of the balance of forces. But it modifies this approach in two key respects. Firstly, it puts a more consistent emphasis on analyzing form determination in terms of strategic selectivity, and, secondly, it stresses that the balance of forces be related to strategically calculating subjects. In this light we can now indicate the nature of the dialectic between structures and strategies. The effectiveness of strategies depends on their adaptation to the margin of maneuver inherent in the prevailing structures and their repercussions on the balance of forces. But it is through exploiting this margin of maneuver that the balance of forces and structures themselves can be changed in the medium and longer term. It is for this reason that I insist on the relational, conjunctural approach to the analysis of capital, the state, etc., as form-determined condensations of balances of class-relevant forces. And it is for this reason that I insist on the relational, conjunctural character of horizons of action, interests, and class relevance itself. This holds not only for the balance of forces themselves but also for the analysis of structures. For there is no absolute, ontological distinction between structural constraints and the field of contingency within which specific strategies can make a difference. Structures are themselves the crystallization of past strategies as well as the product of emergent properties of social interaction, cf. Jessop, 1982, pp. 252-4. In turn their constraining power will depend on the strategies. 359. Adopted towards them. It is in this sense that Poulantzas's approach to the state as a strategic terrain and as a social relation is best interpreted. An exceptional Western Marxist? I have now considered some continuing problems in Poulantzas's work, outlined his own research agenda, and recommended a strategic theoretical approach to state theory. In criticizing Poulantzas's work and suggesting how to move beyond it, I am not claiming that his contributions to post-war Marxism were trivial. Indeed, he produced important insights into many fields of inquiry. In particular, I would draw attention to his analysis of the economic, political, and ideological moments of the social relations of production and their implications for the expanded reproduction of social classes, to the dialectic of power and knowledge, a theme also developed by Foucault, to the importance of the mental manual division of labor for the nature of political and ideological class domination, and to the relational analysis of class interests, class power, and class practices. But an overall assessment must concentrate on Poulantzas's state theory and its continuing relevance, if any, to the analysis of the state. For it is this topic to which Poulantzas devoted most of his theoretical and political work. It is here that he established his international intellectual reputation, and it is here that he achieved his most significant and lasting impact on post-war social and political theory. It is important to recall here that Poulantzas did not develop just one theory of the state. His approach changed from a regional theory to a relational theory, and many key concepts were transformed in consequence. Tragically, Poulantzas did not manage to develop many of the implications of the positions to which he was being drawn theoretically and politically. This is why the concluding chapter has somewhat immodestly indicated some solutions to the problems that his work leaves unsolved. For I believe that the best of Poulantzas's insights can be incorporated into a strategic theoretical approach that would also resolve some of their difficulties. This is one way to develop his real contributions to the crucial political issues in Western Marxism. First, Poulantzas was always interested in the real nature and structure of bourgeois democracy as a type of state system. He always 360 argued that national popular, representative, democratic government was the normal form of political class domination in capitalist societies. He attempted to show why it was theoretically typical for capitalism, why it could function as a means of political class domination even though class was constitutively absent from its institutional and ideological organization, and what it implied for political struggle in capitalist societies. He tried to periodize the normal, democratic state so that assumptions about the liberal, night watchman state and parliamentary representation did not deform socialist strategy towards the authoritarian statist form of democratic government. And he also considered the different forms of exceptional as well as normal states. Indeed, it is one of his principal contributions to have explored more systematically than other Marxists the distinction between the normal and exceptional states. In turn, this involved a detailed analysis of the specificity of political and ideological crises and their articulation with economic crises. Second, Poulantzas was always concerned with problems of revolutionary strategy in the West. Initially he subscribed to an unthinking Marxist-Leninist strategy and then flirted with Maoist themes. But, at a time when other Marxists saw the revolutionary storm clouds in the East, Poulantzas continued to emphasize the prospects for revolution in the West. In particular, he focused on problems affecting his native Greece and, more especially, France after de Gaulle. He was to the left of the mainstream communist movements in both countries and continually questioned the strategies and tactics that they advocated. This can be seen in his views on the anti-dictatorial alliance and the anti-monopoly alliance, the nature of American imperialism, the specificity and significance of the petty bourgeoisie as opposed to the peasantry in revolutionary struggles, and the dangers of social democracy. But in offering these criticisms he typically sought to provide a soundly based theoretical justification for the emerging Euro-communist strategy rather than to reject communism in its entirety because of its Stalinist deformations. Increasingly he questioned the understanding of the revolutionary rupture and the dual power strategy drawn from the Russian experience. Likewise, he dismissed the dictatorship of the proletariat as a tactical issue rather than a fundamental tenet of Marxist theory. More generally, Poulantzas was one of the leading theoreticians of left-wing Eurocommunism and the problems of a democratic transition to democratic socialism. 361. Third, Poulantzas was concerned with the institutional forms of socialist democracy in the West. His views here were similar to those of interwar Austro-Marxism but gave greater weight to the role of social movements as well as workers' councils and other forms of self-management. In particular, he advocated a combination of rank-and-file democracy and parliamentary democracy and a plural party system. In many respects his views on socialist democracy were only loosely specified and did not pay sufficient attention to the problems of economic as well as political organization in a post-capitalist society. But there can be no doubt about his vehement hostility towards authoritarian statism in its Stalinist and social democratic versions as well as its conservative forms. More significantly, Poulantzas increasingly saw these issues in their interconnection. The nature of the current phase of imperialism and authoritarian statism had clear implications not only for the development of bourgeois democracy but also for the appropriate revolutionary strategy in the West. In turn, these had major implications for the institutional form of socialist democracy. In this respect, Poulantzas was not a typical Western Marxist and shows the extent to which the Western Marxist tradition can be developed in a revolutionary socialist direction. If one asks why Poulantzas is an exceptional Western Marxist, the answer must be found in part in another exceptional feature. In commenting on Western Marxism, Anderson notes that it was divorced from the working class movement and revolutionary practice. There are obvious problems with this argument if it implies that only a detailed, day-to-day involvement in working class struggles and practical experience of making a revolution can produce real theoretical and political breakthroughs in Marxism. For this would exclude Marx himself from consideration. If it means that Western Marxists typically failed to identify with working class and revolutionary struggles, i.e., did not adopt what Althusser described as a systematic proletarian philosophical and political position, then it still causes problems. Althusser 1976, p. 160. 4. As Poulantzas himself noted, adopting proletarian positions does not guarantee correct theoretical views. 1969b, p. 58. Thus Anderson's comment is best interpreted in terms of a more general unity of theory and practice. This was well expressed by Poulantzas himself in a caustic comment on the intellectual fashion for self-criticism. He noted that this was particularly grotesque because it took place entirely in 362. The domain of theory and thus occurred in a vacuum. For rectifications only make sense in the course of concrete analyses. Those who have still not learnt this, those who give themselves the luxury of continually self-correcting their eternal preliminary remarks, prealables, without giving themselves the means to do so, that is, without ever having been capable of producing even the shadow of a concrete analysis, these people will never learn anything. 1974a, p. 140. In contrast, Poulantzas himself had rectified his positions in the course of concrete analyses, ibid. To this we might add that these rectifications were also made in the light of increasingly urgent political and strategic concerns with the current political situation in France and Greece. Thus Poulantzas's contributions to Western Marxism derive from the historically contingent interaction of two crucial sets of factors. They depended on the complex dynamic of the three sources of his thought, but they were also closely linked to his growing involvement in political struggles in Greece and France. Together these intellectual and political forces generated a series of conceptual and practical anomalies whose resolution required continual changes in his theoretical and strategic position. In this sense there was a clear link between democratic socialist theory and democratic socialist practice in Poulantzas's life. If this link was not consolidated in his own work, the tragic foreshortening of his life is partly to blame. But the advances he did record and his influence in theoretical and political debate will hopefully inspire others to continue his work. In particular, one should follow the mature Poulantzas and relate theoretical work to concrete analyses and practical concerns. For, with the onward march of authoritarian statism in East and West alike, the need is ever more urgent for a coherent account of the capitalist state, revolutionary strategy, and socialist democracy. 363.